Chapter 1086. The man clicked his fingers, and the forge appeared in front of him. In order to create a sword, the first thing we must do is create the physical body. This dungeon isn't just a trial, but a repository. All the energy we saved on traps, mobs, and treasures have gone into storing the finest materials this world has ever known. Sylvthrill, malochrome, mithril, orichalcum, astral, proteus, or deep steel, I have enough of it all. This dungeon has existed for quite some time. Believe it or not, although my conditions of entry were originally less strict. You are not even the first true dungeon diver with a god soul to enter this place. Many heroes have fallen in this dungeon and become weapons under my daughter's hand. Sorry, she cried. He reached out and patted her head before turning back to us. I will make the ideal body for you. Then we will infuse your spirit into it. The final step. Well, we'll get to that when it comes. So? She'll be only a sword. She can't change into other shapes. You are able to transform. His eyes widened. That's incredible. To do such a thing, a person's mind must truly be committed. You mean that wasn't an intentional part of the dungeon? Just how were we supposed to beat it then? I looked at Elysia, who was more incredible than I originally thought. I just decided I had to be whatever Master needed me to be. She blushed. I could do that if I wanted to. The little girl responded defiantly. I just didn't feel like it. To answer your question, if she can transform, then she should still be able to. It might take more effort. In here, the sword is just a soul construct and the manifestation of your will. One can accomplish a lot with their will. But when it comes to physical use, it will take time and practice. I see. I nodded as I took in what he said. Oh, and another thing. She will end up cursed in the end. This is a dungeon, and we are miasma, so ultimately, she will become miasma as well. I believe, with her mind, she will be able to resist the bloodthirst and corruption that comes with it. However, in time, her mind will inevitably degrade. On the bright side, by that point, you'll be long dead. Thursday, then, when I die, I will be buried with Master. Elysia didn't look put off at all. Deke, you will be the only one who can wield her. Anyone else would be slowly corrupted as I was. This is why someone with a god soul is needed. There might be another way, I said. I can. Absorb and purify miasma, I explained. As a white mage and a dark priest. Well, I have some tricks up my sleeve. I once used myself a sieve purifying the miasmic infection of a budding demon lord. Upon reflection, that was probably the act that set me on the course of getting a god soul in the first place. However, when it comes to Elysia, I can purify the magic. The amount of miasma being used to use you as a channel. He held up his hands. If she can take it, so can I. Very well. Then instead of a cursed blade, perhaps this sets the time where we'll create the very first blessed blade. Chapter 1087. Big Sister. I'll help you become the greatest weapon this world has ever known. The little girl smiled up at Alicia. Be big sister. Alicia grew flustered. The little girl was sitting on Alicia's lap while her father worked the forge. It had a feeling of familiarity between the two. This was likely how she had spent many nights before she had been lured into the dungeon and had her world destroyed. This was the alleged dungeon master and the person who had been trying to destroy us for the last few days. We had been in a bloody fight to the death with her not 2 hours prior. Yet, now, that little girl sat in Alicia's lap and even called her big sister. The conflict that Alicia used to have seemed to be disappearing. She had lived her life despising dungeons and destroying them at any cost. Now, a dungeon was about to help us. And the same beings she had once thought were evil turned out to be so normal. It's too bad my assistant's soul wasn't sucked in here. The man sighed. You need help? I asked. Standing up and walking into the forge with just a bit of familiarity. Sorry, no offense, unless you have a blacksmith job. You should stay out of the forge. The man held up his hand. No offense taken, I chuckled. Setting my job to apprentice blacksmith. I am an apprentice blacksmith. Oh. Level 7 I must have gone up when I put my sigil on Alicia. I had naturally used the job during that time. But I had passed out shortly after finishing the job. Besides, I was in far too much pain to notice some announcement appearing in front of me. You are an apprentice blacksmith, the man cried out. This was loud enough to be heard by Alicia and the little girl. Deke is an apprentice blacksmith, Alicia repeated out loud. I thought you were a white mage with true dungeon diver. I am. I laughed awkwardly. I think I recall you mentioning Dark Priest. Don't forget Dungeon Master. The little girl piped up. Well, technically I was a dungeon builder. You are also a hero, right? Alicia frowned. And a slave master. Deke, just how many jobs do you have? Ha ha. Let's not get into that right now. I redirected the conversation. I can help you with the blacksmithing. Well, level 7 is better than nothing, I guess. He muttered and then nodded to an apron. I grabbed it and then took over the forge. After getting the fire up to the temperature he wanted, I began to work swiftly and quickly. It wasn't as smooth as it had been with Garnet. In her case, we were bound together and I could read her wants and needs. However, I did a good enough job since I was supplementing with my cook ability, which offered me excellent fire control and temperature gauging. Not bad, he said after watching me work for a while. Since you will be the one to wield her, then being part of her creation is ideal, I think. He quickly loosened up and began to trust me with larger tasks. I fell into the work, not entirely sure how long we did so. He hammered, and I fetched him supplies and kept the forges hot. Time passed, and before we knew it, there was a finished blade. It looked much like the blade she had originally appeared as. However, the metal had a slight red tinge to it, and it somehow was more imposing than before. Time for Step 2. Chapter 1088. Deke, I must warn you. I am not sure what will happen. This sword was forged in my dungeon, and it is ultimately touched with miasma. I had once thought my daughter was free of miasma, but it slowly cursed her. As for your Alicia, the same may be true in the end. We can only do our best. I was confident in my ability to remove that infection. Even if a bit of miasma ended up left inside her, and it started to invade her soul, I'd be able to purify it again and again. Once I reconnected with Miki, she'd likely be able to help. I was sure Alea and Astria could figure out something as well. Either way, I had a lot of resources to pull from, so even if things went bad, I was confident that we could figure it out. All right, then let's begin. He turned to Alicia. If you will. I wasn't sure what he meant as he held his hand out. But the little girl got off of Alicia, and then she flashed, turning back into a blade. That blade flew toward the blacksmith, who caught it in his hand. He now had two swords, one in each hand. One of them was a real blade forged by metal. The other was a soul blade formed by Alicia's soul. Once they were combined, it would create a magic sword unlike anything ever seen. Some magic weapons in this world were powered by a soul, but it was usually the soul of a monster. The most common blades include the souls of wolves, while one might even be lucky to find a dragon blade. This sword was going to contain the soul of a human. To some, this kind of action might be seen as evil, but I didn't know much about such things. All I knew is that I needed the power to defeat my enemies, and that Alicia wanted to try this path, which would keep this dungeon from wasting away. This is the part that will hurt, he explained. I reached out and grabbed the table, my hand squeezing it as I readied myself. Yes, I still planned to accept the pain on my own. He shoved the two blades into the fire. At this point, they were being merged at a spiritual and physical level. This wouldn't be possible to do in a real forge without a great deal of magic and preparation. However, because this was a dungeon, he was able to do something unique. I clenched my teeth as the searing feeling shot through me. The blacksmith looked down at Alicia, a slightly confused expression on his face. He then looked at me. The pained expression on my face and the red cheeks, and he nodded to himself. Deke? I can handle it. Alicia spoke up through our re-established slave communication. It's okay. Please. Don't do this all by yourself. The pain was growing worse. The little girl who was sitting by herself watching us work looked at me and finally realized just what had happened. She gasped. H, he's... She pointed at me accusingly. Had I known, I would have done the same, her father said calmly. Oh, Oh! She blushed, looking down at her hands awkwardly. This! The blacksmith suddenly grew alert as Alicia's blade started to shift. He grabbed the handle, but it started to struggle. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Deke, I won't let you experience all of the pain on your own. If she keeps this up, the sword will fail. It's okay. I am doing." I wasn't able to finish that sentence as the pain became too much. "Deke, we're in this together. Remember, we need to do this together." I looked up at the sword glowing red in the forge. And I shakily nodded. "Okay. I think I can." "Select how much." I decided to stop talking and just do it. I began to send some of the pain her way, lightening the load on myself. It felt relieving as I gave her some. "Thursday this." Her voice came through shakily. "You've been holding back." That was only 10%. I began to share more and more with her as the pain increased. However, when I reached 50%, the amount of pain was still increasing. The burning and searing grew more and more. But I refused to give her more than 50%. Chapter 1089. It's time for the final part. The man announced after what felt like forever. "Deke, I will send miasma your way. You must purify it and send it into the blade. Through the pain?" I opened my eyes and could see that the two blades were now superimposed together. It looked like when Elysia went to cut souls or mana. It was a translucent, glowing sword that looked slightly out of sync with the physical blade. Since I had declared myself a dungeon master, I was able to pull in and tame the miasma from this dungeon. Since the other dungeon masters wouldn't be fighting me, then it flowed quite easily. I could still feel the pain with Elysia. It was nearly unbearable, but I had to remain lucid. If I couldn't, then Elysia would end up cursed. With a roar, I began to send purified mana into her. The flow of energy moved from the dungeon into her. At first, it started as a trickle, but it grew more and more, flooding through me and into her like a sieve. Between the pain of the forge and the stress of the miasma, I felt like I was breaking. I was shaking defiantly as I tried to manage everything by myself. Time passed, and the flow kept coming. After I thought plenty of time passed, I turned to the blacksmith, who was holding his daughter peacefully as he watched us. How much more?" "Until she's done," I demanded. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I didn't say all of it." What? What do you mean?" The little girl looked up at him, and he smiled at her, patting her head. I said, "We were going to pass on our power to Elysia, the power of our ancient blades, and all the souls taken by us. All of it. The entire dungeon is a massive reservoir of power, and all of that power will flood into you." As if to make this point, the dungeon suddenly shook, and I could hear cracking sounds. My eyes began to widen. He had said as much, but I had never realized what he truly meant. He planned to destroy the dungeon, to distill its entire being into pure essence, and give that power to Elysia. When I took a blessing, that was essentially what happened. The dungeon would give up all of its miasma, convert it to mana, and then give it to me. However, this was happening differently. He was breaking down everything in the dungeon, converting it into mana using me, and then putting that into my sword. In a normal dungeon, there would be some stuff surviving that would collapse and decay. In this dungeon, since it was a soul world, all would be converted into energy. I continued to pull on the energy, losing focus on the man and his daughter as more and more power flowed through. The ground began to shake regularly, and even the room seemed to be shrinking. Suddenly, the forge crumpled, collapsing in on itself and being sucked into an epicenter like a black hole. At this point, the flow of energy quadrupled. The pain didn't lessen at all, and the flow became too much. Miasma started to flow into the sword from the surrounding dungeon. I couldn't even see the sword anymore. All I could see was a glowing light that sucked in all of the darkness. I tried to feed that light mana, but the faster it sucked in this world, the more minuscule my converted mana became. I had failed to create a blessed sword. You will know what to do next. A voice came from my ear. I turned to see the man standing there, smiling. He reached out and handed me a crystal. This is the crystallized soul of my daughter. Please find some way to make use of her. Are you a father? Something about the man's peaceful look gave me a moment of clarity. I have. 2 babies on the way. He smiled. Take care of them with everything you have. I will. Then, with this, I am content, and my story is complete. Goodbye, hero. His body shimmered and turned to light, floating up into the sky and then getting consumed into the swirling vortex. The world around me was black now, just above everything that existed getting sucked into the vortex. It was just me and the vortex, floating in a void of infinite nothingness. The flow of energy slowed and then stopped. The pain I had been feeling dissipated. Floating in the void was a spinning orb, a dungeon lore. Except, it didn't look like any dungeon lore I had ever claimed before. It was a mixture of black and white. The orb was 50% of each, blended seamlessly together. God's soul. I breathed. The orb began to shoot toward me. I had expected this, though. I didn't turn away. I didn't run. I didn't curse my luck. Instead, I held out my hand and grabbed the orb as it slammed into me. It entered into my body. I didn't writhe in pain. This level of pain was nothing compared to what I just experienced. Instead, I closed my eyes and did something I had never done before. I absorbed it all willingly. Congratulations. You have completed the illusory sword realm. True Dungeon Diver had increased by 10 levels. For completing the lore, you have gained 10 dungeon points. The sword lore is now a part of you. You have gained the illusory sword's blessing. You have gained the god's sword Elysium. You have an increased affinity with magic swords. You can call your sword from anywhere. Defeating dungeons and absorbing blessings. Increase is your sword's power. Magic Swordsman has increased by 10 levels. Apprentice Blacksmith has increased by 10 levels. You have become one with the sword. You have unlocked the Job Master Swordsman. Chapter 1090. In the middle of a large plaza was a sword shoved into the ground. This sword was a mysterious artifact that had been there as long as people could remember. It had been too difficult to remove. So it had remained there, even as the capital of Osteria grew around it. There had been many myths regarding the sword. Some stated that people often went missing around it. However, when any investigations came, it was difficult to find just who these people were. The more prevailing theory was that the one who drew it would become a great king, leading the Osterian people into their new destiny. Eventually, the sword was discovered to remove the soul of anyone who died by it. This became a prime way to execute those that one didn't want coming back. It had served as an execution block for many years before it was eventually banned. No one knew what happened to the souls cut by the blade. And some argued that it was inhumane when we weren't certain the soul was being destroyed. It finally came to be just an oddity. Spectators would occasionally arrive and try to pull the sword, but other than tourism, it served no other purpose. That was why it was such a great tragedy when the Princess Elysia was forced to kill herself on its blade. The evil lord used dark magic to force her to take her own life. Thankfully, the gallant General Nova was there to fight him. He managed to grievously wound the man with the help of the king in Shin, the national hero and former queen. Deke held the blade as he died, turning to ash. His soul was destroyed along with his body. No one was certain why his body disappeared. But the prevailing theory was that the dark magic he had used to seduce the princess and defeat General Nova in the Osterian marriage cairn meant that when his soul died, there was nothing but ashes remaining. Of course, this entire story was denied vehemently by Abaris. Many in Abaris believed that since they couldn't produce a body, Deke hadn't died at all. That led to increasing conflict. And finally, the two armies marched to their borders, ready to engage in a brutal battle. That battle would be starting any day now. That was only one of the reasons that the plaza was fairly empty. So empty that when the sword slowly dissolved and then turned to ash, no one nearby noticed. A strange cloud formed, hugging the ground where the sword had been. A knowledgeable person would recognize it as miasma. But they might not see it as quite right. There seemed to be something mixed into the miasma. The cloud condensed, swirling as it did. It moved faster and faster, rising 6 feet into the air. The cloud solidified into a body. As quickly as it came, the cloud dissipated, and standing in the middle of the courtyard was a completely naked man. His body glowed. Intricate words and runes that no one could read were drawn all over his body. They erupted in a bright light for a few moments, and then went out with a wink. The man's eyes opened. That man was me. Chapter 1091. Alicia, where are you? I asked, looking around the plaza. There were a few people who had noticed the commotion, but as soon as they saw a naked man standing there, they ran. As for me, I was standing there unabashedly. I felt around in my inventory, but I didn't seem to have any clothing left that fit me. I had only been able to get so much since my size changed a short time ago. No, not short. It had been 2 months since I had entered the illusory sword dungeon. I had to remember that. I am here. A familiar voice spoke in my head. This was like slave communication, but not. I felt like I could talk to Alicia any time now. In the dungeon, we were able to talk with each other because of the weird way our souls were interconnected. Since beating the dungeon, that connection had only grown. Now, the pair of us were bonded together. I was certain of that. However, if we were together, then where was CW here is here? I frowned. Here. Dummy. At that moment, my hand started to glow. There was a blessing on the back of my right hand now. Why, you are a blessing, something like that. I can come out if you want. But can I stay a little longer? I feel. Really good. Master feels all around me. I like it is all. Well, there is no reason to call you yet. I just wanted to make sure I can... Speaking of comfy and covered, I looked down at my naked body and then out across the square. My eyes landed on a seamstress, and I immediately headed in that direction. As I approached, I could hear voices inside. You should go to the celebration. Mom? I don't want to. Well, you are not going to meet an attractive young man working in a seamstress job all day? I insist. At that point, I pushed past the doors into the shop. There was a middle-aged woman who was busy arguing with her daughter. They were both Austrian women, so they were around 6 feet tall. That was a bit short for an Austrian, but still passable. As soon as I walked in, all eyes fell on me. The young girl turned red, spinning away. The older woman crossed her arms and very thoroughly looked at me until even I felt like covering up. I require clothes, I declared. I can see that. The woman grinned. Have you met my daughter, Mom? The girl hissed, with her back turned on me. Well, assist our guest. I thought you wanted me to go to the celebration now. You made a persuasive argument, her mom declared. Just take care of our guest. Take as long as you need. She wasn't able to say more, as her mom had already escaped to the back while chortling to herself. She turned her head to me, but still wouldn't look directly at me. Need some clothes, then yes. I have a few gold left, I think. I found myself without anything good to wear. You know how it is. I see. So, I take it you'll want something fancy. Fancy? Why so, for the celebration, of course. It'll be starting soon and go on all night, right after the wedding. I am sorry. There is a wedding, of course. General Nova's wedding? Have you been under a rock? Did I somehow end up going back in time, General Nova? His marriage to Princess Alicia. The girl finally glanced at me, an expression of disbelief. No, Alicia died 2 months ago. Before they even, Anyway, it's the wedding of General Nova and Princess Eliana. Chapter 1092. Eliana. I struggled to keep my cool. It's okay, Deke. We'll handle this. Alicia's reassuring voice echoed in my head. I am okay. I took a breath and then glanced back at the girl. I've been out on a prolonged hunting trip. You'll have to refresh my memory. Isn't Eliana the princess of Aberys? Yes, it's true. Aberys and the Ost Republic are on the cusp of war. The armies are at the border, but marriage will fix all of that. The girl spoke passionately. Over the last 2 months, since Princess Eliana visited our country, she's ended up talking with a lot of humans. She's become really idolized and loved. Some were pushing for her to marry the king, but he refused. However, General Nova volunteered to take her hand. Once they take the vows, they'll go to the border and broker a peace. Surely, those humans in Aberys will desire to put aside their differences once they see their princess happily married to one of our own. It's romantic. Their love will save all of us from a war, and we can finally put the evil deeds of that Lord Deekson behind us. Evil deeds? I blinked. But as the girl continued to stare at me blankly, I shook my head and smiled. I would like your finest suit. Make it something befitting a groom. Ah, oh, okay. And while you do that, tell me everything that has happened the last 2 months. As she worked, the girl continued to gossip. I asked her about everything I could think of. She didn't seem to know about any L4 anyone meeting race's description. 2 months ago, I was declared dead. The general and his family fled, and it was all explained as some kind of failed coup. The Ost Republic managed to foil my plans, but at the cost of the life of Alicia. Naturally, with Elijah a prisoner and me killed, and only rumors to go on, King Edward responded with a show of force. Communications had been dancing back and forth between the two nations, with things finally boiling to the point of war. Although the seamstress spoke of Eliana and Nova's marriage as a last-ditch effort to sway the nations, I could see through the truth of it. Eliana was being misled and possibly coerced. Nova was going to marry her as some kind of victory over me. It would also hide her pregnancy. As for the talk about her being a national treasure or something, I didn't know what had happened. I also asked about the West Aberys and Chom, but that wasn't known to her either. As I tried to pick her brain for every last detail of the situation, Alicia listened in stony silence. We finished talking just about the time that my outfit was finished. She only needed to make a few minor adjustments for it to fit me. This was an Austerian shop, after all, and with the festivities, they had several spare outfits. Master, what is your plan? Elysia finally asked as I put enough coin on the counter. Swapping merchant in so I could claim my discount. I am done acting passively, I said. I am going to blast through anything that gets in my way. Then I will be by your side to help you. Naturally. I smiled as I left the shop, only to stop short. A dozen guards were standing there. They all had weapons up and pointed in my direction. "Halt!" the man cried out. "What is it?" I responded in a relaxed state. "Are reports of an indecent man appearing near the ancient sword." The man's voice gained strength as he spoke. "You are to be detained immediately. Elysia?" "Yes, master. Try not to kill them." I held out my hand as the tattoo began to glow. "Yes, master." Chapter 1093. "You look so beautiful, my lady," a woman said, combing Eliana's hair. "Why do you look so sad?" Eliana stroked her stomach, now a clear bump in front of her. However, when she stood, the dress was made in such a way where that bump wouldn't be noticeable. It was part of what General Nova had demanded when it came to such a wedding. Eliana gave a non-committal answer. Ever since the day her world fell apart, the day where she was placed under house arrest, and found out her beloved Deke died, she had been somewhat listless. She did her best to remain strong. Officially, she wasn't being called a prisoner. She was merely being detained while investigations could be made. However, she knew the truth of it. She was a bargaining chip. The Ostrepublik was trying to leverage against Aberys to force them to accept terms. Her country had gathered an army to make a show of force, but it was unclear to Eliana what her brother would do. Would he bend a knee to get her back? She couldn't be certain. That was why a marriage had to occur. Only when she submitted could she save the pride of her people. Eliana was no fool either. From the moment she was apprehended, she had used her unique status and visited hundreds of diplomats and local politicians. She had done everything in her power to protect her people, her baby, and herself. To do that, she went out every day, offering aid, advice, wealth, and a smile to the people of the Ostrepublik. The Austerians didn't much care for her at all. To them, she didn't have any strength, which is what they valued most. When it came to the humans, however, she was a resounding hit. The king could only gnash his teeth as Eliana slowly became the Ostrepublik's beloved human princess. Although the Ostrepublik's humans were a republic run by a council, that didn't diminish their love of a princess, which allowed them to push back against the overreaching Austerian rulership, which had increasingly gained power and suppressed the humans over the last 20 years. So, it was only natural when it came to her being married that the humans wanted her to marry someone favored by the humans themselves. That man turned out to be General Nova, who, although he was an Austerian, had many human lovers and showed great care for the human race. He was even heralded as a hero who had killed the evil Deke. This reality wasn't lost on Eliana, who had given up her pride, her love, and her life. She would be marrying the man who killed her love, and he would even be taking care of her child. It was the most bitter reality imaginable. Yet, for the sake of her young one and the sake of her kingdom, she had to go through with all of it. She couldn't even do what she wanted. And kill herself because that would hurt Deke's child in her stomach. Of course, she didn't know about Demon Lord Aberys. She didn't know he had already planned a bad end for her and her child. Even Nova was only just a pawn in his game. The only saving grace was that he had left the city to lead the march against the Aberys army. This wasn't to fight, but to negotiate the terms of surrender. The Ost Republic had already won. The door opened. "It's time for your marriage, princess." Eliana held all the pain inside as she stood up, straightened her wedding dress one more time, put up her veil, and left. She took the arm of a human dignitary. He was a kind man who had treated her quite well these last 2 months. The music began, and she started to walk up the aisle. Chapter 1094. We are gathered here today. The door exploded open. "I object." "I haven't gotten to that part yet." The young-looking, flat-chested priestess, reading the vows, immediately shouted back red-faced. The sun was up in such a way that it shone in from behind the mysterious man who kicked out the door, shrouding him in darkness and making it difficult to see who he was. Even Eliana stared in confusion as, moments after she got up front and the ceremony began, the door was rudely kicked open and a trespasser entered. This was extra confusing because there were guards outside, not to mention the vast crowds of people. What sane person would storm up the steps of a cathedral in broad daylight in front of 10,000 witnesses, force their way past a half-dozen guards, and then kick open the door and object? Who are you? Sorry. I am not in the mood to be patient any longer." The voice came from the door, pulling at Eliana's chest for reasons she couldn't understand. The man began to walk forward, and as he left the light of the midday sun and entered into the church, people were able to make him out. Gasps exploded out from the crowds on both sides. A ghost and a monster had just walked right into the church. Laying calmly on his shoulder was a massive blade. It had a brutal-looking blade, a thick hand, and a light red hue to it. And if it carried the malice of the world? "Deke!" Eliana's cry came out as a wail. She was in complete shock. She felt like she was falling and floating at the same time. Was this a dream? Did she pass out and come to this wonderful world? Draven Nova's face turned several different shades of color before it finally settled on red. "You should be dead. And yet..." "Here I am." I held out my hand innocently. "What was it called? I challenge you to a carn." "Hey." "You won once before by pure luck," he shouted. "You don't even have the right to demand a carn, but I'll indulge you." And this time, I will put you down for good. Well, there is no time like the present. I lowered my sword. He snarled, holding out his hand. One of the men by his side quickly pulled out and handed him a sword. Arrogant! Elysia. Cut everything but him. My pleasure, master. My entire body glowed, and those glowing runes moved up my sword too. It looked as if the blessings on my body were linked to the sword like we were seamlessly one object. I attacked, not depending on any skills, but pulling on the full strength of my blessings to increase my speed. Draven met me head on, an arrogant glee in his face as went for a killing move. His blade met mine, and then my blade kept going. It slid through the metal of his blade. There was only a split second when his expression turned from one of condescending victory into one of horror. The blade struck his armor, and then that separated too. The blade bisected through his entire body, slashing him from his right hip to his left shoulder, seemingly cutting him in two. His armor exploded. His clothing went with it. The man himself went flying back, a spear of blood shooting out of his mouth as he stared in wide-eyed wonder. Flying away from me, he slammed into the wall, shattering the stone like a crater. His naked body fell to the floor, and he slumped to his knees. Chapter 10, 95. There was silence as everyone stared in wonder. It had all happened too fast. In a single swipe of my blade, I had destroyed his weapon, his beautiful shining armor, and his clothing, and now he was on the ground panting, blood leaking from his mouth, shaking and unable to move. Eliana had her hands together, staring at me like she was afraid to breathe. I continued walking toward the man. None of the soldiers moved to stop me. Technically, this was a challenge, and they couldn't get in the way of it. Even if they did, General Nova was a powerful fighter, one of the best in the nation. How could someone who defeated him so easily be handled by the likes of them? I stopped right in front of him. I lowered the sword, pointing it at him. He was on his knees, naked, still trying to give me a defiant look. He looked up at me, baring his teeth in a bloody snarl. "Do it! Kill me, then!" he shouted. His words caused the crowds behind me to start to murmur unhappily. No matter what happened, this was still a hero of the country. If I killed them, there would be a lot of unrest. That didn't matter to me. I leaned close to him and spoke quietly. But it was still loud enough that the silent room could hear. "I am not going to kill you. Do you know why I smirked? It's because you are not a threat to me." "Why, you?" He sputtered. I stabbed the blade into the ground. A moment later, it began to shimmer, and then it turned into the form of Elysia. She could appear any way she wanted. And the way she appeared now was in full adventurer armor, looking like she always did. If my presence caused gasps, hers caused the entire crowd to explode in shock. General Nova's mouth flapped open and closed like a fish as she walked up to him. "Elysia?" a girl cried out, who I recognized as being one of the members of Titanfall, her former adventurer group. Draven. Alicia's eyes were focused on the general. Why, yes, consider this our divorce. She kicked up, slamming her foot into his naked, unprotected balls. The men in the crowd all let out collective noises of sympathy. Even I tightened my legs as I heard him let out a high-pitched whine and then collapse to the side. However, even his women didn't give him sympathy. Most of the girls from his harem were furious. He was marrying another woman. Once was one thing, but this second marriage had been far too hasty. On top of that, he was already married. Only 2 months after his supposed wife died, he was already trying to marry another woman. It was only now that she appeared that people began to realize just how scuzzy that appeared. Alicia disappeared as quickly as she appeared. A white light flowing back into my hand as I left the crippled man and walked up to Eliana. She shook anxiously as she waited for me to approach her. Deek. Her voice broke, tears starting to fall down her face. I am sorry I took so long. She shook her head. And no. You came. Then. I am going to make it up to you. Look where we are. We're in a church. There is a priestess. Let's make this official. Her body shook even harder now. Oh, official! Will you be mine? Yes? Yes, I will. Priestess. She was standing there picking her ear. Are you done interrupting another ceremony? Do it. I want to be with Eliana for the rest of our lives. Fine. She sighed, not sounding enthused at all. Then, Eliana, do you give your consent? I do. And you. Lord Deekson, I do. We held each other's hands and looked deep into each other's eyes. This didn't feel hasty at all. But something that was bound to happen. I wouldn't let something like this ever happen again. Then, as my power as a priestess, I will bond you together. She lifted her hands, chanting as a white light settled on us. You are now master and slave. She blinked. What? I cocked my head. In accordance with the Karn, she's now yours for all eternity. The girl lazily responded. Isn't that what you wanted? Eliana has become your slave? The room was very silent for a while. Chapter 1096. Name Eliana Abris. Title Princess of Abris. Slave of Deek race. Half. Human half. Fake class mediator. Job adept magician. 12. Available jobs nobility. 32. Novice magician. 50. Apprentice spirit magician. 25. Adept spirit magician. 12. I was looking to marry her. You dumb lowly, I snapped as the text danced in my vision. Wait. Spirit magician 3rd tier Eliana had some pretty amazing abilities. Didn't she? What was a spirit magician? I had never even heard of such a job. On top of that, she was only half human. She was a faking. Abris was human. But her mother wasn't. I had heard she was just a servant that he banged. Did she know the truth about herself, unfortunately? I didn't have time to think about such things. My words had enraged the idiot who had accidentally made her my slave. Who are you calling lowly? I am the archpriestess of the Church of the Daughter. You dare, she snapped. Archpriestess, not archbishop. The Church of the Mother was run by Archbishop Mary in Aubrey's. The Church of the Daughter was seemingly run by this girl. As soon as I asked this, she puffed out her chest, or lack thereof, and glared at me. Most of the priestesses I had seen were flat-chested, but this girl, in particular, was also very short and had a child-like face. That's what prompted me to call her a lowly. You are that supposed champion the Melon Church has been talking about, aren't you? Pretending that size doesn't matter? You blasphemed fool. This conversation began in front of the church after she enslaved Eliana to me. Perhaps this shouldn't be the focus of discussion right now. A man spoke up. This would be the councilman who had escorted Eliana up the aisle. He had an uneasy expression on his face as he looked at the two of us. Right. Of course. The archpriestess shook her head and then threw a finger at me. You are under arrest? Oh, I shifted the blade and stabbed it into the ground in front of me. What for, naturally? Why, for killing the Ah! She looked at the sword hesitantly. Insurrection. She ended her line by changing what she was saying. I smiled. Oh, then you better arrest me then. She frowned, taking a step back. Right. Arrest him? At this point, numerous guards began to enter the church. The majority of them were humans, as the Austerians were being used as a show of force up north. Eliana grabbed my arm, a look of worry on her face. I gave her a gentle smile and pulled her toward me. Then I turned to the guards, lifting the sword back on my shoulder. With my free hand, I gestured for them to come. The guards all hesitated, staring at each other. So you'll be arrested willingly? The man asked in a worried voice. I will not. Wei, what are you saying? Why did you say we should arrest you? Then the lowly behind me cried out. That's your prerogative. If you wish to detain me, that's your choice. As for me allowing it, that's my choice. Any man here who stands in my way will die by my sword. If you think you have the power to stop me, then be my guest. No one moved. Chapter 1097, Deke. Eliana breathed. I am tired of being bullied. I am tired of being ordered. I am tired of your political maneuvering. I continued. Most of all, I am tired of that damn demon lord Aboris. Your supposed king was possessed by the demon lord a long time ago. His mind was warped and his personality destroyed. General Nova here knows it's true. My words caused the murmuring of the crowds to explode. A few people turned to General Nova, who had managed to finally return to his knees, but under the look of so many, he turned his head shamefully. It was all the proof they needed. The councilman in front was just as shocked as all of them. While this news was known among many Asterians, the humans would never allow themselves to submit under the demon lord again. General Nova, who was loved by humans, had even known. Well, he denied it because it was convenient. But I had told him the truth, and deep down he likely had his suspicions. He had never told any of the humans this, though, because they wouldn't react like the Austerians who favored strength over even species. So, what if he was the demon lord? If he had the power to lead them to victory, then it didn't matter. It was a complete betrayal of the humans' trust. A few of the girls from his harem looked at him with shocked disbelief. Like their loved one had just revealed he was a monster. We can't be certain this is true," the councilman said. "It's true." A female voice sounded out through the crowd, causing even more shifting. "Ah! Lady!" Elysia, the sword in my hand, shimmered, and I put it down, causing it to turn into Elysia once more. The day I died, it was to thwart him from regaining his prior power. My mother is nothing but a puppet now, and my brother is the demon lord. This is something I've had to come to accept. It was Deke here who conquered the ancient sword and freed my soul. Each word was like a thunderstrike to the people listening, but those last words caused gasps and cries of alarm. Conquered. The ancient sword. The councilman looked around in confusion. At that moment, a man standing in the back shouted, "The ancient sword in the courtyard is gone." Several people looked back at him to see a beaten-up guard. He was an Austerian man. So he stood above most of the other guards and was easy to identify. He was one of those I had taken care of in the plaza after they had greeted me outside the seamstress. His words were like a wildfire, causing even more murmurs. The councilman raised his hand, eventually getting quiet. Even if this is all true, there is little we can do about it at this point. We will need to discuss. "I don't care about your discussions," I broke in, causing the man to stiffen. "What you choose to do is your problem. This is not my country, and you are not my people. The only thing that matters to me is what is mine. This woman is mine. And Abaris is mine. Right now, your country is threatening what is mine. Do you know what that makes you, An enemy." He shook. "Exactly." Chapter 1098. "Eliana, where is Faina and Raisa?" I asked. She looked away. "I don't know." "Why, you can't sense them." I clenched my teeth in frustration. The slave bonds had not been restored. It was like I had never had a slave at all. Eliana and Elysia, the two princesses, were the only bonds I could feel at the moment. It felt extremely empty and alone. Furthermore, 2 months had passed. Any number of things could have happened since then. I tried to keep my cool, though. I would find them. "Deke, we are both reasonable men. Perhaps an agreement can be reached." I received a report just 10 minutes ago. Right now, both armies are lined up on the border, ready for battle. With a word, the two armies will attack, and there will be untold loss of life on both sides. We can come up with some kind of... Eliana? I cut the man off and turned to her. She seemed to know what I wanted and merely nodded. Go, my love. I'll be safe here. I promise. I made a face at that, but the councilman straightened. No harm would come to Eliana here, ever. Your king planned to kill Eliana, turning my child into an incubator he could use to regain his power, I responded scornfully. What protection could you possibly offer? Eliana gasped, covering her stomach, clearly shocked by my revelation. Even hearing that the demon lord Aberes was the king had barely fazed her, but this left her scared. He did what that angry cry came from Draven, who had managed to find some clothing and got back on his feet. As soon as he moved too much, though, he grimaced and grabbed his side where he was still injured. Did you ever think the demon lord cared about Austerians? Did you think that because he possessed one, he would have any more love for you or your people? He was using you all. Hey, he still is. Draven lowered his head. But there was a fury in his eyes, and it wasn't directed at me. The councilman was also shaking his head. We will strip him of his power. That won't be necessary. I'll be taking my leave. The man blinked. WH, what are you doing? Where are you going? I am going to the border. I have a demon lord to kill. Kay, kill him. You'll kill the king. You still want him alive after what I've said? I raised an eyebrow. How can that be true? It was the archpriestess who spoke up. We oppose the demon lord vehemently. If the king even contains a fraction of his malice, then we will oppose him. Her words as the leader of the church held nearly as much power. It sealed the deal for everyone present. The king must be stopped. We can help, the councilman said after coming to a decision. We'll send messages to the border immediately. We'll stop this disaster. I already said. You do what you want. I've already decided what I am doing. I raised my hand and began to open a portal. I didn't know the exact location, but I had a good idea. Didik, he's surrounded by an army. What do you think you can do? I grinned. Elysia, are you ready for some payback? Elysia smiled. I will travel with Master anywhere. She turned into light and disappeared within my hand. It was still a strange enough scene that many people had to look twice. Watch after Eliana. The future of your country relies on it. It'd also be in the best interest of your country to find the other girls of mine you took. I ordered. Why, you dare. The lowly girl snapped. I walked up to her, towering over her small form. Her eyes widened and she fell back on her butt, shaking. I do. Now, do you dare defy me? I didn't wait for an answer. I turned and then jumped through the forming blue portal. It disappeared shortly after I entered, leaving an after shadow as the blue light dissipated. Thursday, that guy is to overbearing. The councilmen muttered. Eliana smiled, the first genuine smile she had in months. It was a smile that glowed and caused all the people present to stare in wonder. A princess dressed for marriage. Her hair done up, her eyes wet with tears, smiling happily. It was quite the sight. That man is my master, she declared. Chapter 1099. A large barren field sat somewhere near the border of Abaris and the Ost Republic. Two large armies were sitting on either side of a wide no man's land. They were lined up and ready to charge, but were holding off for just a bit longer. If the two armies collided, it was hard to say which side would win. Prince Edward had done his best to gather as many people as he could hear. However, the armies that should have made up the difference in this battle, the former armies gathered by Deke, were nowhere in sight. The primary group here were those who were close allies with the throne, the border patrols, and the armies maintained by General Tybalt. It was a decent army, but the enemies were made of Austrians. There was a saying that it took 3 humans to match 1 Austrian on the battlefield. This was perhaps an exaggeration, but there was no denying their battle prowess. When it came to a full-on battle, major losses were inevitable. Thus, Prince Edward was unwilling to give the order to invade. He was unwilling to push that last line. He had been waiting for several hours for something, anything, to end this standstill. In fact, at this point, if Eliana had married into the Ost Republic and appeared on the border, Prince Edward likely would have folded, and the King of the Ost Republic would have succeeded in ending this conflict for now. After all, his plans for world domination had been delayed, thanks to that foolish princess and that dumb lord. He had lost the soul he had wanted, and new plans had to be made. It was too early to start a conflict now that he didn't have that god soul. Thus, he had planned to end this confrontation through manipulation. He was good at biding his time. Of course, the humans didn't know he was the reincarnated demon lord, and even among the Austrians, only the higher generals even suspected his true form. How much longer until this wedding is over? Demon Lord Abaris demanded in an irritating voice. Patience, my son. You will have everything you want soon, Shin stoically responded. Deke had once accused Shin of being turned into a mindless puppet controlled by King Zarin, but that was only partially true. A complete puppet would need to be controlled at all times. This was far closer to brainwashing. The original Shin was still somewhere deep down inside, but that part of her was inaccessible. When Shin had to face the worst things that Zarin made her do, her face grew slack and her mind grew dim. This was likely some instinctual mechanism that she did to cope with the horrors of her current reality. It was the only part of her original personality that remained. Of course, the Demon Lord didn't see any reason to fix the misconceptions about such a thing. Abaris shook his head. In a few more hours, he'd be able to return home. Then he'd begin work on Eliana's child. Turning it into the incubator, he needed to harvest a new god's soul. He couldn't wait to see the surprised look on General Draven Nova's face when he sticks it into his pregnant wife, only to have his soul sucked out into her baby. Then, it would just be a matter of allowing the baby to be born and consuming its soul. He might not even wait. Consuming mother and child alike suited him just as much. He wouldn't have to wait another 16 years as he had feared. He could have the soul he wanted as soon as next spring. Everything he desired would become his. At that moment, directly in the middle of the battlefield, a portal opened. Out stepped a man, and the end to all of Demon Lord Abaris is scheming. Chapter 1100. This was the third portal I had created, but this one I had placed exactly where I had wanted to be. Nearly 5,000 men on both sides immediately looked down at the mysterious figure that appeared out of nowhere. There was enough distance that most wouldn't be able to make me out clearly. However, I could see them. I had added the 5-point dungeon skill Eagle Eyes, so I could make out every person in the army with ease. In the past, I had ignored this skill. I considered it a waste for just slightly better vision. Now, I began to realize just how much having this sight allowed me to quickly take in a situation. I bet the dungeon store was a treasure trove of useful abilities that I had once just ignored in exchange for an extra job. More experience or a portal? My understanding of my abilities was growing as I did, it seemed. My body glowed as I found another ability I quite liked. It was another 5DP skill called Booming Voice. I am Deek Deekson, hero of Chom, lord of Western Aboris. My voice roared, even startling some horses a distance away. I could see clearly from both sides. Demon Lord Abaris' expression had grown impossibly grim. Meanwhile, Prince Edward's mouth fell open in shock. This man is not King's Aaron, but the Demon Lord Abaris, who possessed King's Aaron's body. He seeks to reinstate the Demon Lord Empire that he once controlled. He will fail. My words were like a shock wave through both armies. Those from Abaris looked around in confusion and wide-eyed wonder. Those on the Ostrepublik side immediately tried to deny or discredit my words in their minds. I was just a crazy dissenter trying to stir up unrest, or something like that. Demon Lord Abaris, you've died many deaths. Your father once skilled you, and you survived by clinging to the sorceress Calypso. Alea and Shin killed you. And you survived by clinging to Shin and Aboris's baby. I killed you, and you've survived by possessing the body of an infant baby. I will no longer allow you to cling to life anymore. This is your end. Here! I pointed Elysia directly at the man. He gave a small gesture, and the puppet named Shin began to race out, coming straight for me. None of the other armies moved, waiting to see the outcome of this battle. It was an old hero of the Ostrepublik against a new hero of Abaris. Most believed that I would be defeated instantly. Even those that had seen me defeat General Nova were no exception. Nova was one enemy, and Shin was on another level. Although she hadn't been in battle for many years, her name was still revered, and was a major reason Prince Edward had been resisting going to battle. He had no one at a level that he felt could take down Shin. I was also curious how powerful this Shin was. The Shin that I knew was a shadow of her former self, but then again, so was this Shin. At least this shin hasn't been weakened over the last 20 years and maintained her strength after having her children. At least this shin had her Austerian blood and strength. Come on, Princess Hero, let's see what you've got. She reached me. Immediately attacking with a blade, I met her with Elysia. Chapter 11:01. I am surprised you didn't cut her blade in half immediately, I said. Powerful swordsmen like Mother can infuse their blade with their mana. This works ideally for magic blades. But any blade can accept a level of mana. This will cause it to be reinforced. The reason we were able to annihilate General Nova's blade so quickly was that you had caught him off guard. He hadn't expected us to attack with such a powerful sword. Mother is far more cautious. Elysia explained. Can't you cut mana? Yes, but not easily. And especially not when it's interwoven with the structure of an already solid physical object. Just because I can cut a string doesn't mean if you weave all those strings into a rope that I would be able to cut that. So, it was like that. I felt a little sad. I had been growing used to cleaving down enemies in a single sweep. I supposed it was only fitting that such a trick would only work on the particularly weak enemies. A stronger enemy had various tricks to defend themselves. Of course, as Elysia grew stronger, and I did as well, our ability to handle stronger enemies would also increase. Our blades smashed into each other. But it wasn't clear who was the victor just yet. Shin leaped back, and then attacked again. Her blade moved like lightning. And she reminded me of the Shin I had encountered in the Twilight Dungeon. That Shin had aided me in defeating the Demon King, and had also given her life for me. Elysia! Don't strike to kill her. Concentrate all of your strength into knocking her unconscious. Master Bates! While it's true that she was once my mother, that would have died long ago. As you said, this is merely a puppet. I am not afraid to kill her. For all we know, Aberrus planted a seed inside her, and once we defeat him, he'll come back again. I don't want to take that risk. Elysia was far more ruthless than I would have thought. However, she had misunderstood me. It wasn't because she was Elysia's mother that I was looking to spare her. Rather, I had a much more selfish reason. I can bring your mother back, I explained as I dodged another strike from her mother. Rather, it'd be more accurate to say that I already brought her back. What are you saying? Remember what Demon Lord Aberrus and I spoke about. Your mother tried to cut the Demon Lord Aberrus from herself to save her to children. That means that for a time, there were two Shins. One Shin went north and the other south. The other Shin was trapped in a dungeon. But for various reasons, I've recovered a piece of her body and soul. I believe that this Shin would contain another piece. In short, if I combine them, I can bring your mother back. Is that true? She spoke in a stunned voice. Deke? Can we afford the risk? What if the personality of this Shin wins out, and you only destroy the other eye? Have faith in my Shin. It's as simple as that. Then I will do as master commands. Chapter 11. O2 Shin's status only came away with question marks. Her identity was so hard to contemplate that even the system didn't know what to make of her. It was also possible that her level was so high that I couldn't detect it. It happened from time to time, but never with a slave. If the latter was true, then Shin was even more powerful than I thought. Unfortunately, she was severely injured. A damaged soul that had further been brainwashed by a demon lord. Even then, it was a fight I had only managed with the combined strength of myself and Elysia. However, now that she was down, I switched my focus to the man I wanted to kill more than anything else. I had never actually wanted someone dead before. But after all of the things the demon Lord Aberes had done, and how much trouble he had caused for me, I desired to put him down for good. After I recovered my breath, I lifted my sword and pointed it at the man. "Your turn," I shouted, my voice still being amplified by my dungeon points kill. The demon Lord Aberes, in the body of the former king, stood up, his eyes meeting mine. Then he let out a shout. "Charge! Attack!" he cried out. His voice wasn't nearly as imposing as mine, but it was just loud enough that the army around him clearly heard him. If this had been 15 minutes ago, they would gladly have charged into the army of humans and fought to the death. They would have died for their king and country. However, that was 15 minutes ago. Now, there was the accusation that their king was a demon lord. Perhaps many of the Asturians could ignore this. But for the humans in the group, this was a deal breaker. They wouldn't fight for that man who had oppressed them for so many years. Most might be able to convince themselves that this was a lie and charge anyway. But that wasn't the only thing holding them back now. Although he was king, the truth was, this was just a name. The Asturians favored power and strength. The strongest had the right to rule. That strongest in their minds had always been Shin. She had resigned her position and given it to her son. No one questioned this, because as her son, they'd assume he was powerful. And even if he wasn't, as long as she was backing him, then they would follow him. This was one such reason he didn't want to start the war until after he restored himself with a god soul. He was too weak at the moment. Once he had a god soul, he wouldn't need Shin anymore, and would be able to suppress the Asturians with his power. However, now the great princess hero lay defeated at my feet, still unconscious, and it was anyone's guess how powerful the king was. Until he fought me personally and showed his strength surpassed my own, they wouldn't follow him. All of this ignored the biggest problem. The death of Princess Elysia was the thing that ignited their fighting spirits the most, and she was standing in front of them, between their target. To attack the respectable princess to avenge the princess made no sense at all. All of these reasons, and several more, made it so when the demon Lord Aberes gave such a flashy order, not a single member of his army moved forward. They all remained firmly where they were, their eyes on him. "Treasonous," he accused. but no one budged. King's Aaron took a deep breath and then turned and ran. Chapter 11, 03. This battle had gone on long enough. It became time to finish it. Shin began to glow, seemingly using one of her skills. I launched various attacks at once. Leaning heavily on haste and explosive movement, combining it with magic swordman's skill extended blade and quick attack. I had been allowing myself to work slowly up until this point, so the sudden explosion caught her completely off guard. I also used phase shift, which could be activated instantaneously. In short, I disappeared and reappeared next to her, striking at a speed that even the great princess hero couldn't stop. Still, to her credit, she managed to raise her blade. I pushed phase, shift into the blade, and it shimmered for a second, passing through her blade. The sword struck her. In reality, doing it this way killed my momentum. If I was doing a physical strike by using this method, I would have lost all power and wouldn't have even been able to damage her. However, my sword was glowing blue, and my aim was intended to render her unconscious, not injure her. The sword struck, and the woman collapsed to her knee. Her eyes fluttered for a second, but then she shot a glare at me. She had managed to resist it. However, she was momentarily stunned. Immediately changing my plan, I shoved my hand on her forehead. After hot swapping my jobs, I began to form a slave bond. Kia! She let out a cry as I began to try to force her into slavery. Forcing someone into slavery was generally impossible with the low-level skill bond slave. However, when I reached level 50, I had gained a much stronger slave ability, enslavement. I had predicted that it would allow you to forcibly enslave someone. As soon as I began to use it, I realized it was a battle of will. To succeed, I had to enforce my will over another. Perhaps this also would have been impossible against Shin normally. But this version of Shin had already had her will destroyed by the Demon Lord, and her soul had chopped away the parts of herself that had the most defiance. In short, she was a woman who submitted. This was why I believed once she combined with my Shin, that it would be my Shin who won out. This was just my hopeful belief, though. Despite all of these conditions being in my favor, it was still extremely difficult. A minute passed by, and everyone only sat and watched in confusion. A violent battle had begun, only to suddenly stop after I had seemingly cut Shin. Then she fell to her knees, and I put my hand on her forehead. Since then, she let out muffled cries and screams, and we both seemed to be in exertion, but nothing else happened. I began to realize that even here, she was too strong. Enslavement was truly an ability that only worked against the extremely weak. However, I was unwilling to give up. With a roar, my body began to glow. The tattoos of all my blessings began to shine brightly. It was a sight seen by everyone present. From the previous fight, there had been enough gashes and cuts that parts of the blessings could be seen all over. I sent all of that power into my enslavement, and the hand where Elysium resided shone the brightest. Elysia's form appeared beside her mother. If my appearance caused a shock wave, then hers was a tsunami. The demon lord's expression turned from one of anger to one of shock and then fear. Mother, let go. Elysia put her hands on Shin's shoulder and whispered these words. Shin looked over at her daughter, and for the briefest moment, there was a flash of expression. It was happiness, an expression that shouldn't have appeared on the face of a puppet. Then, she let out a scream and collapsed. As she fell, I dropped to one knee but managed to remain standing. Shin has become your slave. Chapter 11. 04. The men only watched as King's Aaron fled back into the army. It wasn't clear how far he planned to run, but definitely out of my sight, as if I would allow that. I initiated a teleport and then appeared right in front of him. He stopped short, his eyes widening. "You dare!" he cursed. "Attack him!" The men did move to grab me at this point. It was one thing to hesitate on the king's orders. It was quite another to stand by and watch them get murdered. Whatever fate King's Aaron was to face, these soldiers felt it the duty of the Ost Republic to do such things. I suspected that this would happen, which was why I didn't care to stay. I reached out and grabbed the demon lord Aboris's arm before anyone could take a step. Slave swap? Similar to heroes switch position? Slave swap was a slave master ability at level 37 that allowed me to trade places with a slave. That slave happened to be the unconscious Shin, as I had learned in a certain dungeon. As long as I had a hold on someone, I could take them with me during a swap. Back in the day, I had feared I'd need to be inside them, and had Kistresa as I position switched with her. Since then, I had a chance to test it and found that as long as I had a good hold on them, I could drag them with me. If I was only touching them, then it wouldn't work. I had to be grabbing onto them in some way. Only a few seconds had passed, and both I and Aberes appeared in between the two armies. This development occurred so quickly that people from both sides were still trying to figure out what happened. Lord Aberes ripped his arm from my grip and stumbled back a few steps. His startled expression turned into ferocious fury. It reminded me of the battle I had fought with him outside of Chom. In that battle, the two of us fought to the death. He had systematically killed everyone I loved, and even then, we had only barely managed to scrape by and defeat him. Now, I didn't have anyone from my party supporting me, and I was about to fight a demon lord who was in the body of an Austerian. I couldn't hold back a single bit. I immediately attacked him. I used Final Blow, and the ensure it struck, I used Haste. Explosive movement, and Accelerate to deliver a quick and deadly blow. My blessing glowed as well. I had already used too much energy fighting off Shin. I put every last bit into it to take down Aberes. I hoped at the least I could cause him some damage. Elysia struck Demon Lord Aberes, and he didn't even pull a sword to defend himself. Whatever glowing that occurred around his body was interrupted, and he went flying off like he was pulled by a string. He slammed into the ground 30 feet away, causing the ground to shake with a resounding boom. I stared at the brutally destructive attack. What just happened? As the smoke cleared, a breeze rose from the smoke. I see. The true battle was now going to beg Aberries was a bloody mess. His clothing was in tatters, and he was barely standing. He immediately started to cough up blood. Oh! Wow! I said in disbelief. What is it? Elysia asked. Demon Lord, Aberris. At least this version of him is really weak. Chapter 11:05. I stared at the blood-covered Demon Lord, trying to determine if there was something I was missing. Was he trying to trick me in some way? The man I knew was clever, conniving, and powerful. To be fair, he wasn't exactly weak. He'd probably be able to suppress any normal soldier, and even put up a fight against many generals. However, he was slightly weaker than even General Nova. Perhaps that was why he had never attempted to suppress the other man and instead had tried to trick him. Elysia? I asked someone I thought might know. While brother and I were both trained by mother to fight, he didn't have as much of an aptitude for it. Perhaps he was relying on other means to obtain his power, such as obtaining a god's soul. I wouldn't know how the power and knowledge of the Demon Lord play into it. But this is about the power I would have expected from him, Elysia explained, sounding just as uncertain as myself. The Demon Lord Aberries began to laugh, his voice harsh to the ears. He seemed to be brimming with confidence, only causing me to wonder even more if there wasn't some other part of his plan. Go ahead, Deek-son. Strike me down. End my life, he chuckled. If you think this will be the end of things, you will be mistaken. I will return. I always return. I have been on this world for thousands of years, and I will continue to be long past the time you are done. You may stop me today, but you'll always be wondering where I will pop up next. It's an inevitability. At the moment of your death, you will look up and see me standing there, grinning down at you. And you will know it was I who orchestrated your demise. Master, what should we do? Elysia asked. I am the great Demon Lord Aberries, he yelled out, removing all doubt from those who were still fighting the truth. I am the son of the Demon King and the future ruler of the world. Bow before me. Cut me down. You can try, but you will fail. You will always fail because I am immort. Gah! I cleared the distance and stabbed him with Elysia, running the blade right through his abdomen while he was still in mid-speech. You stabbed him? Elysia seemed surprised. You stabbed me? Lord Aberries seemed to be in disbelief as he looked down at the blade sticking through his stomach. You were taking too long and weren't getting to the point, I responded defensively. I reckoned I'd just go for it and see what happened. See what happened? He let out a laugh which ended in a cough, spitting up blood. You are far more foolish than I ever could have predicted. You've given me exactly what I wanted. Once I am released from this mortal coil, my soul will find a new body. I will come back into this world, and I will get my vengeance on you. I hope you are ready to lose everything. Perhaps I will possess your woman. Maybe Eliana. How does that sound? Maybe I'll possess her baby. And maybe I won't. You'll never know. You'll live the rest of your life, always wondering if your own child won't one day betray you. Ha 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 ha. Are you still talking? I responded, not even the least bit worried. Chapter 11, '06, Impudent, he snarled. Perhaps, if you killed me with a soul-reaving blade, you'd have a chance. Although I even have ways of avoiding death with such a weapon, it would take a malachrum weapon to defeat me. And I don't see a malachrum weapon in your possession. What do you think the blade inside you is? I responded incredulously. He blinked, looking down at the blade again as if he didn't quite understand. You had to have seen it yourself. Your sister was turned into this blade. What do you think we've spent the last 2 months forging? Alesia, what's up? Brother, a voice came out loud. Hey, so you are the one to kill me. How stupid. He shook his head. What of it? The blade was forged by her soul. Tell me, demon lord, what did you do to her soul while it was still in the womb? What did you make her primary purpose? He went to respond arrogantly, and then his eyes snapped open. And no, I don't have a god soul. You needed a god soul for it to happen naturally. Unnaturally, however, is still up for grabs. You designed Alesia for a singular purpose. Locking souls in place. Alesia finished. Hey, demon lord. Where do you think your soul is right now? He shook. Number. No. He let out a scream and attacked, shoving his body away. He would have slid right off the end of the sword if Alesia hadn't already shapeshifted. With her blade sticking through him, she had given the end of her body a blunt hammer. The only way the demon lord was going to remove himself from the blade was with a 3-foot hole in his chest. He hit the hammer and then slouched. You can't. This isn't how it's supposed to be. He shook. I know where Fena is. I sent her away. If you want her, you'll have to guarantee my life. I thought you might say something like that. I sighed. Why do you think Alesia hasn't already shredded your soul into confetti? He took a breath of relief. See, I am far more useful to you alive than I would be dead. No, you misunderstand. I don't need you, just your soul. Why, you... What? Souls are an interesting thing. They're basically a copy of who a person is. It not only reflects their physical appearance, but it also can replicate their skills and even remember their memories. Your living soul is far too dangerous, but if I feed it to my dungeon, I'll know everything you knew. A dungeon? Ah, that's right. Your love of dungeons seemed to die with the other version of yourself. This one never trusted dungeons. Perhaps, on some cosmic scale, You knew that was because one day you would end up becoming its food. No! No! He struggled to try to rip himself off the blade, but it was pinned down and far too weak to fight me. Don't worry. I am just going to take and make use of your soul for my own advantage. I smiled. You know how that is. Soul absorption. Chapter 11:07. Soul absorption was a level 20 Dark Priest skill. I assumed it worked much like absorption. Although while absorption took life force, a mixture of the physical body, mana, and soul. A Dark Priest was able to specifically pull out a soul. Of course, like all of my other abilities of recent, it wasn't something that could be done on normal targets. You needed close proximity, and the target needed to be incapable of resisting. Aberries let out a blood-curdling scream as I pulled his soul out of his body. I didn't do this out of some kind of maliciousness. Rather, the only way I would feel comfortable that Demon Lord Abaris's soul was gone, and he wouldn't be resurrecting, was if I absorbed and digested the soul myself. In general, it might be quite an evil ability, but I didn't feel that much remorse when doing it to a man like him. He had done so much bad in his life that this little bit of pain would never be enough. Mind you, this pain was likely excruciating. I was tearing a soul apart from the body. However, after feeling the pain of chopping a soul so many times with Elysia, I only considered the intent and mind, shattering pain to be a little uncomfortable. Demon Lord Aberries tried to fight, but he was unable to mount any resistance. Elysia had locked down the body, soul, and also mana. Demon Lord Aberries had likely tried to utilize some mana to escape his situation. It was only when he realized he couldn't even mobilize mana that he truly started to panic. There was one other reason I decided to absorb his soul, as I consumed the last bit of tainted soul, purifying it and then storing it someplace safe in my body, separate from my soul. The man slouched over against the sword. Although he was a fit Austerian, he looked frail now. He had a haggard appearance, covered in blood, and gasping for the last vestiges of life. Sister. He breathed. King? Zerine Elysia spoke out loud. Yes? I am free. You've saved me, sister. He smiled. Thank you. Thank both of you. Deek Elysia spoke between us this time, keeping the frail Asterian out of the conversation. I have removed the tainted soul and removed as much of the corruption as I could. As much as the Demon Lord Aberries possessed him as an infant. The truth is, the only memories this body could possibly contain would be the memories of Demon Lord Aberries. Elysia finished with a sigh. I nodded sadly. I was able to save her brother. I did this partially because I just wanted to see if I could. He may not have the soul of the Demon Lord Aberries, but he was still a being created by him. There was no reversing such a history. Why did you leave him alive? Elysia asked. Isn't it obvious? I shrugged. He's family, I guess. Deek, Alicia's voice grew rich with emotion. He's a risk. I know. Even then, Alicia, this is your choice. Alicia was silent for a moment. Deke, you are my family. You are what matters most to me. I won't let anyone threaten that. Anyone. Then you've decided? Yes, as my lady orders. Can you pull the sword out of me and heal me now? The man asked. I might really die. Aha! The sword began to glow with multi-shades of light, targeting whatever shriveled up thing of a soul remained in this body. I am sorry, King Zarin. I shrugged. The lady has spoken. His eyes widened, and then narrowed, and he let out a vulgar curse. I'll kill you. I'll kill both of you. Too late, I responded. There is only one more thing you will do, and that is die. I threw up the blade as Alicia transformed back into her normal sword form. King Zarin flew off the tip of the blade and up into the air. As he let out a shrill final scream, I lifted the blade. Incinerate! I used the level 10 magic swordsman ability. As he fell back down, he met my descending blade. A pillar of light arose in front of us, and everything that remained of both the king and demon lord Aberys turned to ash body and soul. He was gone, for good this time. Chapter 11, 08. Deke, Alicia warned, as I stood there breathing hard. The ashes that were once the demon lord floating away, we were still standing between two armies. I raised my sword to the army of the Ost Republic. You need to decide who your enemies are, I yelled out to them. Aberys is my country, and you are threatening my borders. If you want to pass, you'll need to go through me. The soldiers standing there, having just helplessly watched their greatest champion and their king destroyed, began to mutter to themselves. I worried that I had gone too far. This would be a grievous insult to a country, and may even lead to war. However, if the army wanted to charge me, I planned to stand my ground. I had sufficient dungeon points now that when it came to wiping out an army, I could do so. That thought left a complicated feeling in my heart. A very large Asturian man stepped out. He would be about 10 feet tall. Definitely the largest I had seen. He was bald except for a top knot on the back of his hair. He wasn't wearing armor or even a shirt. He had rippling muscles and a large warhammer on his back. I readied myself. It looked like they weren't done sending opponents my way. I hoped they didn't continue to send one at a time. That would wear me down if that was the case. The man walked out halfway to me. My body tensed as I prepared for the battle to come. Alicia must have felt my hands sweating. Master, you don't need to worry. Huh? The man pulled out his warhammer. It really looked like I did need to worry. That's when he plopped it down on the ground with a thud. He then kneeled, lowering his head. King Dekeson, he called out. Lord of Osteria. Huh! The Ostarians in the army began to kneel one at a time. Soon, half the army was lowering their heads to me. These mostly were the Ostarians. As for the humans, they looked around lost. Some looking like they were a moment from running away from the battle, Alesia, I called her for clarification. Austrians value strength above all else. That strength isn't always pure ability. It can mean being clever. Or it can mean bravery. This is why they were willing to follow a demon lord, even back then. That same value transfers to you. You have shown your strength, and you have pulled the sword. The Austrians are recognizing you as the Lord of Austeria. I wasn't going to let such a title go to my head. After all, there was no Austeria. I was the lord of a country that no longer existed. The Ostrepublik was a combination of humans and Austerians. And the human councils likely wouldn't be so willing to bow to a foreign king just based on what I knew about human nature. Oh my, you were quite handsome and daring. You've definitely moved my heart. A voice sounded from behind me. I stiffened at the too feminine-sounding voice of General Tybalt. I turned back to see the 4 members of the Tybalt family as well as Prince Edward. They had ridden out and were now behind me. Deekson, Prince Edward spoke in a formal voice. It looks like Aberys is victorious. I responded with a nod. Today is your day, Lord Deekson, he responded. This victory is yours, and everyone here knows it. Chapter 11:09. The soldiers on the Aberys side had broken into cheers. They were celebrating and hugging each other as the battle officially ended. The humans on the Ostrepublik side were starting to break away, returning to their homes to report what happened here. Meanwhile, the Austrians seemed to be waiting for something. I looked to Prince Edward as he bowed to me. Ah! Why so formal, Deek? After today, your name will resonate. I am afraid your actions and deeds outstrip my own. Will I be able to call you brother much longer? You better, I replied. After all, your sister is now my wife. Eliana Edwards straightened up. If father hadn't left on another journey, he surely would have made a bloody path to the capital to rescue Eliana months ago. I fear I have heard nothing about how she is doing. Is she well, wife we did? A ceremony. I laughed. Before I came to the front lines, Eliana and I are now bonded. She is safe in the Ostrepublik. I wasn't quite ready to tell him his sister was my slave. That was a conversation for a day after we've had some rest and a drink. So, she is safe before I answered him. I sent a slave communication to Eliana, both telling her what happened and asking if she wanted me to bring her back to Aberys. Ah! Deek's voice is in my head, Eliana's voice cried out in surprise. So, this is what it is like for the slaves. Eliana, you seriously defeated the demon lord Aberys? Yes, the human army scattered. And the Austrians do not seem to be a threat, I think. Very well. Should I come and get you? Actually, no. I am fine where I am right now. Seriously, I can do more good here. With the Austrian king dead, the country will be unstable. This is finally our chance to end the feud between our 2 countries. Furthermore, I can help you search for the whereabouts of Raisa and Faina easier here. You sound very adult. What are you saying? I am a princess and a diplomat. I have responsibilities to, you know. Yeah, I know. I had always thought Eliana was a pampered princess. However, she had been a political prisoner for 2 months. And even after all of that, she was still worrying about the people of the Ost Republic, even in captivity. Her popularity there had exploded, and she was seen almost as one of them. It was something I didn't think anyone else would be able to accomplish like she did. In some ways, I admired her ability. I told her to call me if there were any troubles, and then ended my conversation with her. Technically, only I could open a slave communication with one of my slaves. But as I studied slave master as a job, especially with a few levels of advanced learning equipped as a dungeon skill, I now realized that I could feel when a slave wanted to contact me. It might have been an aspect of slave empath, but it worked at quite a distance, so if there was an emergency, I would know no matter how far away a slave got. Barring some kind of large division like a dungeon or being on the other side of the world. I told Prince Edward what Eliana had said, and he nodded, taking it in stride. Sister is a very capable woman. If she's confident, then I will put my trust in her. I nodded. Then that settles things. Not exactly. He gave an awkward look. Well, we have a lot of things that need discussing, Prince Edward explained. However, the thing of greatest importance to you, right now, is Chum. What about Chum? Your entire territory has become a dead zone. Chapter 11:10. I am sorry. What I stared at Prince Edward. It started about a week after we heard announcements of your death. We can still contact Deeksville, but we haven't had any news from Chom. The Traveling Guild portal was cut off. We've sent several envoys, but none have returned. What about my girls? Carmen is the only one I was aware of. She came to the capital before news of you got out. Mary had sent her on some kind of mission. You'll have to ask her for the details. The ones who had remained in Chom were Celeste, Elia, Astria, and Shin. Well, Elia, Shin, and Astria couldn't leave even if they wanted to. As I thought about it, I started to get a sinking feeling. What had Astria done the last time she had grown upset? What would she do if I died? My connection to everything was severed. That included my dungeon. I had thought that Elia, Shin, and Astria would have kept things under control, but what if they hadn't? As I considered the possibilities, I felt my heart clenching even more. I need to get to Chom immediately. I thought you might say that. You can wrap things up here, I asked, hesitating. The past me might have just run off to the city without a word. However, I had responsibilities. And I couldn't just take off before things were settled here. If I did so, I would be wasting everyone's time. I will negotiate Ostrepublic's surrender, the general declared. Take care of your home. Deke. Are you going to be okay? Cato asked, looking a bit awkward. Should I? And brother come to help. There was an expression on his face like he wanted to help. I wasn't the only one who had changed these last few months. Otto had once been a selfish lad only concerned about himself. He had no clue what to expect in Chom. But he was still willing to go, even though he knew that he wouldn't be much help. He had only added Octius in there because he knew he didn't have the strength. I'd be willing to come. No, you won't. General Tybalt spoke up. Your duty is here on the border with me. Ah. Dad. Octius blushed. I'll go. Octavia declared. You are going back to our territories. Your mother must be lonely all alone. It's about time one of us returns. Octon ordered. Jah! I smiled and patted Otto's shoulder. He was a very short man, only coming up to my chest now that I had grown taller. It's fine. This is something I have to do on my own. In the past, I was only building Chom passively. I let them use my name and my power, but for the most part, I let them develop on their own. I realize now that I have a responsibility to these people. It's time that I stepped up and truly became the lord that they call me. Then, good luck. He patted my hand. Besides, I won't be completely alone. I patted my sword. Masturbate. Alicia's voice vibrated in the air. You are going to have to tell me about that when you have time? Prince Edward sighed. In fact, we have a lot of important things to discuss. Once you've settled Chom, please come to me. Speaking of which, when is that delayed? He sighed, looking tired. I won't be setting a date until we talk. I see. Then I won't take too long. I ended the conversation there, lifting my hand and forming a portal. I decided to make it on the outskirts of the city, around the area where we fought Lord Aberys for the first time. I assumed with my blessings, I could force past whatever prevented the capital from going to Chom. However, if there was something up, it wouldn't be good to pop up in the middle of town. I picked up the unconscious Shin, pulled Alicia into my body, and then entered the portal to see what happened to Chom. Chapter 11:11. What happened to this place? Alicia asked. That's what I would like to know, I said. Standing in the town square, a fountain feature in the center not only out of service, but looking like it hadn't been used in years. I looked around the familiar setting, getting a sense of nostalgia. This was incidentally the same location where I had appeared in this world all those months ago. It had also been the location of my return skill, the first one I had obtained from my hero job. It had been months. Yet the small village of Old Chom was virtually unrecognizable. I had decided to return here first after finding a secure place to put Shin. She was basically catatonic since I killed Aberys, and dragging her around would definitely raise some alarms. However, upon arriving, the place was barely recognizable. With the settlement and growth of Chom proper, this village had been mostly converted as a service area for the main city. It functioned as a farmer's market, a trading post, and a location for those who didn't want to be restrained by the big city. Thus, it had ironically grown quite a bit as well over these last few months. There were hundreds of new homes. Taking advantage of the lack of a wall and the spacious natural plains that existed to the east of Chom on the Aberystwyth side. A couple of mansions were being built to cater to wealthy merchants and nobles who wanted larger places out in the country. There would likely be a time in a few decades when this would all become a suburb of Chom. And these homes would be prime real estate. This town was only about a half-day journey from the main city of Chom, now that a road had been established between the two. So it was a good place for craftsmen to sell their wares, rather than travel to the city where they would have to face trade taxes. I didn't enforce the taxes, by the way. This was done by a traders' guild. There was a guild for just about everything in this world, although I was only personally familiar with the adventurer traveling and slavers' guilds. What caught me off guard about this place was the current state of disrepair. It looked a bit like Chom had looked when it was under the oppression of the dungeon. Except that place had been haunted, and it had been 20 years. This was only 2 months. There was a distinct lack of people. That's what caught me the most. With a frown, I walked down the street, looking around for anyone present. The town wasn't to the level of being abandoned. I could see flickering candles inside various huts. They weren't adapting glowstones for lighting like Chom proper was. That meant that there were people here. But it was more like everyone was afraid to go outside. Work that had been taking place had just been abandoned on the spot. Hey, wait! I saw a man sneaking from an alley. As soon as I called him, he jumped and then began running, trying to enter one of the houses. Of course. How could I let him get away? He only made it 2 meters by the time I cleared 50, appearing right in front of him. He ran into me, falling back onto his butt. He immediately cried out, backing away desperately. "What is going on here?" I demanded. Please, let me go," the man muttered desperately. "If I don't get home to my family, they'll find me." Who? Who will find you? Who is doing this? Come out." "Wherever you are," a voice sang out over the city. "Oh, gods, they're here!" Chapter 11:12. I frowned, looking up in the direction of the taunting call. The man turned and ran while I wasn't looking. However, his ears weren't very good. Or perhaps his home was in that direction, and he had no choice because he ended up running in the direction the voices had come from. I watched with curiosity as he made it about 50 meters when suddenly 3 women appeared from behind a building and grabbed him. He screamed as they tackled him to the ground. These women were attractive girls, but they wore cloaks over their bodies, hiding much of their figures. I could only just make out their faces. 2 of the fairies held the man down while a third walked up to him. In her hand was a long whip. Well, look what we have here. Please. I need to get home to my wife and doe. He stopped in mid-speech. The lead girl's eyes brightened. A daughter. How interesting. I was just going to borrow a bit of your life force. But since you've got a daughter? No, I misspoke. He started to cry. I don't have a daughter. He. She slapped the whip. Tell me about this daughter of yours. I don't. She reached out. A long fingernail dragging down his cheek. If you don't tell me, I'll suck you dry and then find your wife. And I'll suck her dry too. Please, no. He shook. She's only 6. Ooh. Young. One of the women laughed. Boss likes them young. The third girl added. She's just a little girl. Please don't take her away. You are not in a position to bargain, the woman snapped before looking at her the other two. Strip him naked. Ah. The two subordinates used their sharp nails to cut away at his clothing. I just stared at the scene with a blank stare. What the heck was I looking at? This was a roving band of women. They were so pretty it was hard to take them seriously. But they seemed to have taken over the town. More than that, they were acting like gang members or some kind of mob unit. What was this talk about sucking him dry? And why were they interested in little girls? I decided that watching the guy get stripped naked wasn't going to get me any answers. So I started to walk toward them. As I got closer, the lead woman who was watching the other girls strip the man finally noticed me. Another one bold enough to be out, she muttered. The other girls looked up from their tasks, seemingly easily distracted. Huh, someone else, ooh. It's a big one, another said. There is something alluring about his energy. The lead girl looked on curiously. I want to suck him. Me too. I want to suck him as well. As I got close to them, the leader threw a finger pointed right at me. You, big boy, consider yourself lucky. You are about to get sucked by 3 of us at once. A complicated expression appeared on my face. They seemed to have no awareness of the phrasing they were using at all. Master, yo, you mustn't agree, Elysia declared. Who said I was going to? I shot back. Chapter 11:13. I have to say that I am confused, I admitted. What is going on here? Hee hee. So we have a virgin who hasn't been sucked before. The lead girl giggled in a lewd voice. One of the other girls licked her lips. He looks tasty. I am sorry, isn't this the territory of Lord Deekson? I tried again. This is boss's territory, one of the girls shouted. Who is Lord Deekson? Another asked. I am sorry to say. He died. It was the man on the ground who spoke, looking nervously at the girls as he spoke. These moans? These girls moved in shortly after. Monsters, I blinked. Were they some kind of presence from the wilderness that took over in the power vacuum left over? You call us monsters? Do you want to be sucked dry? We should stop talking and just finish him off already. I don't understand. I shook my head. Where is Elia Astrea? The man jerked at those names, and the 3 women suddenly quieted. A dark expression started forming on each of their faces. You dare! Huh? You blasphemer! You dare to use her name! The leader shouted. Girls, punish him! The man looked at me pitifully and then turned away. I didn't have time to process anything else. Because two of the women lunged at me, I turned, dodging the strikes they made with their claws. Fast! I admired as I watched their hands move past me. These weren't common thugs. Their speed and deadliness were clear. They definitely would have put up a challenge for normal guards and soldiers. At my level, however, they were sorely lacking. The two girls slashed again and again with their hands, but with my status, I simply dodged each of their attacks, barely moving each time. That's when one of the girls suddenly disappeared and reappeared. That was a phase shift. It was a skill I wouldn't have expected them to use. I instinctively pulled out Elysia to block her claw coming in from the side. But I was too slow. No! I cursed. But it was too late. I chopped the hand off of one of the girls. Elysia was just far too sharp. Hiss! Sorry! Elysia cried out. She hadn't held back her physical cut. As the girl lost her hand, she leaped back. The other did as well. As far as I had come in White Mage, I wasn't at the point of being able to reattach limbs yet. Of course. There was always the option of killing and resurrecting someone, but going to that extent wasn't good either. I am sorry. I responded, only to realize that while all three girls were glaring at me, the girl who lost her hand wasn't reacting like a woman who had her hand cut off. You dare! She growled. Holding out the stump, suddenly her hand seemed to reform from nothing. I looked down to see the hand I had chopped off disappeared into white light. Elysia tended to cauterize wounds as soon as she made them, so the lack of blood hadn't caught me off guard. However, her arm reattached like it was nothing. He. Do you see now? The leader grinned defiantly. You can't defeat us. Puny human. It's best if you just accept your fate and die? I glanced at the three strange women and then nodded. So, you are not human after all. She grinned. Nope. Good. I smiled back. Then I don't have to go easy on you anymore. Chapter 11:14. Get him! The lead girl cries out. The three girls all attacked at once. They were all very fast. And the two on the sides went out, and then in making a pincer attack on me while the other attacked up the middle. I need answers. We're not killing them. Just hurt them a little. I cautioned Elysia. Yes. I didn't do anything fancy in response to these attacks. Instead, I just threw out my sword. The girls tried to dodge the swing. It was a massive, oversized sword with a long, flat side. It had to be heavier than a warhammer and just as clumsy. They knew firsthand how sharp it was, but the sword could only cause physical damage, and these girls were immune. They would avoid the blade, but they weren't afraid of it whatsoever. They would avoid the incoming blade any way they could. However, They quickly found they were unable to. No matter how they moved, my blades seemed to continue to come at them. They each attempted to dodge differently, but my blades struck each of them. The girls flew back, unable to catch themselves as they tumbled on the ground. The strikes weren't devastating. They were fast and were able to avoid 90% of the strike. However, it wasn't my intention to kill them either. However, they also had an unintended effect. As soon as the girls struck the ground, their clothing exploded into pieces. Ah, it hurts. That blade. The three girls looked up to see the blade glowing slightly with a blue light. Blades like a soul, reaving blade, or a malacrum blade could damage soul and mana creatures just as they could do physical damage. However, a normal blade could only damage the physical body. And the only way to damage mana creatures was to infuse the blade with magic or to use spells. This was a problem my group had faced when we first reconquered Chom. My first strike had been a physical strike. And these girls, who were very skilled with mana and had bodies composed of mana, were immune to such a strike. They were also sensitive to mana use, so they were certain I didn't channel mana in that last attack. In other words, I used two attacks with the same blade, the first striking their physical body, and the second striking their mana body. However, I hadn't swapped out blades at all. Of course, this was because I had Alicia, a sentient blade. She could cut through anything I wanted her to cut through, presuming it wasn't powerful enough to resist. This left my targets very confused. However, that confusion quickly turned to embarrassment as they realized they were naked. Pervert! Bastard! Molester! Why their clothing, though, I asked, letting their insults roll off me. Sorry. It wasn't my intent. She was still learning. I kept asking her to do various feats, but it couldn't be easy for a girl who had only become a sword not too long ago. I should keep it easy on her for a while. That was a problem for another time. It was good that Alicia shattered their clothing because it had confirmed my guesses. They did have a mana body, and they were exceptionally skilled with mana. I knew this because it was pretty clear what they were. After the clothing had been destroyed, long butterfly wings were revealed on their backs. Fairies. Chapter 11:15. Seeing three fairies acting like thugs definitely gave me a lot to think about. There were a group of fairies in Chom, but fairies were a bit like bees. Other than the queen, they were drones. Not only were they under the control of the queen, but their intelligence was pretty lacking. They were effectively children. Even the fairy queen was only a bit smarter. Astria was different because of her life experience as well as the lore she gained while she was a demon. As for Celeste Drawes, she was different because she was half human and had been transformed into a sylph. It seemed like any fairy had the potential to evolve into something else based on the pressure put on them. I had only found a single book about fairies, and I hadn't understood what it meant until somewhat recently. Now that I knew about the Fae and the Faerie plane, I knew that fairies were native to this world. unlock many beasts and species. They weren't from dungeons. This is why they could create fairy springs. Fairies could also evolve into other beings. Celeste had become a sylph, while Alea was a dark fairy. They had both been fairy queens before they reached that point in their evolution. There were supposedly others, but I hadn't obtained the names of any of them. For these 3 fairies to be intelligent enough to shake down a city, they would have had to go through some kind of evolution that left me quite curious about them. "He's got a blade that can hurt us! Flee!" I disappeared and then reappeared next to the first fairy. Grabbing her as she called for the others to run, she let out a cry as I grabbed her and picked her up and examined her. Even though she was at a normal human size, I was over 6 feet tall. Manhandling her was rather simple. Her wings weren't dark like Astria's wings, nor were they a translucent color that reflected colors like a bubble, which was the best way I knew how to describe Celeste's wings. These wings were more feather-like. The ends weren't rounded but came out in plumes with long, thin feelers. They were still pretty, but they looked somehow fragile comparatively. "On! D, don't touch!" she cried out as I felt her wing. "What are you doing to her?" The other fairies had shrunk to smaller sizes and flew up to avoid me. But they weren't willing to run while I held the leader in my grasp. "Bully!" the other added. "Where you mugging a town?" I asked, pulling out a knife. "Ah!" "Dabwage, what are you doing?" the leader cried out as I brought my knife up to her wing. "Be calm. This won't hurt. N. Number." "On." "Not that." "Ah?" She twitched and squirmed as I held her body with one arm and moved the knife across her wings with the other. The other 2 shook in fear and worry. Thankfully, after being knocked back and realizing I could fight, these fairies could only yell. "What are you doing?" one of them demanded. "I am out of fairy dust," I explained. Fairy dust is actually something fairy wings release. It's how fairies fly, and also how they turn springs into fairy springs. As you bathe in the water, the resin on your wings slowly mixes with it. "How do you know so much about us?" the other fairy demanded. "Well, I have figured out some things. I don't know everything. For example, I still don't know how you guys reproduce. You are all female, you don't get pregnant. But once a fairy spring exists, more and more fairies just keep appearing. The other thing I don't know is what type of fairy you guys are. I am going to fix that now." I took the dust I had extracted from her wing and then slapped it against her body. I activated the combination skill God and Devil Eye. What was the God and Devil Eye? It was a combination skill. I had already used fairy dust to create a combination skill once. For whatever reason, you could only create a combination skill once, per a magic source. However, I had recently learned you could create combinations by using to different magic sources. Lydia had unlocked God Eye using her Scout Evil Eye, but I no longer could borrow her skill, as she wasn't a slave of mine anymore. So, instead, I took some miasma and fairy dust and combined it with evil eye. This created the new skill, God and Devil Eye. I guessed fairy dust as a pure source of mana was God, and miasma. The enemy of this world was devil. How did it differ from God Eye Ahen? Ha! 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 Not there. She cried out when I touched a certain spot on her wing. Her sexual weaknesses. This ability truly is that of a demon. Chapter 11:16. The God and Devil Eye gave me a complete look at the person. I gained a large degree of information about them. I thought God Eye told me a lot, but this told me much more. You are nymphs. I observed the information that mattered the most to me at the moment. Let me go. Nom. She bit my arm. I sighed, letting her go. She turned into her smaller form and then flew up into the air. Idiot! You dare bully us? We're going to go tell Big Boss, and she'll make sure you pay for what you did. All three fairies turned away and became streams of light as they flew out of the city. I briefly considered following them, but decided it wasn't necessary. I turned to talk to the man from earlier, only to find him already running desperately. Hey, I have some questions for you. Sorry. Thank you for saving me. But you better run. She's not like the others. I'll pray for you, the man yelled, but he didn't stop running. I let him go as well. He had already suffered a bit for running before. I didn't want to make things even more difficult for him. Instead, I accessed my dungeon jobs and then pulled out transformation. I then began to change my appearance. Master! What are you doing? Elysia asked. I have a feeling I know who their boss is. I don't want to reveal my appearance yet. If I did so, she'd likely just try to lie or hide what's happened. I want to get to the bottom of everything. Plus, I stopped as my face finished changing into that of a young Asturian, not looking much different from Nova. Plus, I need to see how she feels. From the moment I first came to this world, most of the women around me were turned into slaves. My skills, whether they were charm up, slave affinity, or more curved things heavily, so that these women quickly grew attached to me. Those bonds have now all been severed. In the past, I was the one that tied us all together. Now that those bonds no longer exist, this is the only time I can see who these women are and what I meant to them. Perhaps it was a cruel sentiment, but you never could truly tell who a person was until they thought no one was watching. When it came to Lydia, Mickey, Celeste, Xiao, or Tara, I would never doubt that they loved me. However, the same couldn't necessarily be said about those that came from dungeons. Deception and evil were built into their bones. I needed to see the truth of things. It didn't take long for her to appear. She floated up over the town like a queen looking down on insects. Her eyes locked on me. So, you are the one that dares to molest my fairies? Her voice boomed across the village. Windows slammed shut and people fled to hiding places under the floorboards. If they didn't realize there was something dangerous happening from before, They knew now. The only one that was calm was me. I glanced up at the woman overhead. She exuded darkness and malice, with black wings stretched out and fluttering. Astria! Chapter 11:17. You know my name. Astria's eyebrow quirked. Yet you still dare to trespass on my property. Your property, I asked, a bemused expression on my face. Isn't this Deeksland's you dare to speak that man's name in my presence? She spat, her face turning red with anger. That man did you forget your master so soon, I responded. Hee? Oh, good. I might have considered sparing your life. But you are making it easy for me to kill you. She started laughing a hard laugh, I admit. I am a bit curious how strong I've gotten. It will be interesting to see how I compare to the pair of you. Are you sure about this? Master Elysia asked nervously. I am not sure I can control myself in a fight. We might end up hurting her. I chuckled softly. Elysia was certainly still herself. It never even occurred to her. It might be Astria hurting me. Our victory was inevitable in her eyes. Actually, I felt the same. I couldn't exactly explain what it was. The second I looked at someone, I got a feeling about whether they would be a challenge or not. Was it a culmination of all of the other skills I couldn't say? However, since coming out of that soul dungeon, I hadn't met anyone who made me feel danger. That wasn't to say I didn't feel any pressure from Astria. Compared to anyone else I had fought, she was the strongest. It was just a feeling like everything would work out. If things go too far, I'll just remove my mask, I reassured her before summoning her out from my hand. You are a fool who sees Ravi's death? Astria frowned. I've never seen someone who showed so little fear when facing me. It's time you learned your place. I grinned back. I'll be showing you yours soon enough. Die. Astria didn't pull her punch. She sent out a beam of black light. It struck the ground where I was standing, sending out a wave of destruction. The ground erupted in an explosion, and a black bubble grew around the area, obliterating anything that touched it. When the light faded, I was no longer there. Astria's eyes darted to see me racing down the street. Running already, she called out. I realized as soon as she threw the first punch that this fight would destroy the town. I was racing to the edge of town where we could fight more properly. I realized I had reached a point where any real fight I had would cause collateral damage. Dungeons. Although they appeared like normal places, were a lot sturdier, but a town or city was likely to be destroyed. Astria began to chase me, flying in the air. Compared to the quickness of most fairies, Astria was quite slow. The wings beat in big waves, much different from the fluttery way the other fairies moved. She threw out her left arm, and then her right arm, each one creating a beam of dark light aimed at me. I dodged them but cursed at her. She was creating pockmarks in the street. All of this damage was something we'd have to fix later. Tara wasn't around to make these kinds of fixes easy, and I didn't even know where she was. I curse Astria's destructive personality in my head as I tried to leave the village in a rush. As we left the city, Alicia let out a gasp. What's that? I had come into town from the other side and hadn't noticed it before. But in the distance was a large shoot of white light. Just what is happening to Chom, I muttered. Chapter 11:18. What did you do? I turned back to Astria and pointed at the large shoot of mana. Is that a mana spring? When a mana spring was finished, they would shoot out mana into the air like that. How did that differ from a fairy spring? Well, fairy springs were in fairy groves and managed by fairies. This didn't seem important, but it was. A mana spring would continually lose mana. Originally, I had believed that the fairy grove Austria and Celeste had built in my mansion's backyard had been to hide the grove. I was right. But the hiding was more than just from physical sight. The plants around the grove absorbed excess mana and then injected it into the land. It's why fairy springs made the land fertile and rich. However, this spring had no such mechanism. So the mana exploded into the air and then rained back down. In a way, it distributed the mana across the land quicker and led to much faster fertility and a much wider distance. However, it was also a beacon that let everyone know where it was. It was also temporary and unsustainable. It was more like a temporary mana geyser. These were extremely rare, as the mana of this continent slowly decreased. The gushes of mana also decreased. Thus, it was so odd seeing one here, so close to Chom. Furthermore, it wasn't shooting straight up, but out to the side like it had been aimed away from the direction of Chom proper. This was the other reason I hadn't noticed it before, because it was quite low to the landscape. It was something done at great expense, and I could only guess it was Astria's doing. This was because the fairies had fled that way, and Astria had come from that direction. I should also point out that I couldn't even see mana until quite recently. It was my experience in the soul damage and training with Alicia to be able to cut the mana feed from spells that had allowed me the sensitivity to be able to recognize mana. The people in this village almost certainly saw nothing. However, to the creatures of the wilderness in the west, they almost certainly could see it and might even be attracted to it. After yelling at Astria, she stopped creating another bolt of dark magic. Seeming surprised by me suddenly addressing her in battle, she glanced where I was pointing and then laughed. Oh, that's the start of my new kingdom. In time, I will possess enough power. You've already met my fairies. I am building an army of evolved fairies. Why would you do that? Why humph? You'll have to defeat me to find out. And since all you are good at is running, I guess you'll never know. To take over the world, I guessed. Hey, to start. She shot back. I looked away, feeling a bit conflicted. I thought, you may have changed over time. I thought, maybe. As a slave? Deke? Alicia comforted me in my head. Slave, her expression turned fiery again. You dare speak of those times, I don't know what you've heard, but forget it. I am the one who is in charge here. Do you understand? Now, stop moving and just die." She created a dark ball that had red cracks over the surface about the size of a small house and then threw it in my direction. I dodged the attack, then started running. This time I moved using phase shift to increase my speed. My direction was the mana spring. I had to see what was happening. Chapter 11:19. As I ran across an open field, Astria was chasing after me, throwing out spells in an attempt to knock me down. However, I was able to avoid most of her attacks. Once or twice, I struck with my sword, cutting her spell in two. This especially frustrated her, as she had no clue how I was doing it. In her experience, such a thing should have been impossible. The other issue was that I was moving far too fast. She wasn't anything like Celeste, who could move like the wind. In fact, she was probably the slowest a fairy could be. As she chased after me, she did everything she could to keep up. She was even huffing as her wings beat to keep up with my speed. This also irritated her. And so she was even more wasteful with her spells. I was fine if she tired herself out throwing useless spells, though. It wasn't like I had anything riding on victory here. I finally reached the mana spring, and I could see what was going on. The few remaining golems that Terra had built appeared to be under her control. They appeared to build a palace. That palace was catching the majority of the mana shooting out. As for the mana spring, it was built at a very distinct angle. In fact, it wasn't natural at all. It looked like someone had bored a hole at that angle. What is this? This is tapped into the fairy spring. I began to realize what was happening. This wasn't a new source of mana. This was the old source of mana, the fairy spring. Astria, for whatever reason, had bored a hole from the side, mining the mana reservoir and stealing it from the city of Chom to use for her uses. She doesn't have the right to use it anyway, Astria snapped. I was here first. I built it. I wouldn't allow her to destroy everything I built. Hey, where are you going? I had already switched directions. This time, I was heading toward the palace. Over the palace were hundreds of fairies. They were dancing around right where the mana was splashing, likely absorbing the mana energy. However, they were full size like this, and thus instead of looking cute, it made the entire palace look foreboding. I slowed finally as I got a view of a line of beds. The wall hadn't been finished yet, so I was able to look right in. There, lying on the beds, was a line of little girls. Fairies gathering the spray of mana came down and occasionally showered mana on the children. The entire palace seemed to be built to gather all of the mana and dump it on these children. This was something I didn't truly grasp. I had no clue what Astria was trying to do with the children. However, some of them were crying, and a few looked genuinely unwell. "What are you doing?" I asked. The chasing Astria stopped again as I addressed her once more. She gave a dark grin. "Behold, my future army." It doesn't work on adults, but children are still pure enough. If you shower them with mana, their bodies will eventually break down, and they can form new bodies, mana bodies you. You are turning them into fairies I let in a breath. Clever. Isn't it my hand tightened on Elysia so hard that my knuckles turned white? Deke? Elysia tried to soothe me? As soon as I left, Astria had fled the city, conquered a small piece of land, turned my citizens into food for her fairy army, kidnapped their children to turn them into fairies, and cut off all of her taste to me. I had wanted to see things to the end. I did. Now, I was very angry. Chapter 11:20. Impressed. Foolish Austerian, I hope you understand that now that you've seen all of this, I won't be able to let you live. Elysia. I spoke under my breath coldly. Why, yes. She's a fairy that's using miasma. Adjust accordingly. Master. I know you are angry right now, and I'd normally be happy if you wished to defeat a dungeon evil. But this particular one seems to matter greatly to you, and I fear you'll be hurting yourself. Oh, I am not going to kill her. Why, you are not... No, I am just going to make her wish she was dead. WH, why does that sound worst? I was once a creature bound by a dungeon. You may have had a chance to slightly harm me when I was trapped in there with a ceiling holding me down. But out here with a full sky, it's hopeless. I can fly 1,000 feet above you. So how do you think to attack me, Astria was still posturing, not noticing my darkening mood. I have the advantage. Furthermore, my spell ability cannot be matched, so don't even think of trying to throw puny fireballs at me. It's best if you just stand there and accept your D.O. gods. Why are you flying at me so fast? I had adjusted my skill set, adding strength multipliers to lightweight, and then I shoved against the ground, pushing so hard that a small crater formed in the ground. My body exploded out, rushing at her like a bullet. Astria's greatest weakness was explosive speed. Most of her spells took some time to cast, and when it came to close, quarters combat, she was extremely clumsy. After all, her mana body, if you had the means of damaging it, was rather weak. You underestimate me. Astria dived to the side, avoiding my strike. As I reached where she had just been, a platform created from magic appeared. This resembled the double jump magic that Lydia had once used, allowing her to push off anywhere for an extra jump. I had unlocked a similar ability, create Step in True Hero. However, Blue Mage had a spell called Mana Shield, which created a solid surface that could be projected out anywhere in my vicinity. It was made for instant block attacks, so it had a fast cast speed. It used more mana, but I wasn't lacking in mana. Since my soul had been merged and then tempered in the soul dungeon, my mana regeneration was insane. I could regen mana faster than I could use it. The only way I could run out of mana these days is by casting extremely powerful spells, or by stripping the area of any mana to absorb. However, this close to a mana spring, that wasn't an issue in the slightest. I struck a shield and then kicked off of it so hard that it shattered, switching my direction and racing toward Astria again. As I moved, Astria appeared before my hands. My eyes glowed red as I raced toward Astria. "Who is this guy?" Astria cried out, desperately trying to dodge me. However, no matter where she went, I would adjust my position, jumping after her. 1,000 feet above the Mana Spring, a fairy desperately ran for her life while being chased. Chapter 11:21. You damn Austerian! Who do you think you are? Astria was still retreating while throwing spell after spell in my direction. I dodged most of them, but a few I would block with the blunt side of Elysium, or simply cut the magic when it suited me. Astria's face grew flushed and a panicked look appeared on her face. I am the one that's going to teach you a lesson, I snapped back. Now who's the one who won't sit still and accept their punishment? Why, you. I am the Fairy Queen. Do you think I am so easy to defeat as that I admit I have no clue how you are cutting through my spells? But that doesn't mean you can catch me. I used teleport, appearing right in front of her as she was looking back while running. I attacked instantly, swiping my blade down and striking her. It hit like a blunt instrument, despite the sharp edges, causing her to slam down into the earth below. As she struck the earth, there was a thud, a cloud of smoke forming up from the small crater she made. You didn't cut her, I pondered out loud. If I had cut, she'd definitely have died. Elysia cried out. I think you are underestimating Astria. She's not someone to be defeated so easily. I spoke calmly even as I plummeted down to the earth. Die! Several bolts of lightning and a dark beam shot out from the dust cover below. I spun, rolling away and avoiding the strikes. Astria exploded out of the dust, using all of the speed she had to rush me. Relative to most fairies, she may be slow, but she was still a fairy and capable of moving quite fast when she put all of her efforts into it. It was a bit surprising that she was going for a physical attack, but I decided to meet it head on. As she got close enough that I could see her, I noticed that she had her hand hidden behind her back. Just as she reached me, a knife flashed out. She was using all of her speed and energy to stab me with the knife. Her attack had been perfect, too. I was free, falling and meeting her head on. She had timed it perfectly so that by the time I realized what was happening, I wouldn't have time to dodge her knife fully. The attack wasn't for a lethal area, so a normal person would have aimed to do her more damage while taking the scratch of her blade. Most people wouldn't have realized that the dagger she was wielding was the Malachrum dagger that I had stored in what accounted for our treasury. If a normal person was scratched by that blade, it was certain death. She was still as deadly as ever, I could see. It was too bad that such an attack against me was meaningless. That didn't mean I wanted to reveal to her that I had such an immunity. I used phase shift, putting myself slightly out of phase with reality. Her blade struck nothing but air, and I struck again, sending her spiraling back down to the ground with a shocked expression on her face. This time, I struck even harder knowing that Elysia had blunted the edge, and she struck the ground with a resounding boom. I had once believed that Blue Mage was just a transportation mage. As I leveled in it and incorporated more of its spells into my fighting, I was quickly finding that Blue Mage's true purpose was a defensive mage. The list of spells concentrated on avoiding or blocking attacks. A full-powered Blue Mage would be every bit as difficult to handle as Terra in the defense department. It was a class I was starting to develop, as the possibilities were endless. Blue Mage has increased to level 17. You have unlocked the spell Blur. Chapter 11:22. I landed back on the ground. With a wave of my hand, I sent out a gust of wind to blow aside the dust that had been gathered. Astria was standing there, taking deep, strained breaths. Her mana body was bruised and battered, her clothing ripped. I knew enough to know that this was all circumstantial. She could restore her appearance instantly, but she wanted to lure me into a false sense of victory. I remained dutifully cautious about what she would do next. I'll recognize that you are powerful. You might even be one of those so-called heroes. However, you'd never hold a candle to that man, and you will fail today. That man, I raised an amused eyebrow, as I was pretty sure she was talking about me. If you think I will allow you to take the mana spring, you have another thing coming. Take it. It's already mine. Hee hee. She chuckled. So, you are just like him. You want to steal my fairy fountain too, just like Carr. Then again, Carr burned my home to the ground when he was done. I won't give you the chance. I jerked upright when she said those words. I had absorbed Carr's blessing in a dungeon created by him, but I had never heard anything about her home being burned by him. I knew about the situation more than most, which was why her words didn't match with the story I knew. You abandoned your colony. I frowned. It failed because you gave Carr too much. I had once believed that as well. She grimaced. However, the truth was, Carr burned my fairy spring to the ground? Why would he do that? I knew more than anyone else that the Lauren Dungeons was fragmented and inaccurate. As it degraded, facts became more and more scrambled. Austerians turned into lumbering giants, and innocent parties turned into malevolent beasts. For example, what was Carr's first name? Even Astria only ever called him Lord Carr. Of course. I knew his first name was Charles because those in Chom knew of him. But the dungeons seemed to have lost such a simple piece of information. The truth was in the eye of the beholder. And what Astria believed to be the truth would have made up the most of Carr's dungeon. As for Carr himself, she had kept his soul alive and turned it into a boss to punish him. This had kept his soul intact. Had the dungeon digested his soul and took his memories, then he would have been a boss more like Shin had been. He might have had a mind, but he wouldn't have been able to discuss things with me using personal knowledge. I certainly wouldn't have been able to resurrect him. In other words, Carr's dungeon didn't know what Carr knew. Perhaps Carr had wanted it that way. He had wanted to bury the truth. I don't know, and I don't care. The only thing I do know is that this world is my enemy, and I will conquer it or destroy it. You are after the fairy fountain. So I will destroy you two. I won't allow you to hurt her. It's the last thing I can do for him. Astria's already fragile mind was quickly shattering, and I could barely follow her thought process now. Just what had Astria found out while I was away? I almost wished that she had created another dungeon. Then, I'd have the ability to glance at murals to figure out what happened these last 2 months. Unfortunately, Astria's tale wasn't finished, and she probably wasn't willing to tell me much more than this either. Astria! It's time we end this. I agree. She chuckled. Although she said this, she spun around and fled. I frowned, moving to follow her, but she didn't move far. She stopped directly next to the spout where mana was being released. Then, she shoved her hand in the mana. Her wounds finally disappeared, but that wasn't the terrifying part. There was a growing surge of power. She's using the mana to power up. She was a mana creature, after all. If she absorbed mana directly from the source, she could exude a great deal of power. You've forced my hand, hero! It's time for you to die. Chapter 11:23. A dozen beams of dark light shot out from Astria. Rather than going in a straight line, they were bending left and right, but their eventual destination was clear to me. I raised my blade and raced out to meet them. I cut the beams down as I jumped around. Anything the beams struck turned to ash. I am not sure if I can cut to many more spells. Alesia gasped. It's exhausting. I have to keep my soul sharp. And each time it gets stuck, it becomes harder to maintain that sharpness. We had both been wondering what our limits were since we came from the illusory sword dungeon. And it seemed like Alesia was reaching hers. A sword that struck too many times became dull. And when it was something so metaphysical as cutting mana, it was that much harder. If her blade could cut the spell, then it would be the same as the spell erupting right in my face. I've seen everything I need to see, I panted. It's time we end this. I had only taken on another face and confronted Astria to see how things were. Now that I had heard enough, I didn't need to drag this out anymore. However, I couldn't just show her my face either. The one setback of transformation was a slow spell. I didn't have time to transform my face back to normal using the spell. Thus, I had to defeat Astria. After fighting her for this long, I was pretty confident I could. With her being powered by the mana spring, she was probably about as powerful as she had been in her Lair of Car's dungeon. Back when she could pull on the dungeon to enhance her power, I needed to cut off that power and then suppress her quickly. Sharpen yourself as much as you can. We'll cut her bond to the mana spring. I gave Alesia the order. Yes. I adjusted my jobs accordingly, and then I used teleport to appear next to Astria. She expected this. Turning and lashing out with her palm, I allowed the strike to hit as I did my strike. Her hand hit my chest, and I felt a strong pain. The pair of us separated. Astria and I both flew out from the Mana Spring, landing on opposite sides with thuds. I looked down at my chest to see a searing handprint. Astria was deadly as always. But I wasn't the same Deke I had always been. Such a level of pain was bearable after what I had experienced. That's why. As soon as I landed, I teleported again. I fought through the pain that she likely had intended to be debilitating. And as a result, I came upon Astria just as she was getting back up again. I struck her with several spells using Drain and Weaken to amplify the damage the loss of power she got when she was severed from the Mana Spring. She yelled out, but I refused to allow her to back away, keeping us close where she was most helpless. She was struck again and again as I forced her to her knees. In a matter of moments, Astria had been taken down. She spat. "Just who are you?" I looked down at her, and then I lifted my hand. "I am your master, and it is time you become my slave." Enslavement. Chapter 11:24. It might have been a brutal way to enslave her, but I wasn't feeling very much pity. She had tried to kill me several times, and then there were also the citizens she was oppressing. I had beaten her down just as I had done to Shin. Now, I would enslave her and reveal to her I was still alive. I wondered what kind of face she'd make when she realized the truth of all the expectations I had when I used enslavement on her. I had never expected her to let out a blood-curdling scream. All of the fairies who had been hovering above and ignoring us suddenly swooped down on me like a swarm. The woman herself let out shrieking cries of pain. Enslaving Shin had been difficult, and I had barely succeeded, but attempted to enslave Astria was many times worse. It was like trying to mount a tiger. She began to lash out wildly with spells, many not even aimed in my direction, and some even backlashing and hurting herself. It had only been a few moments, but I realized there was no way I could enslave Astria in this state. The fairies descended and I was forced to retreat. With several waves of my blade, I caused the fairies to fall from the sky like their wings had been cut. At that moment, while I was focused on the fairies, Astria lunged at me and cast a powerful spell. It exploded in both of our faces, and I felt like my body was on fire as I was thrown back. However, even this much pain was acceptable, and I forced myself to my feet. I cast a few healing spells, and I looked around to see a broken Astria kneeling on the ground. I hadn't intended things to go this far. That she would use such a destructive spell with no regard for her safety had left me confused. The spell had been so strong that the other fairies had all scattered in the wake of the violent eruption. Astria wasn't done yet. Her clothing was in tatters, and her body was covered in scratches, but she had her hand up and she was finishing an incantation. The previous attack had been just to keep me confused as she finished the real spell. "Cut it!" I threw out Elysia, allowing her blade to fly free from my hand. It shot out like an arrow and struck the mana weave going into Astria's spell. But after a brief moment of sparks flying, the sword flew back and struck the ground. I am sorry. I just didn't have the strength. Alesia cried out. The spell was completed. And a few moments later, dark shapes started to appear in the sky. I looked up with a frown, trying to understand what Estria just cast. When I finally realized what spell she had used, my face went white. Meteor. She had managed to cast Meteor. It wasn't quite like my own spell. Instead of a single giant meteor like I got when I cast it using my dungeon points, it was coming down in a dozen smaller meteors. It would still do the job. It would destroy the Mana Spring, the nearby village, and everything in between. Astria was destroying everything. Chapter 11:25. The incoming meteor would take about a minute to finish descending. That was one of the weaknesses of this spell. However, the devastation would be immense. I could avoid the attack myself, but I'd need to choose who to protect. I could protect the village or the people in the palace. The other would almost certainly be destroyed by falling rock. I will never be your slave. I will never be anyone's slave again, Astria declared, summoning up the last of her strength to force herself to her feet. Stumbling slightly, I lowered my head. Did you really hate being Deke's slave so much? Hate? Deke, she laughed bitterly. I loved him. I loved him so much. Then, why, I demanded, this is all I can do. To honor his memory, to protect his legacy. She responded helplessly. Even if you stopped me, Alaya took over the city. You'll never defeat her. She rerouted all of the mana from the fairy spring into building her grand dungeon. She was corrupting it, the entire thing. I could only reroute a piece of it, to keep infusing it with mana, to keep it from becoming a dark miasma fountain. I need more energy, more fairies, more mana. Or Win and Chum will fall into darkness forever. You are protecting Chum. It doesn't matter anymore. If you've come, then others will as well. I cannot protect the existence of the mana anymore. The West will fall into shadow. My only wish is that Alaya's darkness one day washes across your Kurstos Republic. And you face the same darkness that you plunged all of us into when you took him from us. Astria! I am sorry, Celeste. I couldn't keep you safe down there any longer. You will have to fend for yourself. Celeste, she's in the Mana Spring. That's why you are sucking out the mana. Celeste is sucking it up for her next evolution. And since Alea's redirecting the mana and started turning it into miasma, you were afraid she wouldn't have enough miasma to transform? Or worse, that the miasma contaminated her form. And she ended up a dark fairy like you. Hey, you are truly too smart for your own good. That's why I know you are capable of surviving this meteor strike too. So, I have been given no choice. My love, I will only ever be your slave, no one other's. Know that in the end, I did everything for you. Astria, enough of this. I am dead self, des true? No! I leaped forward as I felt a surge of energy erupting in her. She wasn't just going to bring down a meteor strike to level the place. She was going to destroy herself, too. Using self-destructive to distract me so I couldn't get away or protect the mana fountain. Her actions had been ruthless, but not something that angered me anymore. How had things come to this as I ran to her? I realized I had no hope of reaching her before she self-destructed. I could only watch, seemingly in slow motion, as her body tore itself and exploded. The backlash to me would also be substantial and followed by a meteor strike. I wasn't certain I could survive, but that wasn't even running through my mind at that moment. As her body began to be torn apart, the mana spring erupted in a blinding white light. It exploded out, covering the entire area, us included. At that moment, I heard a voice gently whisper across the land like the wind. Mother can be so foolish sometimes. The entire world turned white. Chapter 11:26. White light seemed to surge from the mana spring in waves. Tendrils of light exploded up into the air, striking the meteors above and causing them to slow down. White light wrapped around Astria and then continued, carpeting the land. The mana disappeared slowly. Like the afterglow of a flash of light, it faded away until there was no more. When I could see again, the meteors that had been falling to Earth destructively had been snuffed out. The rocks themselves slowly floated down to the ground at a speed that seemed surreal. In front of me, the wind began to swirl around in a small flurry. It grew increasingly severe until it began to take on a shape. That shape grew and morphed until a body seemed to solidify as if from the air itself. A beautiful fairy appeared as light as air. But her voluptuous body seemed to contain a great deal of mass in certain areas. Master! I blinked, a bit surprised at being called such a name. She looked directly at me, and there wasn't a bit of pain, hesitation, or fear. Celeste, receive my love. Ah! Celeste erupted like a bullet. Whirlwinds exploded behind her winds, and the ground exploded into a dust cloud. However, she was already flinging herself at me at an enormous speed. I slammed my feet into the ground and braced myself as a form slammed into me. I was pushed back as two massive torpedoes slammed into my chest with a speed that created a shock wave. There was a booming sound as our chests thudded together, and I experienced a feeling that was both soft and extremely violent. As I pushed forward with my feet, they tore into the ground, creating a groove in the earth as I was pushed back 15 feet. I had been forced to excel, losing my breath completely. And I wouldn't have been surprised if there was a bruise or two in my ribs. It was truly a devastating blow. I'd have thought she was attacking me if she wasn't giggling with her arms wrapped around me while nuzzling her nose in my neck. That's when I realized this hadn't been her strongest attack. Celeste had just shown me a fraction of her power. And suddenly I felt like I was the one falling behind. She had spent 2 months absorbing not just a mana spring, but energy extracted from all the captured people in town too. The fairies had all been tasked with collecting and bring mana to empower Celeste. You received my love. Celeste laughed happily. Celeste? If I received any more of your love, I might have died. I spoke in a wispy voice as I tried to regain my breath, even casting a heal spell for good measure. Ooh! If Master didn't want to receive so much love, then Master shouldn't have disappeared on us for so long. She was using a playful, admonishing tone, but I still grimaced with a guilty expression on my face. I am sorry that I wasn't strong enough. It must have been awful when the bond broke and you thought I was dead. Celeste looked up innocently. I felt the bond break and was annoyed. But why would Master be dead? I blinked, looking into her innocent eyes. My bond would have only broken like that if I was killed. And the connection between our souls was severed. True. But Master would always find a way back for us. My mother came back. So did Celicia. So did Elia. Where there is a will, there is always a way. And I trust Master will always return. I would wait for Master as long as it took. So don't be afraid to go away. Just make sure when you come back, you are prepared to accept the love of all of us you left behind. Celeste, oh! Tears began to form in my eyes. I didn't know how, but in just a few words. She had destroyed all of the pressure weighing on my heart. I embraced her tightly. We stood there in a field of green that moments before had almost been turned to ash. Now, that field was sprouting flowers and life like it was always meant to be. Chapter 11:27. I pulled away from Celeste for a moment. Wait, how did you recognize me anyway? We no longer are bonded, and my face. I touched my face, confirming that it was still the modified face of the Austerian. Celeste put on a smug expression. Does Master think he can hide from me? I could smell Master's scent, and hearing Master's sounds the second you stepped out of the portal. I was just finishing my evolution, so I am sorry for not appearing right away. That's right. Did you have to interrupt your evolution? Nope. I finished properly. I am now I don't know. What am I? Master. She looked at me brightly. I used God and Devil Eye on her and raised an eyebrow. Annihilus. What's that? No clue. It's probably good, though. Your Master Wind Magician hit level 85, while the other magician jobs have hit 55. 80 and 100 respectively. I explained as I went through the flood of information to enter my mind, while filing away extra goodies like Celeste's erogenous zones. He's the one who attacked Boss. Take him out, a fairy shouted. The fairies rose like a swarm of angry bees, swooping down at us. I turned to my sword, which was still sitting somewhere between me and Astria's collapsed body. But Celeste had a mostly annoyed face. Number she simply ordered. All of the fairies fell out of the sky like their wings could no longer hold them. It was like Celeste had simply denied them flight. They fell to the earth in long shouts, but just before they hit the ground, They were caught by a blanket of wind that gently placed them down. Celeste was too strong. I knew that I wasn't the one that should be saying that, but I wasn't confident I could win against her in a fight. Without the strength of Elysia, I knew that I couldn't be a match at all. Now, let's fix this. Celeste waved her hand again, and the spell that was transforming my face dispersed, revealing my true face. Master. She used mana to chop apart the spell, controlling your face transformation. Elysia, who was more sensitive than me to mana after her transformation, was able to see how she did it. I couldn't have taken the spell apart so quickly on my own, but Celeste seemed to do it with ease. Celeste reached out and touched my cheek, a loving smile in her eyes. I reached out and touched her as well. Master, a voice broke out. Our growing scene had been interrupted again, as Astria seemed to have regained consciousness. She was now staring at me, her eyes locked on me in wonder. She let out a cry and then began to race to me. Compared to Celeste, who had struck me like a bullet, her movements were sloppy as she stumbled. The entire time, she cried and wept. It was supposed to be the mother who was strong and resilient, while the daughter was emotional and needy. But for some reason their roles had switched. Astria, I am sorry for doubting you. I held out my arm. No, it's my fault. I am so sorry, Master. Astria dived into my arm, breaking into sobs as she cried against my shoulder. With both fairies in my arms, I felt a bit closer to regaining everything that I had lost. Chapter 11:28. So, I got out only earlier today, and that's what I've been up to the last few months. I had Elysia in my lap as I sat down and relayed my story to the girls first. Astria turned to Celeste and whispered in a voice I could easily hear. He's really into his sword. He's stroking her so lovingly. I am really jealous. Celeste giggled back. It's not like that, Elysia cried out. Really? Now, I sighed, taking my hand off of Elysia. I wasn't stroking the flat of the blade. Elysia was just a woman I was fond of, who now happened to be a weapon I depended on. That was all there was to it. Master Bader. You don't need to stop. Elysia's voice turned pouty when I stopped touching her. Anyway. I ignored that and pushed the conversation forward. What is going on here? Now I want an explanation. The two girls looked at each other, and then Celeste shook her head. I am honestly not more knowledgeable than you. I only had a vague awareness when Celaya and Astria put me in the cocoon and dipped me into the fairy spring. I could feel Mom changing things. But the only times I felt awareness was when the bond was severed and when you arrived and Mom started tapping into the spring. It is a complicated story. Astria spoke uncertainly. After you died, Alea and I had a falling out. She had control of the dungeon, and I had control of the fairy spring. But in the end, she went out and I had to flee. My focus was on protecting the fairy spring from annihilation and protecting my daughter. The cost? was extreme. Cost boring into the fairy spring under Elia wasn't easy. Maybe she knows I was doing it and allowing it because I was injecting more mana into it. I don't know. Either way, I had to inject all of the mana I could. That included me. What are you saying, Mother? Celeste's eyes widened. Part of the reason you are so strong now, and that Deke was able to defeat me so easily, is because I have weakened substantially. To protect you, I used parts of myself. I permanently damaged my mana body and weakened my soul substantially, giving my power to you. What about the people? I asked. Fairies are inherently magic gatherers. Like a bee gathers pollen and makes honey, a fairy gathers magic and makes waters of life. How a fairy gathers magic ends up determining what kind of fairy you become. As a dark fairy, I absorb miasma. Some of my flock have evolved to absorb mana from humans. The nymphs. Some are nymphs. Some are other types. The point is that we were all gathering energy to protect Celeste and the mana source. As for me, because of my dark fairy nature, I had to use those children as a sieve to filter out the miasma. I lied, partially at least. When I said I was turning them into fairies, in reality, they were being corrupted by my miasma, and would have turned into dark fairies if they survived. Astria looked away, her expression filled with guilt. Mother doesn't need to worry about such a thing anymore. When I evolved, I released a ton of purifying mana, Celeste declared. I used it to purify the children. They no longer contain any dark miasma. In the end, I hadn't been as powerful as I had thought. I had been fighting a depowered Astria at the end of her rope. Astria had been a cornered animal, posturing to keep anyone from realizing how close she was to defeat. She had sacrificed most of her power to help her daughter evolve, putting her hopes in Celeste. This was why I was able to defeat her so overwhelmingly, and also why Celeste was so powerful now. Having absorbed a purified form of her mother's power, they truly had changed places, with Astria much weaker now, and Celeste carrying her future. Astria. I spoke up. Master doesn't need to say anything, Astria said. It was my foolishness for not realizing who you were at first sight. I acted in a way that hurt the citizens you hold dear. I convinced myself that every sacrifice would be worth it, and in the end, that power could have easily been taken over by another if I kept going on the way I did. I will accept any punishment Master gives me. Very well. Then I will declare your punishment. As I said this in a serious tone, Astria lowered her head, closing her eyes. You will be my slave again. Will you accept your punishment? Her head shot up, and tears began to run down her cheeks. Yes, I will. Astria has become your slave. Name Astria, rank slave, class advanced magic, job master, black magician, LVVL 100. Adept darkness magician LVL 30 to unlocked jobs, apprentice darkness magician LVL 50. Basic Magician LVL 100. Black Magician LVVL 93. Intermediate Magician LVVL 83. Novice Magician LVVL 25. Race Dark Fairy Ya. I had a feeling that if I had tried to fight Astrea at her strongest, she would have thrashed me. Chapter 11:29. At this point, the sun was starting to set. It had been an extremely busy day for me. I had accomplished so much, but it felt like it wasn't nearly enough. I had hoped to make it to Chom today, but I still had a lot that needed to be handled here. Astrea was still shaken, and Celeste had only just appeared. I still had to do something with the fort Astrea had started to build, as well as the fairy army. Since Celeste had emerged from the Mana Spring, its strength had severely declined. Now, it was little more than a sputtering crack of mana, and I had a feeling it wouldn't survive much longer. In Celeste's final push of evolution, she had consumed the majority of the remaining mana. It proved that Astrea's actions hadn't been in vain, and she had succeeded in making Celeste more powerful than before. The three of us left the area where we had battled and walked toward the castle. As it grew closer, I shot Astrea a look. She seemed to wither under my stare. I know what Master is thinking. Master is thinking I was building the fairy palace to satisfy my own vanity? And Master is correct. You admit it as sorry. I just felt that if I was going to protect this land, I should rule it from a proper position. Astrea cried. I was weak. That was quite an understatement. This palace was only started. But I could see that it would have been many times larger than my mansion once it was complete. Furthermore, the way it had been positioned, it was being showered with mana, which likely soaked into the building materials and also changed the nature of this palace. Then, there were the fairies that had been fluttering around it, weaving mana into its very seams. It was an incredibly ambitious project, started by an uninhibited dark fairy going all out. The fairies weren't in the sky currently. Instead, after having been knocked out of the sky once by me, and then denied flight by the wind fairy Celeste, they had all watched us from a distance. They looked on curiously. But at one point I heard one of the fairies call out, "It's him. It's Mistress's master. He's returned." All of the fairies kept their distance, but they all looked on with curiosity and excitement, as well as a certain degree of reverence. All of the bitterness they had shown before had been gone. It seemed like some of the fairies that had evolved were fairies that had known me from months before, and had come to recognize me. At the time, I would have said there were maybe 30 fairies around the fountain, and now I saw close to 200, so they had definitely multiplied since I had last seen them. And many of them would have never seen me before. Plus, it hadn't been long after my body had changed that I left the city of Chom. The fairies weren't the only ones waiting at a distance. The people who had been tasked with building the palace and taking care of the children, Astrea's slaves, had stopped their construction and were now watching us with a bit of hope and confusion. Everyone could see that the once proud and overbearing fairy queen that had bullied the entire district from above was now walking alongside and deferring to others. As I looked upon the project that Astrea started, I slowly nodded to myself. I think we should continue to build this palace. It's in a good spot, and I have a feeling my mansion isn't going to be large enough eventually. With that, I had staked the location of my new home. Chapter 1130. Master, here. A girl handed me a flower. I made you a heart. Master, Master! I am just Lord Deekson to you. I coughed awkwardly. Once reaching the palace, I had gone to the children first, using my white mage skills to their best use, making sure they were all healthy. Thankfully, Astrea's actions hadn't done any lasting damage to the girls. Actually, that wasn't true. It was clear that her using these innocent girls like a monosive had done something to them. But it wasn't clear whether that something was bad or not. First off, although they were children, they lacked the dirtiness of humans. That wasn't meant to be insulting, but humans, especially ill ones, tended to look unwell. These girls all had perfect skin, perfect hair, and it was like all of their imperfections were blasted away. They also seemed to be extremely bold. I never saw myself as being scary. But a guy over 6 feet tall should intimidate a little girl. Yet, as soon as I appeared, these girls beamed at me and started to fawn over me. Now, they were starting to call me Master. I shot Astrea another look. She threw her hands up helplessly. I am as clueless as you. They aren't fairies. Not exactly. However, they're not exactly human either. Their souls have been flooded with mana. I suspect, in time, they will all become powerful mages. To confirm her theory, I used my god and devil eye to look at a few of them. Every single one of them had unlocked basic or apprentice magician. She was right. Their long-term exposure to mana had somehow turned them into little mage monsters. Deekson, my lord, you've truly returned. An unfamiliar man said, wringing his hat in his hands before shooting Astrea a nervous look. You don't need to worry about Astrea anymore, I declared. He let out a breath. Yes, my lord. However, I want you to know that although we have lived in fear, the Fairy Queen hasn't been awful to us. Most of us working on the palace were volunteers because it allowed us to be closer to our children here. She's kept us fed and kept any monsters at bay. In truth, if she wasn't here, many of us would have fled already. Fled, I started to ask before I understood. Chom. It's worse than before, my lord. The darkness radiating from that city. I have something to show you. I put the girls who were climbing on me down and then stood up. Show me. The man didn't take me far. There was a cage that resembled the slave cages I had seen in the capital, except much smaller. It was placed in a spot hidden out of sight. Inside, there was a single man. He was on the ground, his head down. and was rocking back and forth, mumbling something in words I couldn't make out. "What is this?" I asked. "This is a man who came from Chom. He's the only one we've managed to recover." I reached out to touch the cage when the man suddenly looked up. His eyes were red, and he had the sharp teeth of a canine. He leaped at the cage, growling viciously as he tried to bite me. I jerked back. "He's been turned into a werewolf." "Actually, he's just a wolfkin. The red eyes and fangs he already had." The man coughed. "All right," I responded, looking at the wolf tail sticking out from behind. Chom was majority animalkin. I had almost forgotten. Chapter 1131. Physically, the wolfkin wasn't any different. However, he wasn't acting like a standard citizen either. It was like he had gone completely feral. I reached out and cast several different spells to alleviate status misalignments and to heal him. After using Cure Disease, Cure Poison, Remove Curse, Purify, and even Ablution, the wolfkin was still growling in a low voice, unrecovered. "This might not be something you'll be able to resolve," Astria spoke quietly. "We might need the other girls to resolve this." "Where are my girls? Have any returned?" I turned to her questioningly. "They have not." Astria shook her head. "I do not know where they are." "Shall return to my old world," I explained. I adjusted her bonds so her life was no longer connected to my own before she left. I wasn't sure how it would respond to us being in different worlds, and I wasn't going to risk her life on it. Besides, the need to restrain her with a bond no longer seemed necessary. As for the slave guild, well, she's in another world. How are they going to know either way? She should be safe there. I am not even sure she'd be aware I died. As for Lydia, she went north looking for a skilled swordsman to teach her beyond the restraints of her levels. Tara went underground, following an ancient tunnel to the deep with garnet to recover some rare minerals. Miki went west to a certain dungeon to improve her undead abilities, other than Xiao. All three of them said their journeys could take up to 3 months, so it's not too worrying they haven't returned yet. However, if they think I am dead, that changes things. Miki would be the closest, Celeste declared. Her ability to deal with souls would be very valuable. We should try to find her immediately. Daughter, you have speed. You should be able to find her and return quicker than anyone else. Right. I didn't respond to their decision, as my attention was instead focused on the growling man. I had tried to purify him, and I wasn't able to fix him. However, what if he was under some kind of karmic infection? It would be something similar to what I had experienced in the Twilight Dungeon. I switched out my white mage job for mimic instead. This time, I tried to place him under karmic control. The girls let out cries as I reached through the cage and touched him. However, as soon as I touched him, he let out a whimper. I reached into his soul, and there I found it. For lack of a better word, it was a form of soul control. White mage purification and ablution was simply far too broad to catch something like this, which was hidden in the soul itself. I flipped the switch. The man let out a sudden scream and then collapsed to the ground. The man who had guided me here let out a cry. What happened? He's fine, I stated after doing a quick check. He's just unconscious. When he wakes up, he should have his mind working again. So, there is a solution. Celeste let out a breath. Astria. What exactly is going on? I demanded. I had been putting off this question for a while until Astria was prepared to tell me. But now I didn't feel like I could wait any longer. Astria's face flushed. What is going on in Chom? I am not sure Master will be able to fix it on his own. Damage, I narrowed my eyes. I think you need to tell me exactly what happened in Chom. Yes? Astria looked down. I am not sure if I can describe this properly. In short, Chom is now a dungeon, and everyone in it are Leia's monsters. Chapter 1132. As it turned out, Chom had been overtaken by Alea. It would be nice to blame her entirely. But I had already made that mistake with Astria, and I wasn't going to jump to conclusions again. When all of my bonds were cut, that was all of my bonds. That included my existence as the dungeon master to my dungeon. It made sense that all of my tamed monsters would be freed, and the calm miasma that had once served my populace would run amok. I decided to stay the night with the fairies. We returned to the old town of Chom, where I brought back all of the children and volunteer workers and then made an announcement. Those who wish to work on completing the palace will be paid handsomely, I announced out loud. I will also be officially naming this town Chalm's Crossing. You will become the bridge between Oberies and Western Oberies. Technically, because of the shape of the wilderness, Chalm's Crossing was farther east than Deaksville. It was technically on the very border of the area given to me by Prince Aberys as part of my promotion. That was because it was on the border of Aberys. Technically, the wilderness wasn't claimed by Aberys, and Old Chom had been built distinctly outside the border of Aberys. By giving me the wilderness, Prince Aberys had done nothing, except offer the support of Aberys, should Daya Shin on the opposite side pose a problem once we started settling the West. In truth, the land given by Aberys was only a small sliver in the southwest. Even the area north in Alarith, where Lord Rain was still in charge, wasn't mine yet. That was another threat that had been delayed 2 months. I'd deal with it when I had time. After making my announcements, the people only clapped weakly. Many of them had been drained of life force by the fairies for the last few months. And those were the ones that weren't forced to work around the clock on the palace. They were a beaten people who lived in fear. After Astria apologized to them personally, it still was a bit much. That was until I broke out my cook job and began to make food. Food was a good pick-me-up in this world, too. Since I was pulling out spices from my world, the food was even better. We had meat, potatoes, and vegetables. It was probably the most luxurious meal the people that had lived out here had ever seen. Chom had slowly begun to adopt a more sophisticated diet under my influence, but Chom's crossing was still too isolated. After eating, the people grew more relaxed and even began talking with me and the fairies. While listening in on their conversations, I learned that their plight wasn't all bad. The nymphs had been sucking people dry of mana, but they were nymphs. They pulled out mana from humans while they were asleep. This ended up giving the people vivid erotic dreams. I finally learned that their suffering wasn't from exhaustion but embarrassment. Relationships were ruined as the men and women no longer could satisfy each other. They were sexually exhausted from night after night of sex dreams. They were too embarrassed to hang out with those they had likely fantasized about during such dreams, even with the fairies promising not to do it to anyone unwillingly anymore. Many of them volunteered to continue to be harvested with bright, excited eyes. I wanted my righteous anger back. Chapter 1133. I ended up staying at a familiar inn that I had first started sleeping at when I came to this world. This time, I had Astria and Celeste with me. We didn't do anything until the other girls were found. We vowed that we wouldn't do anything like that. I asked the girls if they knew anything else regarding Chom, but they didn't. "Are you going to be going alone?" Celeste asked. "I want you to go and get any news you can on the other girls." I spoke to Celeste. "I could come." Astria said stubbornly, "You are too weak. You gave up most of your energy to your daughter, and the fight we had probably didn't do you any favors. You are to stay at the palace and recover," I explained again to Astria. The two fairies still looked at me worriedly. "You know, I can summon up an army of fairies. They didn't all become nymphs. I also have a few wisps, dryads, salamanders, and gnomes." "So many types of fairies? I didn't know about their evolutions either. It wasn't until I pushed them that they started to evolve. Of the 200 I have, 30 have become higher fairies. They could help you. You are best as a leader, with that much firepower." I shook my head. I need to see things for myself. Besides, if I bring an army, I might end up starting a war. I hope that none of the citizens get hurt. And I won't be able to guarantee that with fairies running around. That's true. She seemed uncertain. Besides, I have Elysia with me. She'll keep me safe. She shot a glare at the sword sitting in the corner of the room. "That sword is making me jealous again." I am not doing anything," Elysia cried out defensively. "Never mind that," Celeste spoke up. "I am used to Master bringing other women home. However, there is something else that Master has been putting off." I blinked, giving an innocent smile. "What is that? I think we've resolved everything. Tomorrow, I'll be going to Chama. Astria will be resting. You will go searching for Miki and then meet me back at Chom. It sounds like a perfect plan." "Where is the part where I am your slave again?" she demanded. making an upset face that still looked adorable on the cute fairy. Huh? I asked, looking away. The slave bond between us was removed. Exactly. So, why haven't you made me a slave already? I've been waiting all night. You already enslaved Mother. I coughed. I mean, I enslaved your mother because she was out of control. I needed to put a leash on her. Mm. Mother is bad. Mother must be punished by Master. So he'll put reins on her and then ride her like an animal. I didn't say that. It's no punishment at all. Celeste cried out, I want to be a slave again. Celeste. You are strong now, I said awkwardly. You don't need that power. As far as being close, I am happy to be as close to you as you want to be. This is a chance for us to start anew, and to be as equal. Celeste leapt on me, her expression filled with seriousness. Make me your slave now? Why, yes. Celeste has become your slave. Name Celeste class Elemental Job Master Wind Magician LVL 85. Novice Magician LVL 100. Magic Singer LVVL 44 Unlocked Jobs Adept Wind Magician LVVL 50. Apprentice Magician LVVL 80. Singer LVL 28. Enchanter LVL 20. Tinker LVL 3 Racialis that bond formed instantly. Snapping into place before I even finished the spell without any resistance, I let out a sigh. But Celeste snuggled up to me, humming peacefully to herself. Her mother gave me apologetic looks as if to say that it couldn't be helped. I supposed it was settled. One way or another, I'd end up with a slave harem. Chapter 1134. The next morning, I woke up bright and earlier. It was just like the old times, when we would wake up early, fight in a dungeon until evening, and then rest around the mansion. Except for this time, I was sending Celeste away and going on my own. You don't need to worry, Elysia reassured me. It's probably not that bad. I had been able to cure that man of the karmic infection he had received. Furthermore, I wasn't going to hide my appearance with Elia. Once she saw my face, she would likely fall over herself, trying to get an apology for everything she had done. I relocated Shin to the unfinished palace and tasked Astria's fairies with taking care of her. They would keep her asleep for the moment, until I could reconnect with my Shin. It was best if she didn't suddenly become coherent again. I still worried that I had missed something, and Demon Lord Aberes had left some kind of piece of himself inside her, so that he could once again return. That demon was a cockroach. After seeing Celeste fly off, I opened a portal just outside of Chom. As soon as I looked down on the city, I let out a hiss. What is this? Elysia asked in an alarmed voice. Looking down into the city, it was completely blocked by a giant purple dome. It resembled the dome that the priests had put over the city back when Kar's dungeon had taken over. Now, it was my dungeon that had caused all of this harm. It gave me a complicated feeling as I thought about it. Dungeons inherently hurt the world they existed in. They were cancerous sores, taking in the world's mana and then corrupting it. Trying to control one and use it for your own gains came with risks. I had thought to control such a dungeon. I had convinced myself that it was tame because it was mine. However, that tameness had been dependent on me. When I died, that miasma flowed out of control and consumed Elea and the city. Astria had barely managed to escape, even if I hadn't died. I was someone who took risks every day. I entered other dungeons and fought people. What about the future? I was only human. Astria, Celeste, and many of the other girls would long outlive me. Inevitably, even in the best of circumstances, I would die. Was dealing with a dungeon simply too much risk? Was it always going to end in such a bad way, even if I could undo the damage this time? What about the next time? What about when I grew old and died? I didn't want my legacy to end with my city being wiped out by my own creation. You have that look on your face again, Alesia said. You can't see my face. I can feel it. You are thinking you made a mistake with dungeons. Alesia was starting to understand me more and more the longer our souls were bound like this. Did I asked wistfully. For the longest time, I only thought dungeons could be destroyed. You taught me that dungeons could serve a purpose, that the curses could be turned into blessings. Alesia spoke. This dungeon may be a curse now, but I have a feeling that as long as Master is involved, it will one day become a blessing. I took a deep breath and nodded. Then let's make another happy ending. Chapter 1135. I started walking forward into Chom. Of course, there was the option of portaling directly into the city, or even into Shin's boss room. Sadly, I couldn't do it. Portal depended on me having the area I was visiting on the map. Over time, analyzing space laws with the Blue Mage job, I had come to realize that Portal did not depend on any kind of visual understanding of the land. It came from mana sense. I hadn't realized it, but my mapping skill used mana like a sonar. This is also why creatures appeared on it. Even hidden ones I couldn't see. The only way something couldn't be seen is if it didn't emit any mana signature at all. The dungeon and the city inside no longer had the same mana signature they once had. On my map, it showed a blank space encompassing the large barrier dome over the city, and it was as if I had never visited this place before. That was ultimately why I had decided to go to Chom Crossing first, rather than directly to Chom. As we reached the barrier, I was able to take a closer look at it. This wasn't like the priest barrier that had once been set up. Rather, one could say it's the exact opposite. That barrier had been erected to block the spread of the miasmic contamination. This was because Kar's dungeon was originally too volatile to destroy, and the church wanted to use the cursed city as a deterrent to hold back the wilderness from spreading into Oberes. This barrier, on the other hand, was created by miasma, and while I wasn't nearly as experienced with such things as the likes of Alea, I could tell that it seemed to be designed to condense miasma. It was cycling miasma, absorbing it, and then redirecting it into a certain spot. That spot, if I had to guess, was the former fairy spring. In short, it was a miasma generator that was skillfully built to service the dungeon. I've never seen a dungeon like this. Elysia spoke in wonder. This isn't the dungeon, I responded. Most dungeons you've seen have been contained using special spells and barriers so that the miasma doesn't leak out and affect the area. Good enough barriers can even allow a dungeon to be right in the middle of a city, while dungeons, on the other hand, don't have such a restriction. The miasma usually spreads from the entrance, and you end up with an area around the surface that is corrupted and contains monsters. This is also where most surface monsters that eventually acclimate to a non-dungeon climate come from. Alaya didn't turn Olive Chom into a dungeon, but she did allow it to influence Olive Chom. The real dungeon is still underground, and there is no telling how big it's gotten in the last 2 months. 2 months ago, it had been heavily damaged in the fight against Demon Lord Aberes. Now though, with Astria dumping mana in to protect Celeste Dandalea, turning the fairy spring into a miasma spring. I can't tell you what the dungeon had evolved into. I see, she responded somberly. Elysia had dedicated her life to fighting back the dungeon threat, but most of the dungeons she had visited were tame ones. She resented them for the people who died in them, but compared to a wild dungeon, they were nearly as tame as dogs. As a result, she barely knew anything about what dungeons were actually like. Well, every dungeon was practically a living creature, and if I ever got old enough to retire, I could probably write a book on categorizing dungeon types and giving out wisdom on their nature. After determining that walking through the miasma barrier wouldn't harm us, I cautiously began to move forward. With a step, I passed through the miasma barrier. Every miasma was different. They each had a unique signature to them. For example, the miasma from the Malacrum dagger that I took from Astria and now had in my inventory had an extremely aggressive miasma. Even when I had a blessing that made me immune to the negative effects of miasma, that only accounted for some of what the miasma did. It still could attack my soul. And it did so aggressively to the point that I barely survived. It wasn't until I ended up with a god soul that I had truly become immune to miasma. Now, it rolled off of me with ease. What made me uncomfortable was that this miasma no longer welcomed me. This was miasma from my own dungeon. But after our bond was broken, the miasma had somehow changed its signature. It was no longer mine. I realized it wouldn't be enough just to walk into the dungeon. I'd need to challenge it and become the dungeon master. Chapter 1136. Despite everything, I wasn't actually the dungeon master of my own dungeon. I had built the dungeon, and the miasma that coursed through the dungeon had my own personal DNA, but I feared that if I had become a dungeon master, I would have been linked to the dungeon, unable to move. It was Shin who had been given the responsibility of managing my dungeon, and it was her existence and soul that were tied to it. It stood to reason that with the close relationship between Shin and Alea, that Alaya had essentially taken my role as the builder, while Shin continued to be the dungeon's master. Things were different now, however. I believed that with my mimic job, that I could be the dungeon master, while not being stuck in the dungeon. Essentially, I'd create a duplicate identity as myself, make that the dungeon master. And then whenever I left the dungeon, I would just change identities, obscuring that one for a time. I had thought about this for a bit, and I was pretty sure it would work. Thus, me becoming the dungeon master was possible now. Of course, if I died again, and it severed the bond, the dungeon would fall about and disperse, rather than going out of control like it did this time. That's why I couldn't afford to die anymore. Besides, no one but Miki would have the ability to resurrect me if I died anyway. The larger the soul, the more demanding the resurrection. And my soul, especially after being tempered in the soul dungeon, in the same way that it was difficult to destroy. It would also be difficult to resurrect. I stepped into the city of Chom. The barrier had blocked out the light, leaving the place completely dark. I used the light spell to create a circle of light around me. This was a powerful dungeon spell that I didn't always appreciate. Since the circle of light that it created only worked for me and those in my party, it was like those circles of light in certain hack and slash roll playing games in theory. I could knock out the lights and then use my light spell, blinding my opponent while only I could see. Well, that didn't usually work in dungeons because most animals down there were acclimated to being in that environment. Thus, while I could see around me, they couldn't see me. As for who they were, as soon as I stepped into the city and turned on the light, I could see a group of 5 people. They were standing there aimlessly, not taking a single step. I realized that they were the people of Chom. Several of them were an Amalkin of various types. However, their skin was deathly pale, and they weren't moving like normal. One of them had lifted his head in my direction. His eyes were completely black without a hint of white. He let out a low growl in my direction as if he had sensed me. He must have heard me. I realized that I should have equipped some dungeon skills that allowed me to hide my presence and sneak. Accessing them now would only cause my tattoos to glow, and that is something these creatures would see. The man suddenly let out a barking screech that sounded inhuman. The screech was repeated by dozens, and then hundreds of voices all around us. His eyes were directly on me, and the other 4 individuals I could see looked in my direction as well. I think I'm going to need to run, I said to Elysia. I agree. Chapter 1137, I ducked into an alley. A dozen or so screeching people ran past the entrance a few moments later. Thankfully, they didn't seem to be as smart as they were in the past. I let out a breath. I didn't know what their intent was as they ran at me, screeching with black eyes, but it couldn't be good. They actually reminded me of zombies, not the kind I fought in Mina's dungeon, but the rage virus kind. I had already had a hint of this when I encountered that crazed man. but it looked like the entire town was infected with a miasmic curse. As I was catching my breath, I heard a crashing sound behind me. A cold chill ran up my spine as I turned around. Slowly, crawling out of a trash heap, was a little girl. She had her hair over her eyes, and she looked filthy. Has she been surviving here this whole time in this city? I felt sympathy, taking a step toward her and holding out my hand. "Little miss, are you all right?" The girl lifted her head, revealing black eyes. "Scree!" She let out a cry. "Nope." I jumped up, kicking off the walls until I was on the roof. I then began to run as I heard more screeches off in the distance as her call sent others coming. I jumped from rooftop to rooftop, but this was impossible to do without being noticed. More and more screeches occurred, and I could hear villagers racing around on the streets below as they scrambled in my direction. If I kept this up, I was going to get the entire town into a frenzy. I stopped for a moment, glancing around worriedly. Master Elysia asked, "I need to get to the dungeon entrance." I was trying to get in the mansion so I could skip straight down to the boss level. But I am starting to realize that is impossible. As I looked out toward my mansion, the vast majority of infected were huddled in a horde right at the entrance. Getting past them would be near impossible. Even for me, they were like the perfect alarm. However, on the outskirts of town opposite where I was, the true entrance sat unprotected. I didn't think these villagers would follow me into the dungeon. So all I had to do was cross the entrance, and then I'd be in the normal territory. On the other hand, if I entered the mansion, a horde of them could end up following me and trampling through it. These were still people, so even if I could outrun them through the mansion, that many close together were bound to trample some of them and potentially kill them. There were even children in those crowds. So getting them riled up wasn't an option. Making my decision, I turned to the outer entrance. However, I barely made it a step before one of the zombified residents leaped up from the street and onto the roof. It was an extremely impressive jump. This man wasn't even an animalkin, which made the feat even more impressive. However, this happened to be a person I recognized. My face turned pale. Guildmaster? The Guildmaster of Chom looked at me with his solid black eyes, and then let out a screech. Chapter 1138. "The Guildmaster is rather tough," I responded. I had knocked him back twice, but each time, with a roar, he'd leap back onto the roof, charging at me like an animal. Well, animals didn't use swords. And despite his current feral state, he seemed to still be able to understand how to use a weapon. Calling them completely mindless would be incorrect. "What should we do, Master?" Elysia asked. "I can knock him unconscious." I glanced over in the direction of the undefended dungeon. If the residents of Chom were being controlled by the dungeon now, it seemed kind of odd that the primary entrance to the dungeon wasn't being protected at all. The people all remained in the city. This could mean that the people had some basic attachment to the city. They may be aggressive, but perhaps they remained in their comfort areas instinctively. This could also mean some kind of trap near the entrance. I didn't know. Shaking my head slowly, I focused back on the charging man. Don't take him down. I have another plan for him. I dodged the guildmaster, leaping back to the previous building. He immediately changed his footing to follow. He was quite adept with footwork. I had thought all of my time in the dungeons had caused me to far outstrip the simple people of Chom. However, I continually find myself amazed at how small my world view had been. The guildmaster, for example, seemed to be just as strong as any of my girls had been around the time we defeated Demon Lord Aberes for the first time. I hadn't seen him in the battle, although he had surely helped fight the demon armies, and he had even led the local adventurers in battle. I recalled hearing something about the adventurers being one of the stronger teams. At the time, it hadn't registered. After all, I had joined the adventurers once, and while no one died, they had been beaten back by the zombies of Mina's dungeon. This had given me an impression that Chom's adventuring guild wasn't that strong. Then again, that had been Chom Crossing. It stood to reason that as Chom was reclaimed and quests going out to the wilderness became available, that stronger and more capable adventurers would have been pulled out west by the promise of adventure. I had donated a lot of my coin, which had ended up paying these adventurers to keep back the wilderness. It wasn't all the dungeon dissuading them, but also the work of the people putting their lives on the line. That was something I shouldn't forget. It looked like my party weren't the only Chom residents getting stronger. Now that I remembered it, Big Sis Ruby had also managed to keep up with my girls. Although she had ultimately decided that we were too reckless and stopped following me. Ah, speaking of which, if Guildmaster was under control, then wouldn't she? Trap. I tried to leap to the side, but a hidden person had been waiting as the Guildmaster had forced me back, while I considered how I was going to capture him. Ruby appeared, stabbing me in the back with her blade. She let out a howl as she stabbed into my back. Guildmaster took the initiative and also attacked, stabbing me from the front. Blood splashed from my body as I was cut from both sides. I hadn't expected them to coordinate like this. It looked like the higher their levels, the more intelligence they retained. Master! Elysia let out a cry as I was skewered from both sides. Chapter 1139. Gotcha! I grabbed onto the wrists of the Guildmaster and Ruby, a slight grin on my face, using their moment of triumph against them. With Mimic equipped, I used Karmic Control, diving into their souls and attacking the miasmic infection at its source. The two let out panicked screams, but after having already worked out how to do this once, it was much easier the second time. I could probably even do it from a distance, but I had to be certain this time. The two infected people collapsed to the ground. Whether it was because my skill was more refined this time, or because they were both hardier, they didn't pass out completely. Instead, the pair leaned on the ground, gasping for breath. It was the Guildmaster who had recovered first. He looked up at me. His eyes no longer black, and he let out a horrified cry. "El, Lord Deekson? I looked down at him. Guildmaster. Deek? Why, you are alive! A voice shouted behind me, and then large arms wrapped around me from behind. Ah. See, can you at least get these weapons out of me? Oh no! She turned red, reaching out and grabbing and pulling her blade out. I am sorry. The guildmaster ripped his weapon out at the same time. Gah! That smarts! I fell to a knee. But I was already casting heel. Actually, after the torture I had experienced through Alicia's torment in the soul domain. This kind of pain was nothing. I had let the pair strike me. I had just been planning to let the guild master strike me. I hadn't realized Ruby was there until it was too late, so I allowed her to strike too. My body was too tough for them to cause more than superficial wounds. My vitality was something that couldn't be ignored. Even compared to Austerians, I would be hard to knock down. Although they were both fast and strong, they were still not thinking clearly. Perhaps, if they worked toward a fight of attrition, they could have slowly worn me down. That's why I chose to ultimately take the hits head on. I needed to get close enough to grab them. And I needed them to let their guard down for a moment. I didn't know if they could use skills in that state. And I didn't want to tempt them to the point they were using powerful skills and potentially hurting themselves or the other infected. As the wounds started to close at a visible rate, I heard a sudden sob. Ruby threw her arms around me again. I am so sorry. I am sorry. She bellowed loud enough that even the infected downstairs awkwardly started to walk away. Who is this, then? Alicia asked. She had been perfectly fine with princesses and slaves, but for some reason, Ruby, with her big chest that revealed a ton of cleavage being pressed against me, had caused Alicia to grow irate. The guildmaster scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. She had become a wreck after she thought you died. He admitted. I have to say, I am glad to see the rumors were wrong. I am even more glad to see you. As you can see, Chom needs you. Hearing the screeching calls throughout the city, I had to say that this was an understatement. Chapter 1140. Alicia, this is Big Sis Ruby. She's... I am his big sister. Ruby pushed against me, her chest pressing against my arm as she glared at Alicia. And who is this Alicia? I am his sword. Humph. You weren't able to protect him from my blade? That was... He moved me out of the way. Alicia shot back poodily. In a time that felt like forever ago, it had been Ruby who had helped acclimate me to the adventuring negative 0p guild. She was over a head taller than me, and I had ended up knowing her as a big sister. Later on, she traveled with my group for a bit while battling bandits, but eventually decided we were too reckless and left our team. I had honestly been under the impression she didn't like me all that much. Since I had merged, I was now a head taller than her. So my big sister was now smaller than me, but for some reason, she had her arm around me and was acting extremely protective. We had fled back to the adventuring guild. The guildmaster using a smoke bomb to hide our escape from the other infected. We were now in his office. According to him, his office had many defensive spells placed on it, and it wouldn't be easy for anyone to get in here, allowing us some time to speak in private. At that point, Alesia had returned to her human form, her arms crossed, glaring at Ruby, who had incidentally glared back. I had always thought that Ruby was half Stosterian because of her size. Meanwhile, Alesia was half Styrian, although she looked all Austerian because of her mother's sacrifice. They were both well, endowed adventurers with outgoing, friendly demeanors. One would think that the two would get along fantastically. Incidentally, both of them had never shown an ounce of a problem with Lydia or any of my other slave girls, let alone Eliana or Raisa. Raisa and Ruby seemed to get along well. So, why were they glaring at each other? Women were truly confusing. I thought that you were angry at me, I admitted to Ruby, partially to prevent the two from fighting even more. Angry? She cocked her head. Why do you think that, The guildmaster. He said you didn't want to adventure with us anymore. He said you retired. I thought, after we had done all of those dangerous things, you had come to resent us. Ruby blinked and then turned to the guildmaster. He straightened up. Ruby suddenly pulled out her blades. What did you say, old man? Arabi? It's not what it looks like. The situation... He looked at me and threw out his hand, pointing. He said he wanted to get you pregnant. I stumbled back. I said it, but I didn't mean it. I did vaguely recall saying that if she wanted to have children, I'd have them with her. But I was more flustered after she suddenly dumped me. Not me. My team. I wasn't dumped by Ruby. Ruby glared at me. Why, you misunderstand. I waved my hands desperately. I just didn't want you to leave the party. You said you were conflicted. So I was just trying to help, the guildmaster cried out. Ruby glared at both of us. What kind of cheap woman do you think I am? You think either of you can decide these kinds of things for me? My mouth flapped open and closed a few times. Meanwhile, the guildmaster looked on with wide eyes. I shot a look to Alesia, hoping for some support here. She glanced away with a sniff. Men are scum. Ruby and Alesia shared a nod of agreement. Why did they start getting along now of all times? Chapter 1141. Why am I scum? I demanded with a wounded look. They called me scum to... The guildmaster whimpered. You are the one who caused all of this. I snapped at him. The guildmaster was trying to act like he was innocent. But it was his actions that had caused Ruby to grow angry in the first place. He was even giving me a pitiful look like he wanted me to defend his actions. So shameless. He's the one who had made me think that Ruby hated me. At least he had the decency to look guilty as I glared at him. Meanwhile, Ruby let out a sigh, sitting back behind the desk chair and putting her feet upon the desk. Wait. Wasn't this the guildmaster's office? My glare turned to a questioning look, and the guildmaster shrugged helplessly. She's vice guildmaster now, but I'd swear she thought she was the boss. Hey, what was that? She asked. And nothing. The guildmaster jumped. And for you, Deke? She barked at me. Why, yes. I also jumped. She sighed. When I traveled with you a few months ago, you showed me a part of myself that I didn't like. Huh. What do you think the point of being an adventurer is? She asked. Adventuring, I frowned. It's about putting your life on the line, taking risks, and fighting for what you believe in. At every point along the way, you would do reckless, crazy, stupid things. They were things I never even would have thought of on my own. I began to realize that I am not the adventurer I thought I was. That's why I ended up retiring and becoming the Vice Guild Master. I just didn't have it in me to truly go on adventures anymore. I see. I didn't get it. She should have said something if she felt that way. Why did the guildmaster say I was the reason? Why did I get attacked? She continued speaking. The guildmaster has been trying to get me to retire and join him for a while. He was probably afraid you'd convince me to leave with you. Thursday! That's not true! The guildmaster turned red, though, basically showing his guilt. I am sorry. I may have exaggerated a bit, but she really was in a mood after returning. Of course, I was in a mood, she scoffed. It's not easy to realize hard truths about yourself. I realized that I couldn't make a difference out there. However, with my experience, I realized that if I became a guild master, I could still make a real difference in the lives of other adventurers. Did she just call herself the guild master? The guild master muttered. With Chom growing, I knew that they needed strong support in the future. Guildmaster was already a worthless old man who is full of hot air. Right. I nodded, remembering how many times him and the mayor got me doing their dirty work. You agree? The guildmaster cried out tearfully. Ruby continued, ignoring the guildmaster. There are so many little problems a city faces that you are never aware of because it gets handled by the various guilds. I knew that the best way I could help you and the city was to take on this position. Help me, she nodded. Since you started calling me Big Sis, I guess I began to see you as my little brother too. I don't have any other family. My parents ended up selling me into slavery when I was a child. My eyes grew wide. You were a slave? She shrugged. I wasn't for long. I was a sickly child. It was Figaro who had received me. And Chom ended up buying me and nursing me back to health. So for as long as I remember, I've been part of Chom. That's why I've stuck around and why I feel so much affection for this city. So, you can imagine how I felt when a shy little healer showed up and started calling me Big Sis. Before I knew it, you were the Lord of Chom and managed to reclaim the city with your own strength. So, it was that after all. Just like my girls, she had started to feel left behind. She knew that as a guild master, She'd be able to have a bigger influence on the city and wouldn't feel like she was insignificant. Everyone had their own path. It seemed. I understand. I bowed. Guildmaster Ruby. She's the vice, though. The guildmaster whined helplessly. She waved her hand, blushing slightly. Just keep calling me Big Sis. I'll take care of things on this side. And do my best to support my bro on your side. I understand. Oh, and family is family. If you fantasize about your big sister again, I'll break your balls. Why, yes! I learned that day that some women didn't fantasize about having children. All my slave girls had always excitedly talked about one day being pregnant. So I had forgotten that not every woman had such aspirations. Plus, Ruby was her own person who could make her own choices. Elysia, who had all of her choices stripped from her by the demon lord Aberes, to become his incubator, sympathized with this the most. I still didn't like being scolded. At least the pair were getting along now, I supposed. Chapter 1142. All right. Can you guys give me any more information about what is going on here? I asked, moving on from our previous conversation. The guildmaster and Ruby glanced at each other and then at me. We were hoping you knew what happened, Ruby admitted. It started shortly after your death was announced. A request came out to suppress and control the dungeon. Since you no longer were there to control it, it needed to be contained like the other dungeons. We were just getting a team of priests and adventurers together when a massive barrier came over the city and miasma started seeping out from the entrance. It reminded me of Chum from back then. We were expecting some kind of dungeon flood. But the miasma just kept getting thicker and thicker, and then things started getting foggy. The guildmaster continued. I lost my sense of time. And it wasn't until not too long ago that I regained my mind with you. So, you can't remember anything while you were under the influence of the dungeon? I asked. The two shook their heads. That was unfortunate, but perhaps it was also a blessing. It meant that the citizens here wouldn't experience any particular trauma. I had been worrying there would be some long-lasting damage. However, I had carefully observed Ruby and the guildmaster. And they both seemed fine. They weren't even starved or dehydrated. What do you think we should do next? Ruby asked. Are you going to move on the dungeon? I shut my eyes for a moment and rubbed my forehead. That had been my original plan. But I am not so certain anymore. I don't know what Elia and Shin were planning, and I don't know how they'll react to me. It seems like going after the dungeon's miasma provoked them. Since that is the case, I am inclined to provoke them a little more and see what happens. Master, you should be careful. Don't forget what happened to Astria, Elysia warned. Don't worry, I won't be going after them, I declared. At least, not for now. You won't? The guildmaster asked. Then what do you plan to do? They turned Chum into one giant miasma generator, I explained. I believe that the shield containing miasma is only part of it. The people are another part. They had somehow managed to carry out a widespread soul attack, infecting your bodies with a karmic infection. Karmic infections are slightly different from miasma. It's the difference between the soul and mana. You can damage or fortify the soul with mana, but the soul and mana are fundamentally two different things. Basically, they're with a karmic infection. A small piece of your soul has become karmic or become miasma-based, and it manages to hijack and take over your entire mind, forcing you to fulfill a role designated by the karma's original owner. If that makes sense. I cannot remove it from anyone's soul. I believe that Mickey can do this, and I've sent someone to get her. But in the meantime, I can't get rid of the karmic infection. Ruby frowned. Wait, but you got rid of our infections. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that, I admitted helplessly. However, I have a job called Mimic, and an ability called Karmic Control, which allows me to alter karma. Simply put, I altered the karmic infection in your bodies, severing your link to the dungeon and attaching it to me. Then, I programmed your karma to have you act normally. WH, what are you saying? The guildmaster asked. Ah. What's the best way to show this? Raise your hand. The guildmaster's hand shot up. He frowned at me, but then as he looked at his hand, he let out a shout. Yet, he still kept it raised. You can stop now, I shrugged, allowing him to lower his hand with a flush. In short, if I will it, I have direct control of your souls. Chapter 1143. Why, you can make us do whatever you want, the guildmaster cried out in surprise. I nodded. Sadly, the infection has already taken root. It's wrapped around your soul, and whoever has control of your karma has control of you. So, you can see the kind of damage Alea could cause, and why I am unwilling to just barrel through the dungeon and defeat her. Why, you can make us do whatever. Ruby replied with a dazed expression, then looked at me with wide eyes and looked away. Pervert. I am your big sister. Don't say misleading things like that. If I was controlling you, do you think I'd have let you attack me earlier? I cried out. I still don't get it. Why did they do this? Elysia asked. It's not much different than what Astria was doing, I explained. She was using fairies to extract the natural mana from the nearby residents. However, Alea isn't looking for mana. She's looking for miasma. Normally, once a soul is infected with karma, miasma slowly envelops it until the soul is either consumed, resulting in the death of the host, or the soul is converted. Becoming a karmic soul. Once someone's soul is converted to its karmic state, they are bound to the dungeon and are basically a dungeon monster. However, that isn't what is happening. The miasma is instead being absorbed by the barrier and then being fed into the dungeon. So, the people have become walking lightning rods, absorbing miasma to power this miasma generator. This is why, even after 2 months, you guys haven't been turned into monsters. That was the essentials of it. Of course, I didn't understand all about how it worked. It'd require someone far more accustomed to using miasma than myself. There was also one component that I had intentionally left out when I explained everything to them. That was the miasma fountain. I had noticed it the second I walked into the city. Shooting out from behind my mansion was a massive stream of miasma, which spread out and created a barrier over us. That's how I knew the two were linked, because I could see they were physically linked. The others either couldn't see this fountain or they didn't know what it was. The fairy fountain behind my mansion was a secret. And even the mayor and guildmaster weren't fully informed about it. The fairies had been commanded to keep everyone from noticing it. And there were various spells and tricks so that should someone sneak behind the mansion, they would walk right past it without ever knowing it was there. If people did become aware of the fairy fountain, it would spread desire and envy. It was best to keep it as hidden as possible. But for those sensitive to mana, that was probably impossible. Either way, I thought it best not to mention it in front of these two. Despite it being the linchpin behind the alleged miasma generator. Monsters! The guildmaster went pale, seemingly focusing on that part of my talk. Well, I've seen the others out there. They don't look much better than monsters. Ruby frowned. What is your plan? I'll need you guys to try to capture them, one at a time. We'll free them from the dungeon's control, I explained. You'll be cutting off the supply of miasma? Ruby frowned. Not just that, Alesia spoke excitedly as she realized my plan. He plans to keep the miasma feeding into the dungeon. Huh? For what reason? The guildmaster asked with a frown. The dungeon is currently no longer mine. I shrugged. And I do not know how much the dungeon has grown these last few months. Normally, if a dungeon acted this aggressively, someone would destroy it. However, Alea was clever to hide her tracks, and so was Estria. As a result, I can't predict how powerful or how deep it runs now. It might just be me worrying for nothing, but since we've come this far, I might as well take every precaution. He's going to feed the dungeon his own miasma, Alesia declared. Ruby and the guildmaster only stared. They didn't understand, but that was the gist of it. This had once been my dungeon. But now the miasma frequency was off and no longer my own. Since Alaya was using the people of this town to feed her dungeon, then I would change it back to my frequency. I would take control of the dungeon once again, starting from the inside. Chapter 1144. I've been trying to pick fighters, the guildmaster declared. They are a bit trickier to catch. But I reckon the more we do, the more aggressive the remaining will be. The guildmaster might be a tad manipulative at times. But when it came to organization, he was a master. He had quickly started putting my plan into effect, capturing one person after another. He went specifically for adventurers, soldiers, and guards. Once these men woke up again, they would both have the mental fortitude to deal with what happened, but also the knowledge to assist in the future. no one seemed to recall much more than falling into a dream-like state. Did Alaya use the siren to obtain her goals? That certainly seemed like a possibility. The siren could have easily lulled everyone in the city into a deep sleep, allowing Alaya to insert the karmic infections into their souls. Since they didn't remember anything, I'd be waking the children up last. They'd already have their mothers and fathers around, and thus not experience any trauma whatsoever. At first, the guild master and Ruby went out and brought back a person every 10 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Alesia took her human form and helped restrain the townsfolk, while I used Mimic to adjust their karmic influence. It was a slow process. It wasn't just a matter of finding the right people, but also doing it without letting the crowds become alerted. Once they knew we were here, they would attack. Although the people in the city were being used to produce miasma, they were also being used to protect the city as well. They were the dungeon's eyes and ears, alerting them to any threat. Eventually, the dungeon would notice something was happening and respond, but I wanted to push that time off as long as possible. So some subterfuge was in order. If they did get alerted, it'd be difficult to cure them, let alone preventing any from getting hurt. Thankfully, many of the people woke up soon after being cured of their infection. Once they woke up, they volunteered to begin helping. Naturally, the guards weren't as skilled as the guild master, so at first, I waited until there was an adequate group to make a small team. However, as more teams were sent out, more people were brought back more quickly. Some remained behind to restrain the captured while I continued to cure them one at a time. We started to set up a triage unit, spreading out to the entire adventuring guild, which had been expanded and was now a fairly massive building complete with a full bar, rooms, offices, and hospital. I went from infected to infected, restoring their minds one at a time as fast as I could. Even with them getting all the wait period out of the way, I could only move so fast. It took about 2 minutes per person to heal them. Although my mana regeneration had become impressive, I still found it slowly wearing down from the continuous use. I occasionally drank some of my remaining stores of waters of life, but I couldn't keep going forever. That said, the adventuring guild slowly became crowded as more and more people awakened and became eager to get to work. This was a hardy group of people. Chom had been destroyed twice now, and they wouldn't hesitate to build it all back from scratch if they had to. These were my people, and as I saw them busily working, I felt a sense of pride. Chapter 1145. Why, you are alive. A girl's eyes widened as she recovered from her infection. Not everyone fainted. There were those of a particularly strong spirit that managed to remain awake despite their soul being tinkered with. Also, after innumerable times doing this, my mimic was leveling up, as was my ability to manipulate karma. I was sitting on a chair at this point after healing her because after having used mana all day, I was near to the point of collapse. Yeah, I am alive, I responded. You Don't remember me. Do you? She asked awkwardly. The guild receptionist. I blinked after I squinted for a second. She nodded, smiling slightly. I was the secretary working in the Adventurers Guild when you first arrived in the New Old Chom. I had learned that was what they called Chom's Crossing. It had been originally called Chom, and then I reclaimed Old Chom, which became Chom, and thus the original Chom became New Old Chom. I had no regrets about renaming it. I had even incorporated the original name in it so that people didn't get confused. This kind of redundant naming convention wasn't even unique to this locale. After all, the country of Abaris was run by the Abaris royal family in the capital city, otherwise named Abaris. Also, Abaris was the name of the demon lord, who had originally been in control of this land back when it was part of Osteria. Don't even get me started on the church, which could mean the church of the mother, the church of the daughter, or the imperial cloud church. Well, at least I had heard the original church up north had never broken apart. So if I understood it correctly, the churches of Abaris and the Ost Republic were just the broken apart church of the offshoot of the Imperial Cloud Church that had once been in Osteria. Then there was Osteria, which was both a country and a type of people. I was letting my mind wander because I was tired. The secretary girl was looking at me with a slightly guilty and awkward expression on her face. I had almost forgotten this girl. But she was one of the first people I had spoken to when I arrived in this world. I raised an eyebrow. Realizing she was waiting on me to say something, "How have you been?" Her face grew flushed. Back then, when you walked in that first time looking to be an adventurer, I never thought you would come this far. I blinked and then smiled. I never thought I'd be here either. At the time, all I was hoping for was a good meal and a house. Had I known I'd end up being the lord of a small region and have so many people depending on me, well, I don't think I'd have changed too much. I was pretty cold to you back then. She bit her lip. I was especially mean to that girl, Miki, the nine-tailed fox that was right. As she spoke, I was remembering that she did tend to have an attitude. She was particularly resistant toward Miki once I brought her home. And her rallying up a crowd was one of the reasons I left town. Of course, there was some reasons for that. Her family had died when the ghosts were released from the mansion. And nine-tailed foxes were a taboo existence among the Animalkin. In reality, it was Astria who was directly responsible for her family's death. She didn't know that. And Astria and her had never crossed paths. That was probably for the best. I remember, I responded shortly. Suddenly feeling awkward myself, I just want to apologize. She responded. I've begun to realize that you shouldn't judge people by appearances. First you, and then Miki. Accepted. Miss Receptionist. Ah. I actually don't work at the guild anymore. I've started to work at the orphanage. If you ever need to find me, Then, if I ever need some children, I mean, my face turned red, and so did hers. I had been just giving wishes before I realized I was misspeaking. I needed to be more careful propositioning women regarding children. I didn't even know where half of my baby mamas were. Then, please, keep working hard. For the children, she responded, using the opportunity to bid farewell and leave. I let out a sigh. On to the next. Chapter 1146. Deke. Deke. 5 more minutes. You need to wake up now. Jah! I felt a boot kick me and I jerked up. I am awake. I am awake. I looked up to see Ruby glowering down at me. You fell asleep last night while still purifying people. I know you said you can't teach others how to do what you can do, but it really would be much faster. I was speaking the truth, though. If I could just wave my hand and cause someone else to learn mimic, I would. Unfortunately, the way I had learned it was by getting a karmic infection and using my high resistance to miasma to overcome its control. The fact that everyone here had become controlled by the dungeon already proved that they didn't have what it took to learn mimic. Well, there might be other ways to gain mimic. Overall, it's a job that I've never seen anyone else possess. And Aboris was far too unknowledgeable about the job system as a whole. I'd need to go to the Imperial Cloud Metho if I wanted to learn more about jobs other than my research. I got it. I need to work on more people, I grumbled as I sat up. Ruby gave an awkward expression. Number. We wanted to give you some more time to sleep. It's only been a few hours. It's still not even completely light out. However, someone has emerged from the dungeon, so we thought it was best to get you immediately. Someone I jerked up. Ilaya, we can't tell. She's had a hood up. She demanded that we send our master immediately, and then refused to engage with anyone else. Based on what you said before about the infection, we figured she meant you. Master. That would probably mean dungeon master. I must have conquered enough of the dungeon that they were starting to notice a rival dungeon master down there. I hadn't issued an official challenge, but I likely had conquered a few % just by doing what I was doing. I had intended to smoke Alaya out rather than come in there and fetch her, so this suited my purpose just fine. We don't know how long she'll wait, though. She tried to pressure me to hurry. I understand. I began to get dressed, causing Ruby to spin around. Sorry. I had grown so used to always having a woman around when I changed clothing, and especially when I got up, that it hadn't occurred to me that it was a problem. Even now, Alicia was back in her blessing form on the back of my hand. She saw what I saw, which means that she saw everything. Thankfully, she didn't talk about it with me. Actually, the next time I had sex, that might be awkward. I coughed and sped up my changing. We've managed to reconquer half the city so far. The infected people aren't too difficult to handle with a full team. after recovering the alchemists and a few mages. We just used spells and potions to knock them out. At the moment, we're waiting on you. It also seems like we don't get hungry or thirsty, so we don't need to worry about all the food that's spoiled these last 2 months. Alesia spoke with her back to me. Makes sense. I nodded. The miasma provides you the energy you need. If dungeon creatures needed food, dungeons wouldn't be able to function. I see. She looked back at me. Are you ready? Let's see how she reacts to seeing me. I agreed. Chapter 1147. We left the Adventuring Guild. Several barricades had been created, and there appeared to be people on the roofs. Unlike the guildmaster and Ruby, most of the other residents weren't smart enough or powerful enough to reach the roofs. Therefore, it was a rather simple process of roping one of them, pulling them up, and then restraining them. That was when they didn't have magic to just incapacitate them one way or another. I knew I still had a long way to go before everyone was freed. Of course, if things went a certain way, I might not need to do anything else. The situation might end up resolving itself. Once Leia saw me, she might just surrender the dungeon immediately. Of course, that all depended on me encountering her outside of the dungeon, and based on what I had seen so far, I had a feeling she hadn't left the dungeon in months. Had she not come out by the time I had finished conquering the town, then I had every intention of using the mansion and trying the back door to reach her. The last thing I wanted to do was start a protracted battle where I had to fight my way down the dungeon. It would likely take days, even if the enemies weren't much of a challenge. Of course, there was also the possibility that the second I walked into the dungeon, she'd recognize me. I didn't think that would be the case, though. If it honestly was, then she should have recognized me the second I walked into the city. Or when I started altering the miasma being fed back into the dungeon. Of course, there was an alternative that I wasn't considering. There was the possibility that she did already recognize me, and chose not to come until now. Maybe Master didn't stand for Dungeon Master, but she was still recognizing me as her master. That didn't make a whole lot of sense either. I really wouldn't know what was happening until I reached the outside of town and spoke to her or whoever was representing her. I realized as I followed Ruby that a group of guards ended up forming around us. I wasn't at a level where I could determine people's levels at a glance. But I had a feeling that these were probably some of the top-level guards in the city. I glanced at them curiously until Ruby seemed to notice. This was decided by the residents of Chom. Chom originally was growing so rapidly that there were more strangers than friends. Most people had never even seen you, but had only heard of you, even during the battle against Alarith. You seemed like a lofty presence surrounded by beautiful slaves. Now, every single person has been personally pulled from the dark fog by your hand. They've watched you working hard to save them from the infection. They know you now, and you've made an impression on them. Really. The citizens won't stand to see you harmed once again. They don't want to see something happen again like it did in the Ost Republic. They wish you to have an honor guard at all times. You could say that if before you had earned their respect, it seems like your actions recently have been earning their adoration. Ruby responded with a slight smile. I didn't know how to respond to that. But I didn't have to because we were already outside of town and approaching the dungeon mouth. I could see a person standing there in a robe, but it was impossible to make out who it was exactly. I walked up to them as confidently as I could. I am Deek Deekson, I responded. This dungeon. And everything in it belongs to me. Surrender. Chapter 1148. That was all I had to say. I hadn't prepared a speech. I hadn't prepared anything for this far. I had been expecting her to recognize me immediately and react. Instead, she merely watched me, hidden within her hood. Well, it wasn't the reception I had been expecting. Was she surprised, confused, or angry? I opened my mouth to say more. But she slowly lifted her hands to her hood and then pulled it back, finally revealing her face. Shin, I breathed. This is... My mother Elysia asked. It was the final dungeon boss Atchin. In this form, she resembled a human. She should have been on the final level. I found myself rather surprised by her presence here on the surface. Yeah. This is the other half of your mother I was telling you about, I informed Elysia. You dare to attack my mistress's dungeon, Shin demanded, glaring at me. I frowned. Shin should have been able to recognize me. However, this woman was staring at me like I was a stranger. You know who I am, right? I asked helplessly. You are a rival dungeon master who wishes to swallow our dungeon. I regret to inform you that you will fail. We're not so easy as to be bullied by other dungeons. Shin. Twilight Dungeon, Deek, I held up my hands. I will destroy you, and then bring my mistress your head. She threw back her robes, revealing a sword at her belt. Your head will look good on the maid hero's mantle. She reached down, grabbing the sword. She had an arrogant look on her face that was familiar to me. It was the way she had looked at me when I first got to the Twilight Dungeon. It was the look of a woman who felt superior to me. It was a look filled with condescension. The maid hero. So it is Alaya after all. Shin licked her lips. Don't you dare speak that name? Mistress has banned that name. Waitek furrowed his brow, hoping she would give him some hints so he understood more about what was going on. Mistress banned that name. She couldn't protect him. She couldn't bring him back. She failed him. That's why? That's why she killed herself. My smile dropped and I ended up baring my teeth. What of all the possibilities? I hadn't considered such a thing. Alea would commit suicide after learning of my death. If that was the case, then it probably happened in my dungeon. She probably wanted to be consumed by the dungeon I created. If she died in my dungeon, she'd be turned back into miasma, and my miasma would mix with hers. In her broken state, She must have thought this was somehow poetic and romantic. However, what would have happened instead is that her miasma would have contaminated the dungeon, turning it into a more chaotic curse bred from her own incomplete story. Just like when Shin died in the Twilight Dungeon, a curse was created inside a curse. Alea was born again and usurped Shin and Astria, becoming the dungeon boss. It was all starting to make sense now. This was a curse created by Alea's broken heart, and a lore cut short by her foolish mistake. Alea, I said sadly. I told you, that name is forbidden by the maid hero. Now die. Shin pulled her sword and began her attack. Chapter 1149. Wait. Wait. Holding up my hands, Shin stopped about halfway. I was a little surprised that she did so. Aren't we going to fight her? Alicia asked, her voice trembling slightly. We were able to defeat the other Shin. But remember, that was her submissive half. This is her fighting half, and it's been fortified by Alea's dungeon. So there is no saying how powerful she'll be. Compared to my guards, I got a strong sense of danger from her. They were all holding up their weapons, looking like they were ready to fight defiantly, including Ruby. But I had no doubt they wouldn't be much help in a fight against her. As for whether I would win or not, I wasn't confident of that either. This is why I stopped the fight before it could start. This was especially because I thought I had a way to avoid such a fight. You are a magic swordsman, correct? I asked. Shin narrowed her eyes. Is that why you stopped our fight? You believe in a fair fight? Right. You don't like stabbing people in the back. Direct confrontations, that's the Austerian way. If you agree, then pull your sword. I will. However, why don't we decide this fight in a single attack, Ronin style? Row. Nin aham! I mean, I'll give my best attack, and you give you best, and whoever is standing in the end wins. You honestly think that you can knock me down in a single strike? Her haughty arrogant side started to resurface. Shin's problem had always been that she was too confident in herself. She believed she was better than her opponents. And as a result, she would sometimes look down on them. I was counting on this. Deke, I may be quite strong, but I am not confident I can defeat her in a single blow. I am not even confident I can protect you, Alicia warned. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. I smiled. Shin cocked her head, and then after a moment, she nodded. Very well. I suppose since you are a dungeon master like my mistress, you deserve to die a warrior's death. I will give you one attack. At that point, you will die. Maybe? I shrugged. She turned and walked back 20 feet, and then turned and faced me. Are you sure about this, bro? Ruby asked. Yeah, I can do this. I nodded, lifting my hands and casting a spell. What are you casting? What is that? Alicia cried out. You've made a portal, Shin cried out. You are trying to run away? Ha ha! It's too late now. I laughed. Trying to trick me. I hate tricks the most. Die. Shin's body erupted with a blinding light, and she began to rush at me like lightning. I reached through the portal. Behold my ultimate attack, Shin Toss. I grabbed onto the unconscious Shin on the other side. The portal I created led to her bed where she was tied up and under numerous spells. With a heave, I tossed her at her other self. An Austerian went flying toward her human counterpart. Shin tried to move to dodge herself, but she already had too much momentum. The pair collided and collapsed into a heap. What? What is this? The human girl stood up angrily, her sword having been knocked away. You would use an innocent woman as a human shield. An innocent woman, I raised an eyebrow. Maybe you should take another look. She looked down at the girl, and then back at me. However, a second later she looked down at the girl again. She may not be remembering me right now, but there was no way she wouldn't recognize her own body. This is... What is? Her eyes went wide, and she started to break apart. Whoa! What's happening? I cried out. You are the one who did this, Alesia cried back. What did you do to my mother? We watched in surprise as the human Shin broke into ash. And then her light and energy flowed into the other Shin. The human Shin's current body was made of miasma. Her body had been destroyed in the Twilight Dungeon and had only been recreated by dungeons. Her true body was still the Austerian woman. I was reuniting her soul and her body. Shin was changing once again as she was finally restored to her true self. Chapter 1150. Masterites. What did you do? I cocked my head. Well, I found that when a piece of a person is captured by curses, these pieces are naturally drawn to each other. It stood to reason that as soon as the two Shins came in contact with each other, they would start merging. Shouldn't something like that have happened with you when it came to your two forms? Ruby had walked up beside us now that she saw the fight taking a peculiar direction. My two parts were a somewhat unique case. First off, our souls had completely healed, one through the use of a rare medicine, which now that I think about it, probably existed in the Twilight Dungeon as a hint to Shin's true nature. Of course, she had never taken the medicine and instead made it an award. The other piece was healed by absorbing the power for a dungeon. These two parts were diametrically opposed to each other, one being a karma soul and the other being a mana soul. Even then, given the right circumstances, our soul did reunite back together after being damaged and freed from our bodies. Once, the giant had absorbed the remaining piece of Shin's soul I had scavenged from the Twilight Dungeon. It stood to reason that something similar would happen here. Although what surprised me was that it was my Shin being pulled into Ost Republic's Shin instead of the other way around. I would have preferred it the other way, Wheelesia asked. You have the slave mark on this Shin. So isn't it better that all of it ends up inside her? Ruby chuckled. You are not thinking like a man. WH. What does that mean? Alesia asked. His Shin is both smaller and about 20 years younger. How could he not prefer the more youthful model masterbacks? Alicia's voice grew weird. Thursday? That's not true. I cried out with a cough. Now that I could see the two shins next to each other, it was true that the shin who acted as Alicia's mother did look more motherly and older than her counterpart. If one woman was in her 20s, then the other looked to be in her 30s. However, if we were talking true ages, Shin from the Twilight Dungeon was hundreds of years old, having been caught in that loop. However, the body she had ended in was the giant, who was an echo of Shin before she got pregnant. So, this Shin was gaining a few years. That didn't mean she wasn't beautiful. It was just now she was a bit more Astrea and a bit less Celeste. As we were talking, the last bit of Shin flowed into her. What I am most worried about is that this Shin should be even more powerful than the other two Shins. Whether she is your slave or not, are we sure she is friendly? This is a combination of my mother, who was gutted out by Aberries, and a woman who was brainwashed by Elia. Alicia asked worriedly. Well, we're about to find out, I said as Alicia began to stand up. I faced her as she turned around to look at me. Her eyes were solid black, but they hadn't been earlier either. Did that mean she was under the willing control of the dungeon? I suddenly felt my danger sense tingle. Without saying a word, Shin pulled her sword and attacked. I guess she's not, I cursed. Chapter 1151. My hand glowed as I pulled Elysium out. I just managed to block as Shin struck. The strength of her attack wasn't just sudden, but it was extremely powerful. She didn't pull her punch at all. Perhaps she realized that once I gave her commands, she would be bound by my instructs. So she went all out before I could put any restrictions on her. Normally, in the process of laying a slave bond, these kinds of restrictions were placed on the enslaved. As it turned out, using the ability enslavement did not come with all of these special clauses. My blessing glowed across my body as I put all of my strength into block Shin's attack. Her sword was glowing, which told me she had pulled off a skill as well. Usually, skills took at least a few seconds of warning to launch, but Shin had managed to cut the time into milliseconds and executed it in mid-beam strike, even if her levels weren't impressive. This was a skill that couldn't be gained with anything but the pinnacle of experience. I finally lost my footing, getting struck by a powerful impact. I flew back 20 feet before I managed to land on my feet again. If I fell to the ground, then her next attack would cause significant damage. Thus, with all of my footwork and skill, I managed to just keep it. After I stopped sliding, I took a deep breath and pulled my sword up, ready for her next attack. Only to realize she hadn't moved from the spot where she had attacked me. The guards had reacted. These were the best Chom had to offer, after all. So they had managed to pull their swords and surround her with their weapons out, Ruby included in the mix. Shin seemed completely unconcerned with the dozen swords aimed at her from every direction. Instead, her eyes were on me. A small smirk formed on her face as she lifted her sword and sheathed it. You've improved since the last time we fought. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. Which Shin are you now? She laughed. I am Master Shin, always. I relaxed slightly. But I was still cautious. Why did you attack me? A lot can be learned by crossing blades with a man. I had to make sure you were the real Deke, and not some doppelganger, naturally. If you wanted to see my blade, you should have just asked, I growled. Here! Shin's face turned red before she spun around. I see you are still the same Lek as always, Master. That's not what I meant. Master even has aims on my mother. Alicia's despondent voice came through. Wait. It's not what it looks like. It's not the first mother and daughter pair that Lord Deke has claimed. Ruby sighed. Hey! That's hardly the same situation. Elia and Eliana aren't even related. I was talking about Astrea and Celeste. Wait. Deke. Shin suddenly pointed at me. Yes, I cried out hoarsely. You managed to block my blade and not even take any damage. I'd give you all the credit, but I sense that there is something strange and powerful about that blade as well. Ah. Alicia let out a cry of alarm as Shin suddenly focused on her. Why, yes, I declared, bringing Alicia in front of me. Even though the sword tried to move behind me. Just what is with your sword? She demanded. Huh? You don't know? I raised an eyebrow after the conversation suddenly changed. I am also curious about it, too, Ruby declared. I didn't ask anything earlier, but a talking sword is kind of... Oh, you see... It's Alicia. Shin stared at me blankly. Who? Chapter 1152. Alicia? Your daughter, I offered. I have no children, not after killing the treacherous son, Aberries, she declared. Oh? That was all Alicia said. But it was a voice filled with sadness. I put my hand comfortingly on her hilt. Shin had recombined with her former self. So I had thought that her mind would merge, and she'd remember something of the life that she had lived. After all, the other Shin did contain a piece of her soul, and the part of her that one could call motherly. However, it seemed like Aberries had done a good job wiping her mind. She may be in an Austerian body, but there was nothing there regarding her time in the Ostrepublic the last 20 years. On one side, it meant that the Shin I knew hadn't changed all that much. That was something I was happy about. However, I also felt sad that Alicia would never be able to reconnect with her mother. Alicia, I asked, it's okay. I nodded and stepped up to Shin. I don't know how to say this, but the Shin that you just reformed with was the Shin that went to the Ost Republic. You may not remember, but sometime right before Aberries took over your mind, you had cut your soul in half, separating the demon lord Aberries from the rest of your babies. From that point onward, there were 2 of you. I have other children? Shin's eyes widened a bit. I made a face. You had 2 children, but Avarice managed to possess one of them, and the other, well, she died, and her soul was forged. Forged. I didn't know what to say. How would she react to learning her only daughter was now being used as a weapon at my convenience? It was one thing finding out you had children you didn't know about. Knowing that they all had somewhat bad ends was another thing. However, I had already started telling the truth. And I couldn't stop now. Alesia. I put my sword in front of me. It's okay. The sword glowed and then morphed into Alesia. Standing next to Shin, it was easy to see the resemblance between the two. They didn't look nearly as close as Astria and Alea, but there were a few distinct similarities. You are? Shin asked with a frown. Yes. I am your daughter, but I am also the Sword Elysium. Master. Shin glanced at me. You turned my daughter into a sword. It's not like that. Alesia cried defensively. Yes, I did. I lowered my head, ready to receive her anger. That is so cool. Shin's eyes brightened as she reached out and grabbed Alesia. Mom, how do you turn on like this on? What are you touching? That is one way to turn her on, but not into a sword. Turn into a sword. Stop shaking me. Okay, I'll do it. Alesia, who was being manhandled by Shin, looked like a helpless kitten. I had never seen her interact much with her mother, but it had always been clear that in the past, she had always done whatever her mother told her. Thus, the usually strong and proud Alesia was completely at Shin's whims. Ee? She did it, Shin exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the handle and pulling her up. This alloy, I've never seen it before. The balance is nearly perfect. But I prefer to have a handguard. I can do that. Alesia glowed. A moment later, a handguard appeared on her handle. It changed. This sword is amazing. Mom! You are drooling on me. I love you. Please be mothers forever. On M, Mom? I am masters, so am I. So we can be masters together. But I am his sword. Be my sword. I refuse. Perhaps. This Shin had evolved a little bit from combining her forms. It seemed like this Shin was a major sword otaku. She may not remember having and loving a daughter, but she loved swords. Turning her daughter into a sword would be like turning a perverted man into a cute girl's panties. That was a pretty bad image. Stop licking me. Or maybe it was exactly right. Chapter 1153. Ha! Ha! Why is my sword panting? I asked helplessly. Just ignore it. I am properly oiling and maintaining her, Shin declared. We were still in front of the dungeon entrance. But now Shin was enthusiastically using a rag and some ointments she had pulled from somewhere, and was now working Alesia over. I am not sure a spiritual sword needs to be oiled. Swords are swords, and master should maintain them properly. Shin cried out. She was slightly scary when she was serious. I cleared my throat. Anyway, about the dungeon's influence. When I was pulled into this body, I was given a real form. It severed my connection with the dungeon. You don't need to worry about me. I can focus my attention on Alicia. Actually, I was more worried about everyone else. You were the dungeon master, so you should understand what happened more than anyone. Astria's memory was a bit foggy, so I was hoping you could give me a better understanding of the situation. That I can't. Don't tell me your mind was blocked too, I asked and sighed. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. My plan wouldn't change much. I'll finish curing the residents, and once I stake a claim on the dungeon, I'll enter through the mansion and confront Alaya. I should be able to talk some sense in her at that point. It's not that my mind was blocked, but that I won't tell you the situation, Shin declared. Mom Alesia spoke upon my behalf. Deke, what are dungeons? Shin suddenly asked such a question. They're the lore from an incomplete story. They're blights on the land which corrupt the local mana, turning it into the miasma. That makes them sound evil. Dungeons are neither evil nor good. They can be destructive, but so is a tornado. You wouldn't call a tornado evil. It simply is. That's true, I responded thoughtfully, although I still wasn't sure what she was trying to say. In essence, a soul is a conduit for mana. Mana is a part of the world. It flows through the earth as Gaia. However, it flows through all living beings, connecting us to the world. This is the essence of life. When someone dies, their soul disperses into mana and rejoins the life stream. We who aren't necessarily as closely linked to the life stream, we have a period where we can be restored to life. This would be the resurrection spell. Right. I had guessed most of this already from my own observations. Although it was nice to hear another confirm some of my theories. When a soul is threatened to be destroyed prematurely, when it's unsatisfied with its end and feels like it still had a purpose in this world, it begins to change, attempting to defy its fate and refusing to enter the life stream. This is the beginning of a curse. Once a soul falls down this path of corruption, it will become a seed for a dungeon, planting itself into the earth and feeding off of it, a lingering purpose still driving it to fulfill that one desire. To complete that lore, Shin, what are you trying to say down in that dungeon is a soul that fell into despair. It is a soul that wanted its story to be heard. Deke? Master. Will you be the one to hear it? Chapter 1154. Elaya. I gave an awkward look. I've already fought my way down Widow's dungeon. I've seen her story and even absorbed her blessing. Have you? Shin raised an eyebrow. Do you believe that this dungeon is your own? I bit my lip and turned to look at the dungeon. I had been assuming that the dungeon had been taken over. In my mind, Elia had done something similar to Calypso at the Bandit's Respite. She had conquered the dungeon and bent it to her purpose. However, it sounds like something else happened. This was much closer to the Twilight Dungeon. Alea had died within my dungeon, and her soul had consumed the dungeon, building a new dungeon from the corpse of my abandoned dungeon. All dungeons needed a soul to exist. That soul was usually the dungeon boss. But it didn't necessarily mean it was the main final boss of the dungeon. Once that soul no longer supported the dungeon, it would disperse. This was when the lore revealed itself, offering someone the choice to either destroy it or turn it into a blessing and absorb it. When I died, the dungeon I had built must have begun to collapse, and through Elia's sacrifice, it had become born anew. I looked away from the entrance and back to Shin. This isn't my dungeon. Perhaps I had known that the first time I had felt the energy, but I didn't want to believe such a thing. The dungeon belonged to another now. If I stole it from her, then I was trampling over her story. It was the same as ignoring her pain or telling her to just get over it. Her soul had sung out a story. And if no one heard that story, wouldn't it just be too pitiful? As I began to realize this, Shin was watching me carefully. And even her machinations on her daughter had slowed down. You are starting to realize then. I licked my lips and nodded slowly. I have to go. I can't take a shortcut on this one. If I ever loved her, then I have to see things through. That's what you mean, right? She nodded, her hands picking up their speed once again. I have come to see many sides of you, Master, from many sides of my own. I believed you to be this kind of man. And it seems that I am correct in my assessment. Master. Alesia spoke up, her voice filled with indescribable emotions. When you enter the dungeon, you will need to put many of your preconceived notions aside. This is a story you haven't heard before. The maid hero's tale is something you must understand because, at this moment, I am not certain you can defeat her. That defeating powerful enemies was never your strength, Master. Have you ever defeated a dungeon through sheer power? It's always been your heart and your understanding and your willingness to learn that has allowed it. All of the girls know this. This is what attracts them to you. She's right, Master, Alesia asserted. The maid hero is stronger than me. And if we crossed blades, I believe I would win, although I do not believe I could kill you. It was a fair assessment. Just like with the Demon Lord, there was a big difference between killing someone and defeating someone. She could probably force me to flee, but in a direct fight, she'd be hard-pressed to put me down permanently. I had too many tricks up my sleeve at this point, although that was probably the same with Elia. If I wanted any hope of ending the dungeon and freeing my people, my only chance was to learn her story and reach her heart. Chapter 1155. It would be far too easy to think that she'd take one look at me and instantly submit. If she was dead, then her soul had already been corrupted by miasma. She had already been a morally questionable woman when she was alive. Well, alive the second time. She had even made plans to destroy her husband, so I had no belief at this point she'd just roll over without a fight. My only chance at success would be to win her over once again. This time, I didn't have an entire group of support giving me their energy and power. I also had a feeling that using that to sway her over wouldn't be as effective this time around. All in all, I just had to tackle this dungeon like any other, learning about it along the way and coming up with a plan to help her. Only once this story was complete could I restore my own dungeon. Then I will be going. Ruby, I turned to the woman who had been waiting quietly with a group of soldiers a polite distance away. Ah! It's okay if you wish to go. The remaining infected are being contained. I may be able to do something about their infection, Shin responded. As a sword user, I grew familiar with Ki. Ki, it's a means of affecting the soul through just the use of the sword. It's high-level sword work for someone who does not become a mana user. I guess that made sense. Not every sword user became a magic swordsman like me. I incorporated mana into my sword, using it for attacks. However, a swordsman like Shin or Lydia would only be able to attack physically. Creatures like ghosts would be immune to them. To counter this, there must be spirit attacking abilities. They were called Ki. Lydia could take advantage of Ki. I wished that I had Shin to train Lydia. She wouldn't have needed to leave to find a teacher. At the time, Shin had still been 2 parts monster and 1 part swordsman, so it didn't make sense. Then, I'll leave the city in your care. Shin, I bowed. Please, protect it. I will. I was putting some trust in her, but she was my slave now, so I felt I could trust her, even if it wasn't a direct order. With Slave Empath, I was certain of her emotions, and I knew she wasn't lying to me. Then, Elysia. I lifted my palm. The back of my hand starting to glow. Eh? No, she's staying with me, Shin cried out. Mom! What? That's my sword. I frowned. I didn't want to sound possessive over Elysia, but our souls were kind of linked. It's fine if she stays out here. Isn't it? Shin asked. How will I get through a dungeon without a sword? I cried out helplessly. In this dungeon? You won't need it, Shin declared. Trust me, this isn't a dungeon with mobs. I looked at her dubiously. She looked between the sword in her hands and me reluctantly, and then she sighed, pulling out the sword from her belt. She tossed it at me, and I had no choice but to catch it. Take this! It's best if you follow the maid hero's story alone. Shin spoke mysteriously. Besides, I wish to spend quality time with your Scubble Ahem. My daughter. Quality time? You want to swing her around, don't you? I accused. Ah, I am just going to put her through a workout. I want to see what my daughter can take. Shin broke down and admitted, Mem, maybe this isn't such a good idea. Elysia suddenly sounded panicked. Please, just this once. This is a soul blade. I've never even heard of such a thing." Shin's eyes brightened. "I feel like she doesn't care that I am her daughter at all," Elysia cried. I took Shin's sword and tossed it into my inventory and sighed. "Elysia, this is time you can spend with your mother." "Do you want to refuse that?" "I'll stay." Elysia's voice sounded defensive. "Then I will leave you. Take care of this city until I return." Yes, I had everything I needed in my inventory. It had been growing since I started leveling Blue Mage, and now it was as big as any inventory ring. It was still missing most of the good stuff I had collected from previous dungeons, but my collections would return in time. And I wouldn't lose my stuff again. Of that, I was determined. I walked up to the dungeon entrance that looked both very familiar and completely foreign. It was time to learn her story, the story I hadn't heard. You have entered the Maid's Lament. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for extra dungeon points and a blessing. Chapter 1156. I was standing in a massive field. A dark sky with ominous clouds broiled overhead. To either side, the landscape seemed to stretch out as far as the eye could see, which wasn't very far because it was so dark. I was standing on a cobblestone path that seemed to stretch on into the distance. I moved my hand toward the grass and found its top where the cobblestone path ended. There was an invisible wall, or rather, the wall was an illusion of a field. The cobblestone path was the only part of this that existed. It only resembled a massive field, but in reality, it was just a corridor like most regular dungeons. A drop of liquid fell on my cheek. Then another drop fell, and more followed. A light drizzle began. The rain was slightly warm, even though the darkness looked so cold. I glanced up, reaching with my hand. I wasn't able to touch the ceiling. Curious? I pulled Shin's sword out and held it up. I still didn't reach the cloud of the drops. It might have truly been as high as the sky. At the very least, the sky was 12 feet tall. I'd have room to battle if I needed an overhead swing. The path was roomy enough that I could probably fight. These kinds of things were important when you were dealing with a dungeon. Then again, Shin had told me that this dungeon wasn't going to throw traditional enemies at me. So such thoughts might just be meaningless. I put my sword away and licked my lips. My eyes immediately widened as I rubbed my cheek and tasted some of the rain more directly. The rain is salty. I spoke out loud to myself. It stares. I jerked around at suddenly hearing a voice. To my surprise, standing behind me was Alaya. I had not expected to see her so soon. She was right at the entrance. What happened to all this talk about working my way down the dungeon I had already succeeded? Alaya? These are her tears. She held out her hand, partially ignoring me and seeming to speak to herself. Hers a maid's tears, she responded lightly. You aren't Alaya, are you? I am merely a guide, here to show you. Show me what you came to see? My brow furrowed. Every time I thought I had dungeons figured out, I'd find one that completely broke my preconceptions. I was standing in an empty field, gentle, salty tears of rain falling on me. With Alea both here and not here? Do you recognize me? I tried once again. Yes, you are master, she responded, a mysterious smile on her face. You are not surprised I am alive. Do you think I am so foolish that I wouldn't have been aware of your fate? I am not dead, though, I responded uncertainly. Wait. Are you Balea or not? Yes. She smirked. I narrowed my eyes. If you keep toying with me, don't think I won't put you over my knee and spank you. I took a step toward her when her eyes brightened and she pointed over my shoulder. Look, it's time. I instinctively looked in the direction she pointed. A little girl was running through the field in the rain. Who is she? I glanced back at Alea, only to see that she disappeared. Chapter 1157. Feeling slightly irritated, I turned back to the girl running through the field. Was this all just some kind of game of Alea's? I had been worried sick about her and all the damage she'd done. If she thought I was alive, why did she kill herself? What was going on in this dungeon? I had no particular feelings about the little girl. Was she Alea? I honestly couldn't tell. She had a hood up covering her head and a large brown cloak covering her body. She ran through the grass, which came up to her knees. This caused her to trip several times. The reason I couldn't feel any sympathy for her was that she was in the field. The field was an illusion projected on the wall. So she was nothing more than an illusion, a movie playing in front of me. I heard a screech in the night, and I reached for Elysia, only to remember that she was still outside the dungeon. I didn't know what would happen if I was in the dungeon and she was outside given our bond through the blessing. It turned out it wasn't too dissimilar to what happens when I separate from a slave. There was slight discomfort, and I wasn't completely sure if one of us died, what would happen to the other, but for the moment it didn't seem to be a problem. I brought out Shin's sword just to be cautious. I also took a few steps forward, trying to get a clearer view of the girl running through the field. This had to be some kind of memory from Alea's childhood. If she wanted me to see this, then I suppose I'd need to watch it. I was looking past the girl, trying to see what was chasing her. It had sounded like some kind of animal. As she got closer, I could barely hear her panting as she raced forward clumsily. There were more screeches following her. I continued walking, and the rain started to fall faster and faster. The harder it fell, the more it hampered my vision, and the darker the world around me became. It was at a point where it seemed like the visibility was dropping just as fast as the girl ran, to the point that anything beyond the girl became complete darkness. She was running toward the cobblestone path, but her route was nearly parallel to me, so although she got a little closer, we were moving alongside each other. Although she was running, she was a short little girl, and my stride was able to keep up with hers. especially since she was forcing her way through the grass and occasionally tripping while looking back behind her. I had activated White Mage's light, but the distance it took effect didn't help much at all. I just couldn't see anymore. I didn't know how long I walked beside the running little girl as she grew closer and closer. It might have been 5 minutes. Or 20. I was getting a feeling that time in this place wasn't running even. Rah! A creature shouted immediately to her right. The girl spun and stumbled back. My eyes widened as she stumbled onto the cobblestone path and then backed up right into me. I could feel the impact of this girl. She was there. More alarming, she let out a cry and spun around. She stared at my legs, and then her eyes slowly went up to my head, her mouth dropping. She had a frightened expression on her face as she fell back onto her butt. "WH, who are you?" she spoke through a broken voice, her teeth chattering. Apparently, this was an interactive movie. Chapter 1158. Although I was going to be a father in about 6 months, I didn't have all that much experience with children. Garnet probably didn't count. I cleared my throat and then moved down to one knee, hoping that I intimidated her less by lowering myself to her level. I put on my best smile, but I remembered that it was a smile I used when I was trying to sweet-talk women. It faltered slightly. "My name is Deke." I failed to ease her mind. She still looked scared. And she didn't respond as she scooted back with her legs. That's when there was another cry and rustling in the darkness. She cried out as she lunged in the other direction, throwing her arms around me and burying her head in my chest. I could hear something just out of sight. If it came onto the cobblestone path, would it become real too? My light didn't seem to be able to penetrate the barrier between the path and what was beyond the path. It was dark except for moving shadows and the hint of swaying grass. At this point, the salty rain was drenching us. My hand moved down, hesitating for a moment before I patted her head softly. I could see her blonde hair coming out from her hood. Was Elia a blonde when she was younger? Such detail couldn't possibly be in Widow's lore. It could be that it was only the Elia who was a miasma creature who had black hair. Astria didn't have black hair until she became a dark fairy in the dungeon. Her hair and wings had been similar to Celeste's before then. At least, that's what the memories from the dungeon lore suggested. Humans in this world traditionally had black, brown, red, or blonde hair, the same color as people from my world. However, fays and fairies, the creatures of this world, had an assortment of different colors. That's why Celeste's hair was pink. Lydia was an Animalkin, and her hair was orange with black in it. Meanwhile, Mickey and Race's hair were nearly white. "Don't let them get me!" the little girl cried out, snapping me out of my thoughts about hair. "Do you know what is chasing you?" I asked in a calm, quiet voice. "Number," she said pitifully, her face moving back and forth on my shirt, either shaking her head or wiping her nose and tears on my pants. "You can stay close to me. I'll keep you safe," I promised. "Why, you will?" She looked up at me as if surprised by my words. I will. I reached up and casting a blue mage spell called Shield over our heads. The rain began to land on an invisible barrier, running off and to the sides just like an umbrella. It was a level 14 spell that worked a bit like the mana shield, but it didn't require continuous use of mana. Then again, it was only as strong as the amount of mana you put into it. After a predetermined amount of time, the magic would disperse. The harder you made the shield, the less time it lasted, at the strength needed to block attacks at my level. It would only last seconds, so I presumed it existed to block elements, such as wind or rain. At this brittle amount, it would last hours. I supposed in a fight, it could act as resistance, throwing someone off during an attack. But I didn't find it all that practical. There were other ways I could block the rain too, like by directly using water control or creating an air barrier. But this seemed to be the most efficient method. In the future, I would need to start thinking about efficiency. I've always depended on my abnormally strong mana to shove through everything. But overall, I lacked efficiency. The little girl stared up with wide eyes as I pushed back the rain. I reached out and stroked the tears and raindrops from her eyes. Come on, let's go. Chapter 1159. As we walked, the rain continued to fall harder and harder. It grew to the point where I had to make a new shield using a lot more mana, because I feared the relentless pounding of the rain would knock down the other shield. The sound of water falling had created a roar, and there was absolutely no hope of hearing whatever creature might be stalking us. I had to rely on my danger sense and the reassurance from Shin that this wasn't a dungeon where one would be attacked. However, it still left me uneasy. My visibility had dropped to nearly 0, even with my light magic. It couldn't cut through the falling rain. I could only see as far as the little shield over our heads. The little girl held tightly to me, and we continued down the cobblestone path. Like before, my sense of time grew a bit strange. I wasn't sure if we were walking for 10 minutes or several hours. I had a feeling some time had gone by. The girl clung to me, shaking nervously. I occasionally stroked her head, but any words I could say to soothe her would have been lost in the noise of the roaring rain. Finally, after what felt like both a few minutes and forever, the rain started to lighten up. We had managed to get through the worst part of it. That was good because I was pretty sure I was going to have to make another shield soon. Mr. Thank you for staying with me, the girl said politely. I slowed my step and turned to her. We're not home yet. Where are you going? Anyway, that... Away? She declared. Away. Do you mean your home is far away? Or you are trying to get away from your home, Sis! Where are you? Sis, a shout could be heard in the dwindling rain. Ah! Thursday! That's my brother! He's found me! She sounded slightly scared, but also somewhat happy. You have a brother? I asked, feeling just a bit surprised. Oh, there he is. I don't want him to think anything bad. Stay right here. The little girl pulled away from me so suddenly that I wasn't expecting it. She ran straight off the cobblestone path. Hey, wait! I took a step forward and tried to grab her. As soon as my hand reached the end of the cobblestone, it slammed into an invisible barrier. I just missed the little girl as she took off into an area that I could go. Her brother appeared. He was wearing a traveling cloak, leather gloves, a hood, and he had a bow in his hands with a nocked arrow. He was a tall man who looked to be much older than she was. If she was only about 12, then he was likely in his 20s. He'd be about my age, although I probably looked older now, thanks to all the things that had happened to me. There you are, he cried out, walking toward her and slinging the bow back behind himself. Brother? She immediately had a slightly scared look. You shouldn't take off like that, he snapped. Wandering around alone in this kind of weather, you could have gotten eaten up. I am not alone. I was with. She turned and looked at me. Rather, she didn't look at me. She looked through me. Her eyes turned left and right, and a confused expression appeared on her face. What? He asked, finally reaching her and grabbing her arm. He was right here. She gestured to roughly where I was standing. There is no one there, sis. He sighed. Come on, we need to go home. I realized that I couldn't go into the world beyond the cobblestone path. I even attempted to use a portal. But the area seemed to be blocked. It appeared like the cobblestone path was invisible to that world as well. Chapter 1160. The man grabbed the girl and then began walking off. With the rain lighter now, I could see some woods in the distance, and he seemed to be heading back toward them. She tugged against him and complained a few times, desperately looking back to my position. But even when I called to her, she didn't seem to hear anything. The pair disappeared off into the dark. Actually, it was getting brighter now that the clouds were clearing up, but they still ended up out of my sight. And I was left alone in the field once again. Since there was nowhere to go but forward, I started to walk again. As I moved forward, I noticed the pathway starting to bend. It started to turn back on itself, and I found myself walking back the way I had come. However, the environment around me changed as well. Rather than a large field, I started to move into a forest. Would this be the equivalent of a new level I didn't know? However, this environment was completely different than the environment I had just been in. Soon, my vision was just as obscured as it was in the rain, except this time it was from a thick forest. That's when I finally came out into a large field. It was the first time the path opened up to something more than a corridor. This was a mansion that was buried within a forest. Compared to the mansion I had in Chom, it was comparable. So it stood to reason that this was some lord's manor. It made sense that Alea was the daughter of some lord. That was what I was thinking, but a moment later, I noticed a girl who seemed to be gathering water from a well near the side of the mansion. She was pulling up a bucket with her sleeves pulled up. What ultimately caused me to look twice was that she appeared to be the girl I had run into in the field. However, she was now several years older than she was before. She also didn't appear to be a noble at all. She was wearing a maid uniform with a white bonnet. The maid hero? I breathed out. That was what she had been called. I had only ever known Ilaya as a queen, so it didn't occur to me that she came from a life as a maid. Now that I realized it, it seemed painfully obvious. "Girl, hurry up!" a voice erupted from the doorway. "The master and mistress wouldn't be happy if you took this long. Be lucky they are out today." "I am coming," the girl cried, hefting up to buckets full of water, one in each arm. The woman at the door was old, and she looked to be a maid in her own right. She shook her head, making a clicking noise with her tongue. Suddenly, her eyes fell on me and widened. "Who are you?" I blinked, not having expected to suddenly be part of the story once again. I heard a gasp, and the maid who had been carrying the buckets dropped them. They fell to the ground and tipped over with a splash. "Clumsy, foolish girl," the old woman chastised her. But she barely noticed the woman. Her eyes locked on me. "It's you." She spoke in disbelief. "The man from the field." The maid recognized me. Just what was going on with this dungeon? Chapter 1161. "Hello," I raised my hand. "I've just arrived here after a long journey. I wanted to ask where here was." But I had a feeling such a question might not be well received. It turned out that my current method didn't fare any better. The woman left her spot and grabbed the younger maid by the shoulders before giving me a stern look. "Come on, dear, get inside," she declared, straightening the girl's bonnet. "I know him," the girl protested. "I am sure you do. Go!" the old woman declared in a no-nonsense voice. The girl looked at me, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. But then she turned and ran back indoors. Once the door shut, the old lady put her hands on her hips and glared at me. I didn't know a lot of old ladies in my life. Even in Cham, most of the women I knew were younger. My name is... "I know who you are," the woman cut me off. "And I know why you are here. However, you are wasting your time. You should just leave. Why I am here?" I repeated uncertainly, not sure what to make of the situation in front of me. "You want to see her," the old lady declared. "You want to see the woman at the end. However, it's too late for all of that." I started to feel slightly irritated. I had been through all kinds of dungeons, but this one was leaving me the most flummoxed. "Look, this is just some curse. If you have something to show me, stop wasting my time," I growled. The woman didn't seem intimidated, despite the fact that I towered over her. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, looking me up and down with an appraising look. Well, I guess you've got a bit of gut in you." A door slammed shut, and then a man walked out from behind the mansion. I immediately recognized him. This was the brother hunter from before. A woman had come out with him, older still. "Please, don't do this, the woman was saying. I am not going to follow what you want, he declared angrily. You need to. No, I don't, he responded, cutting her off. I have someone I care about. If you leave, they'll punish us, she said. Mother? You should have had the guts to leave a long time ago, he responded. It's the only way for us to survive. No, it's the only way for you to survive. Our family is gone. Stop trying to preserve something that doesn't need to stay alive. Using the time that the master and mistress have gone running off, nothing good will come of this. The old maid next to me made a noise. A door slammed, causing the pair to look back at the mansion. The young maid girl had come out. She was looking anxiously at the mother and the brother. The brother's expression darkened even more. Please. The mother tried one last time, tears running down her cheeks. I won't, he responded. I am gone. He turned away and began to run, heading off into the impassable forest. The mother stared aimlessly at the forest, looking lost. The girl walked up to her mother. Beep, brother! He's coming back. Isn't he? Of course, he loves you. The mother spoke, but her words had no weight to them. She didn't seem to be paying attention to her daughter, or she would have realized that her daughter understood this. And such callously spoken words only hurt her more. Chapter 1162. Who are you? The mother who had previously been consoling her daughter had finally noticed me. I opened my mouth to speak, but the little girl spoke up first. He's a friend of mine. He's staying over to eat. Aya, this is... The mother shook her head. He's a guest. We welcome guests. The girl glared at her mother defiantly. She looked up at me. A slightly helpless expression on her face. I am sorry, but the master and mistress are out today. It is normally our policy to offer food and shelter to travelers, but... As she spoke, the girl's expression started to lose all hope, as if after her brother left her. This was the last piece of happiness she could cling to. The old maid was merely watching me as if seeing what I would do. Feeling just a bit like I couldn't leave things alone, I sighed and pulled a backpack out of my inventory. To those watching, it was just like it appeared from behind me. They blinked like they hadn't noticed I had been wearing a backpack before. But they'd assume they must have missed it rather than that I had some kind of spell. Only heroes and blue mages had such an ability, and those were rare. As I reached into the backpack, I pulled out some food. Even though I could toss just about anything into my inventory, I liked to keep things in backpacks when I brought them out. There might be situations where handing someone a week's worth of food would be useful, plus the inventory wasn't indexed like in a video game. It was hard to describe. But peering into it was like looking down into a storage shed. Unless I knew what I was looking for, it all sort of just looked like a pile of mess that made it difficult to cook when I didn't know what ingredients I had. Cooking was what I had in mind as I gave the group a friendly smile. How about I provide for you without entering their house? I found a spot that appeared to be where they set fires outdoors, as well as a stack of wood nearby. I tossed a few logs in the pit, and then waved my hand, causing the logs to ignite. My fire control was at a stage now that I could just ignite things. There was a time when the best I could hope for was a spark unless a fire already existed. This was the essence of becoming a mage. As the fire started, the girl's eyes opened wide in excitement, while the mother still watched from a distance hesitantly. It took to the point I had food cooking above it and smells carried out that they started to relax. The old woman snorted and walked over first. I suppose I am a little hungry. She mumbled to herself as she sat down in a chair set up around the fire. I am hungry. The girl broke away from her mother's grip and also ran over. The mother had reached out her hand, but looking uncertain for a few more seconds, she finally sighed and joined the rest around the fire as I cooked a meal for them. Chapter 1163. Although my hero stats had boosted my charm by several times. I would never call myself the most sociable person. If anything, as I grew stronger, my intimidation level seemed to grow at roughly the same level as my charm. A tall, muscular man with the scent of blood and the knowledge to kill monsters on him would feel slightly frightening. So even if I had charm, I wouldn't say it helped much these days. Maybe it helped followers be willing to listen to me. But I had long gotten over such worrying thoughts as that the women in my life only loved me because of some random status. On the other hand, cooking was the one skill I had that seemed to bring people to me. I might be overusing it at this point, but I enjoyed seeing people enjoy the food I made. Maybe that was why I liked Teliana so much, since she was a major foodie who would always make cute noises when she ate something particularly tasty. The little girl was similar, it seemed. Well, she wasn't as bad as Eliana, but she seemed to be excited by what I was cooking as well. She leaned near as her mother tried to stop her. She took a big sniff of the pot. That smells good. The food we have at the mansion is rather plain. Once in a while, we have some berries, which is a sweet dessert, but it's usually just dried meat and porridge. I am the one who cooks it. The old lady sighed helplessly. Fifi, get back in your seat. Your name is Fifi, I asked, looking down at the girl. Only Mom calls me that. She blushed. Was Alaya not her original name? I supposed that it made sense that Alaya was her stage or working name. After all, my real name was Deacon, but I use Deek in this world. That's not saying that Alaya came from another world. But she may have changed her name when she became the maid hero, right? I scooped out a bowl of food for each of the girls. And also one for myself. These were technically not real people. I didn't know what they were. Were they just dungeon monsters given a different karmic purpose? Like the skeletons from the Twilight Dungeon who acted like humans? Well, even if they were monsters, that didn't mean they weren't real. At least, That's what I thought. Fifi grew more animated after eating a bit, excitedly talking to me about food. She kept asking about various spices. Half of the stuff I used didn't come from this world, so I was only able to help so far. It would be great if I could be a cook. She sighed happily. Then brother would. Her words stopped, and her expression darkened. She wanted to cook so that her brother would come back. I opened my mouth, and then I closed it. I just couldn't bring myself to ask the questions I wanted to know. The mother gasped, touching her neck. A trace of magic showed an outline around her neck. I hadn't noticed it before, and I hadn't even really been looking at it. It was only because I had grown able to see individual strands of mana that I was able to notice it. I immediately became aware of what it was. It was a slave seal. She wasn't just a servant. The mother was a slave. Although her slave mark was hidden, I could see the restrictive mana directly now. I checked Fifi out carefully, but I didn't see a familiar line around her neck. So, the daughter wasn't a slave. I suppose the brother couldn't have left if he was a slave as well. The master and mistress are returning. We need to go. The mother declared in panic. Perhaps I should. I stood up, trying to ease her. Maybe, if I talked to them, I could help. It's best if you go. The old woman suddenly started shoving me along. Wait. Fifi began to panic as she saw me being pushed away. Hey. I frowned at the old maid. What's the big idea? The mother had grabbed a bucket of water and tossed it on the fire, causing it to go out with a sizzle. She then grabbed her daughter's hand, pulling her in the opposite direction that the old maid was pushing me. Fifi reached out for me, letting out a cry, but her mother kept pulling her away. I turned around, glaring at the old lady. I didn't want to hurt her, but if she kept pushing me, I wouldn't be polite. What's the big idea? I demanded. You have more to see? She shoved me surprisingly hard, and I found myself stumbling back through the foliage into the forest. This was an area that should have been a wall, but I went right through it. With a cry, I tried to step forward and slammed right into an impassable barrier of foliage, just as I was about to hit it. I heard a scream behind me. I spun around to see a small house. It was night now, and an ominous glow was coming from the crack in the door. I was already in the next part of the story. How long had it been this time? Chapter 1164. Please, stop! You don't have to do this. I heard a shout from within the house. I ran forward, reaching an open window first that allowed me to look inside. What I saw left me immediately stunned. It was the mother, her daughter, and the brother like before. They all looked a bit older now. The daughter was perhaps 16 or 17. The mother had started to show her age a bit too. The brother was now a bit older than me. The person who cried out was the daughter. She was being pinned to the bed, partially stripped. Her brother was on top of her, and it was clear what he was about to do with her. What was even more shocking was the mother. She was watching this unfold, but she seemed to be encouraging it. This is the only way. This is your purpose. You have to do this, her mother declared, edging them on. I then looked at the brother, and I realized there was a line of mana around his neck. He must have been marked with a slave mark too. Tears were falling down his cheeks, and he had a nearly vacant expression like he was being forced to do this. That was when I saw an arrogant man step out from the shadows. He had some kind of whip-like weapon in his hand and was holding it threateningly toward the brother. Do it! This is what you are here to do. You foolish boy. You thought you could run from me. Stop! He doesn't love me. Stop making him do this. Her brother stopped a moment just as he was pushing down on her. Sister? I do love you. That's why I can't do this. Be brother. When the time comes and you find the man you love, give him your all. The noble seemed to take that as his cue, and he lifted up his whip to strike the man. I grabbed the door and pulled, only to find that it didn't budge. Cursing, I kicked the door with all of my might. But I might as well have been kicking a rock wall. I had to be. I grabbed a rock and smashed it into the window. And it bounced off without making a dent. You won't be interacting with this one. A voice came from next to me. I spun to see the old lady standing there. Why are you showing me this? I demanded. You can't change the past, master. No matter how much you want to. I mean, Deke. I glared at the old lady who looked flustered. Elia Teachy? She made an irritated expression as her body changed back into her beautiful and youthful form. I did have you tricked for a while, didn't I? As we were speaking, I could hear shouts and the sound of fighting inside. But I couldn't do anything about it. It felt cruel. What game are you playing? I demanded. Not a game. Look, it's already over. I looked through the glass. The mother was crying on the floor, holding her son. He was convulsing. The noble was on the ground dead. He had managed to kill his own master. The backlash of the slave mark must have been unbelievable. The girl was trembling in her bed, hiding under the covers. Is this your history? I asked. I wonder, Elia responded. But when I turned to look at her, she was already gone. Chapter 1165. I tried to kick open the door one more time. It was more out of frustration than any hope it would open. So, imagine my surprise when the door gave way. And I found myself stumbling through. On the other side, I didn't end up in the cabin where Elia was crying over her dead brother. Instead, I ended up stumbling into a street. It went from night to day, and there were tons of people walking around. This wasn't a city I was familiar with. Whether it was architecture or clothing, they were in styles I didn't recognize. They were all human, though. So this had to be a Barry's, right? I looked back to where I had come from. But the door had closed, and now standing behind me was a bar. A woman walking by glanced at me, stumbling out of a bar, and sniffed. I guess she thought I was a drunk. I straightened up, my lips tightening as I looked around the square. This dungeon was certainly getting on my nerves. The constant changes in perspective were driving me up a wall. However, I was also learning about things. I had my theories, but I needed to see more to know for certain. The square was lined with various stages that attracted crowds. Each stage seemed to be dedicated to some form of entertainment, making the place seem extremely lively. "No, please!" I heard someone cry out. This brought my eyes to a certain stage, where I immediately locked on to the Haid hero once again. She was the same age as when she was in the cabin, but I could get a better look at her now. Her chest was filling out, and her body was reaching the age of adulthood. As for why I described her body, it was because her face was obscured to me. For some reason, no matter how much I looked, I just could not make out what she looked like. I originally thought it was the window causing this. But now I realized that the dungeon, or perhaps Elia, was hiding her appearance. Even when I thought back to when I had seen her as a kid, I found the details lost on me. This is why I had previously wondered if this was truly Elia's story. I could tell that she was no longer in the maid outfit. She was in a slave outfit and chains. This appeared to be a slave auction. Her mother was a slave, and her brother was similarly marked as a slave, so it made sense she'd eventually end up a slave too. It was a wonder to me that she wasn't made a slave shortly after she was born. Maybe there were slave guild rules that kept a person from being marked until a certain age. I looked carefully around her neck to see that the magic had already been placed there. I had never known that Alea was a slave some time before she met me. After processing all of this, I realized that she was screaming and struggling, her eyes locked on another stage across from her. I followed her eyesight and immediately let out a hiss. On a stage on the exact opposite side of the courtyard was another event, an execution. There was a person who was having the rope put around his neck. This was someone I could make out. It was her brother. He not only survived killing his master, but now he was being executed for it. I didn't have any more time to react when they pulled the lever and the man fell. The rope tightened with a snap. Chapter 1166. Being hung in front of her, Elaya, or perhaps it'd be better to see her as Fifi, went ballistic. She screamed and struggled against her restraints. However, it sounded like her brother's neck had snapped from the fall. He quickly grew immobile, and he was dead. The girl fell to the ground, crying. This enraged the slave master, who went to strike her. However, he realized he was in front of potential customers, and beating slaves might not be so good an idea. Instead, he grabbed her and roughly threw her in the back. I walked up to the crowd, but I found myself unable to get closer, no matter where I moved. There was an impenetrable barrier of people. Even when I tried to shove through, I found a group of people who just didn't move, nor acknowledge me. I began to realize this was another invisible wall, intending to keep me from getting any closer to the auction. Feeling frustrated again, I watched the rest of the slave auction. Slave after slave was bid on, but when it came to Fifi's turn, her previous display had caused her value to decrease significantly. The slave auctioneer had initially asked for an exorbitant price, but no one made a bid. He had to lower the price twice, each time growing increasingly red-faced as he found her going for far less than he expected. Well, I didn't know where this was, but 500 gold was a lot to ask for a simple maid, so I understood people's hesitation. When the bidding finally reached 100 gold, an old man raised a bid. I also attempted to bid, but it seemed like I was ignored, just like with the cabin or in the meadow. No one in the slave auction seemed to be able to see me just outside. It looked like this was another part of the story that was being kept away from me. Going once, going twice, sold, the man declared, slamming a gavel. I tried to get a look at the man who had bought Fifi, but he quickly stood up and moved out of my sight. I couldn't see him from my vantage point in the back and only saw his back. Fifi was taken away, and I was left once again wondering what I should do. That was when a thought came to me. At this point, they had removed the body of Fifi's brother from the rope. I left my place near the slave auction and followed the men as they carried the body away. I followed them into a back alley, where they loaded his body onto a cart where several other bodies resided. I hid while they returned. I watched as they passed by. The men were mumbling about how much work they had to do or some such nonsense. Once they were out of sight, I walked up to the cart of bodies and grabbed Fifi's brother, pulling him away. I found a cubbyhole in the same alley, and then I began the resurrection spell. I wouldn't have been surprised if the spell failed. This dungeon was a dungeon on rails, showing me particular scene after particular scene before dragging me on to the next part of the story. I completed the spell without too many expectations. So, I was a bit shocked when the man's eyes snapped open, and he let out a gasp. I had done it. I had succeeded in resurrecting Fifi's brother. There was no way that this had happened historically. What would this mean for the continuation of this story? Chapter 1167. WH, who are you? He asked once he woke up. At least it seemed like he could see me this time. I let out a breath and held out my hand, allowing him to stand back up. If I was able to resurrect him, then this guy wasn't just some simple mob, a normal dungeon mob, when it died. Would have been absorbed back into the dungeon. Only those with a karmic soul can be resurrected, and that only happens if the person has some distinctiveness from the dungeon. A person created by a dungeon was like a world for the Fae. They couldn't be resurrected because their mana signature was too close to the world. One couldn't find or extract them, making their deaths permanent. The same was presumably true with fairies. Although Celesta and Astrea were exceptions for obvious reasons. Thus, if this man was created by this dungeon, it should be that he couldn't be resurrected. This led me to 3 possibilities. First off, he could be some kind of special exception. Perhaps I played right into the story. which would have him be resurrected at this point. Second, he was some kind of captured soul that was taken control of but not digested, thus making him distinctly separate from the dungeon. The third possibility was that he was originally a monster from another dungeon that was brought to this one. I couldn't guess right now which ability allowed me to resurrect him. I had honestly been expecting it to fail. However, he was alive now, and he was waiting on me to answer his question. "I am just a passerby," I declared. "I saw the slave girl crying over you, and I was curious to hear your story." "Fifi?" He immediately pushed past me, looking around the ally frantically. "Did you see where she went?" I did not. "She was sold to an old man?" "Damn!" He turned and punched the wall. "She is your sister, correct?" I decided to clarify. He turned to me, but his expression dropped. "So, you are one of those collectors. Huh, you also want me to violate my sister?" "Why would I asked incredulously. "To pass on our genes. There is big money in slaves like us." He made a face. "You are also dumb, though. It doesn't work that way. Family won't. You are all going to fail in the end. You killed my beloved for nothing. Your beloved—" I blinked. "The woman you took off from the mansion to be with." He looked up at me, his eyes narrow. "I won't become a tool for your slave trading. You should have just let me die, then." No one could threaten her anymore. "I am sorry, but I am still trying to understand things." I took a step forward. "Can you explain it to me?" He took a step back, suddenly growing wary. He started to shake his head. "Number. You are just like the rest of them. You, humans, are the worst. I won't be controlled by you. Wait." He turned and ran out of the alley. I cursed and tried to follow him, but when I hit the end of the alley, I struck another invisible wall. I watched the man run right out into the street. He's still alive. "Get him!" Two guards nearby immediately locked onto him. He turned and ran while the guards chased after him. I usually thought I had a good understanding of these dungeon lores. This one was seeming to explain itself more clearly than any other. But this one left me clueless. Chapter 1168. As I walked out of the alley, heading in the opposite direction that the brother had fled, I was deep in thought. Just what was Alaya trying to show me? It seemed like the more I saw, the less I understood about her life. There was something unique about Alaya. Did that pass on to her children? Was this some deep secret about the Prince of Abaris? I had reminded myself Alaya wasn't related to Eliana. That meant that whatever this was, it wouldn't affect my child. The alley went on and on. There was no way a building would have been large enough for me to still be in the alley. Yet, it stretched on just like when I was on the cobblestone path. However, this time there wasn't some pleasant scenery. It was just the walls of the building adjacent. Occasionally, I would walk by the door. I was just thinking there would be nothing to see when one of the doors burst open and a woman stumbled out. She looked in both directions and then started running away from my direction. 3 men began to chase her. The girl was the same girl I had been chasing up until now, and those men looked to be up to no good. She was wearing a maid outfit once again, and she had a basket filled with food. Some of it had fallen to the ground as she stumbled, but she ignored it and kept running. I started moving as well, chasing after the group of them. The alley that had been nothing but a straight run 4 miles suddenly had an intersection. And Fifi turned into one such section. However, as luck would have it, this intersection went to a dead end, trapping her. The men managed to block her off, and she started to back up fearfully. I reached the intersection. I half expected myself to be unable to move down this particular alley. Was this a situation where I participated or watched? This dungeon was extremely good at catching me off guard every time. I didn't immediately attack the men. I was trying to figure out what was going on, so I listened instead. "Leave me alone," she cried out. "Come on." "Don't be like that," one of the men responded teasingly. "We'll show you a good time." "I've never been with your type before." The men were getting closer and closer, and Fifi had run out of space. I knew I'd be annoyed if I tried to help and found myself unable to, but I still put out my hand anyway. However, just as I was about to touch the invisible wall, a person leaped down from the top of the roof. A scuffle broke out, but it was clear he was a higher-level person. He quickly defeated the 3 men and then turned to Fifi. She still held her hands up defensively. Shaking in fear over the appearance of the masked man, he pulled off his mask, revealing his face. Fek let out a gasp, her hands finding her mouth. "Hello, sister." It was her brother. So, he was alive in this story. Did that mean I changed the story? Or was I fulfilling the roles of random stranger's brother? "I thought you were dead," she gasped. He shook his head. "Number, I was resurrected by a passing stranger. My mentor." I raised an eyebrow. "I am his mentor now." Chapter 1169. The 2 of them left the alleyway without seeing me at all. I followed after them, and soon we were all walking down a road outside of town. It was Fifi and her brother. And I had a feeling that it had only been a few minutes later, rather than years like in the previous jumps. The maid was walking alongside her brother, who had put his mask back on, giving him a strange and mysterious look. I was following alongside them, but I was a ghost at this point, unable to interact with them at all. It's been 5 years. "What happened to you? Why did you never come?" Fifi asked. "I wanted to at first, but my mentor said he wouldn't let me. He said that I wasn't ready." "Mentor? Are you an apprentice? My mentor is a he?" He hesitated for a moment and then sighed. "He's a dungeon diver. He's teaching me to be a dungeon diver as well." I was pretty sure he meant to say that his mentor was a hero. He was training to be a hero as well. I had never heard of people training to be heroes before. You could gain the token from a town that you need some noble act for? But other than that, you were either a hero or you were not. The only way to become a true hero that I was aware of was to defeat a demon lord. Fifi's face went white as she heard what he had been doing. Dungeon diving was an extremely dangerous job. Who would make one of us a dungeon diver? Isn't that shameless? She asked irritably. Her brother chuckled. My life was already sacrificed. Remember where were their thoughts of maintaining our bloodline when they hung me? There was anger and emotion in his voice. He was still furious at being killed back then. Fifi continued to walk by his side, silently watching him. They walked in silence for some time. After the history they had shared, was it a surprise that it was difficult for them to talk? Fifi Fanelli slowed her step to a stop and turned to him. She gestured to a small mansion in the distance. This is the mansion of my new master. It's best if you don't approach. Her brother made a face. I will free you from slavery. I am saving up money to buy you. Don't. The only part of him that was visible past his mask was his eyes, which flashed in shock. What do you mean they never should have enslaved you? I volunteered for this, Fifi declared. It was the only way to protect me. That, even so, I have the strength to protect you now. And what about Mother? Fifi demanded. Our master was kind enough to buy her as well. He looked away, a tinge of pain in his eyes. Has she forgiven me? She's done her best to forget. Fifi responded, her voice filled with sadness. You won't change your mind. Hey, the man you give yourself to is a man who should love you completely, he responded. My heart always belonged to another. I wasn't strong enough to protect her back then. I am strong enough to protect you now. We don't need protecting. She yelled back suddenly. That! Her brother looked away guiltily. You shouldn't have come back? You shouldn't make this any harder on Mom. Or me. She spun away and started running toward the mansion. The bother watched her run away, a helpless look on his face. Then he turned to me. Would you have done things differently? Chapter 1170. I raised an eyebrow. You can see me, he nodded. Of course. I am not your mentor. You are not? Ahem! Right! Are you the dungeon master? I am. I see. So, ultimately, it was the brother who was running the dungeon. That was somewhat surprising. Is that why Elia was able to come to meet me? Wait, he was meeting me now. Was this the final level? As I was glancing around in confusion, the other man was watching me. You should have taken better care of my sister. His voice was cold. The words he said struck me hard. His sister had ended up killing herself, believing she was alone. I had acted too recklessly with my life. And the result was that I had abandoned those that depended on me. It wasn't just Elia or Astria. It was all of them. Lydia, Tara, Eliana, Xiao, Celeste, Raisa. I had abandoned them all and more besides. At the time, it seemed that I had only done what I thought was the best decision at the time. Perhaps I was a bit cocky and sure I could handle anything. The result was still the same. To the world, I had died, and to my girls. They were left with the pieces. Is that why this dungeon was created? Was this brother of Fifi watching over her? And I was found wanting? I felt like the puzzle that was this dungeon was getting closer to the truth. There was still a piece that was missing, though. I felt like it was on the cusp of being understood, but I wasn't quite there yet. Are we going to fight? I asked, looking down at the mansion, where Fifi was entering the front door now. Hey! You are not ready yet, he responded. Why don't you stay here a while? Maybe you'll learn something. I didn't bother to turn back, as I was pretty sure he was already gone. I hadn't noticed it until he started talking to me. But I had a feeling of danger from him. That kind of feeling I only got when I was facing those that were stronger than me. If I had to guess, I'd say he was at a level similar to Shin. That would be the level of a hero. I had been given a hero token from Chom, and very early on I had been given the hero job. Later, after defeating Xiao, I had also unlocked True Hero. However, I had encountered various heroes at this point. Besides their strange connections to curses, heroes were also extremely powerful. Alea, Shin, King Edward Aberry's Eye. These were all heroes. I had defeated them, but those had always been in special circumstances. They were all on a completely different level than me. Furthermore, they all seemed to have specialized names. The Hero King, the Maid Hero, the Hero Princess, the Bandit Hero, the Slave Hero, the Harem Hero. Were these all just names? Or were they titles? It seemed like, throughout history, multiple people could have the same hero title. What did that mean? Just what does it mean to be a hero? I asked out loud. Do you want to know? A voice next to me asked. Where her brother had previously been was Alea standing there. Is that why you are putting me through this? To learn what it means to be a hero, I asked. Maybe, she responded nonchalantly. Although this dungeon may have another lesson for you to learn. Chapter 1171. I was no longer in a corridor. So that was nice. However, now I was following Elia as she led me in a specific direction. On the rails dungeons were the worst. At least, the dungeon can give me the illusion of choice by making it a maze with multiple paths. Then again, I supposed it was better than a giant open location like the Twilight Dungeon, where you had to repeat the same task 50 times, and it was mostly filled with large empty fields. I shook my head. For a second there, I was mistaking this life for a video game. Although I did gain levels, go on quests, and defeat monsters. I also had gotten here by slipping into a video game. The choices I made were ultimately what I had when I appeared here. However, I refused to believe this world was just some elaborate game. I had experienced far too much to believe that. Thankfully, Elias' lesson didn't appear to be anything like we were living in a simulation. If that was suggested, I didn't know if I could cope. Instead, she took me to a nearby lake that was adjacent to the mansion. She took a step to the side and then gestured to me to continue. I had a feeling the second I turned my back on her, she'd disappear on me again. Still, I decided to humor her and keep walking. I approached the shore of the lake, curious what she was trying to show me. That's when I started to hear singing. It was a gentle, haunting song that seemed to echo across the lake like a sound in a cave. I scanned the lake until I found a rock that seemed to be jutting out of it. Standing on that rock was a lonely-looking woman. As soon as I recognized her, my eyes popped open. It was the siren. This was the singer who had been my mid-level boss. Her singing could manipulate others and even induce the dead to fight for her. Her song was extremely dangerous. Once someone listened to it, it was already too late. However, the song didn't seem to be affecting me. I realized that was because the song wasn't directed in my direction. She was facing away from me and seemed to be beckoning someone from another shore. I looked in that direction to see a dock that must have been part of the mansion. There was a woman wearing nothing but a nightdress, slowly being lured out to sea. This was the very essence of a siren. They could call out to people, leading them to their deaths. Their song would cause someone to lose their wits. Sailors would crash their boats along the rocky shores and people would be lured out where they would end up drowning. This exact act seemed to be happening to that woman, and that woman was none other than Fifi. With the dungeon skill eagle eyes equipped, it wasn't difficult to get a vivid view of the scene, despite my distance from them. Time must have passed again, although it couldn't have been more than a couple of months. Fifi was halfway down the dock, moving toward the siren, who was beckoning her. I glanced at the rock outcropping that the siren was standing on, and I realized I could see bones floating around the water at her feet. The siren was trying to kill Fifi. Chapter 1172. Stop! I found that the song seemed to have a deafening quality to it, making it so my voice couldn't be heard. I accessed my dungeon store and then equipped booming voice. I said stop. This time, my voice exploded out, and the air bent in a wave that shot out, wrecking the siren's song. Fifi stopped only a few feet from the edge of the dock. She blinked a few times as if she was surprised. She was there. She looked around a bit, but her eyes weren't as good as mine, and so she wasn't able to see me. As for the siren, she must not have noticed her either, as she simply turned and began running back inside. I let out a breath, feeling that a crisis was averted. That's what I originally thought. But then I realized that the siren who had been eyeing Fifi was now staring at me. I immediately plugged my ears, but they didn't stop a shrill screech from exploding from the siren. They caused my eardrums to throb. If I had been any slower blocking my ears, they surely would have burst, and I might have even found myself bleeding from them. The siren wore a furious expression, and without a word, it leaped off the rock. instead of sinking into the water, it seemed to bounce off it. It started to run at me, making animalistic leaps. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and it seemed to be on full attack. Her actions left me somewhat confused. The siren had always been a support character. Just like me, her strength didn't lie in her power, and at my current level, I didn't feel like I would be threatened in a direct flight. For a moment, I had thought it was a trick. She must be sending others to attack me and was using herself as a distraction. Yet, the others did not come. "Do you know who I am?" I didn't shout. But I still had booming voice equipped, and my voice still cut through the air to reach her ears. These words seemed to incite her rage more. She started to speed up. She'd reach me in only a few moments. Did I have to defeat the siren? I considered pulling out my sword, but then I remembered what Shin had said. She said that this dungeon wasn't that kind of dungeon. This wasn't a dungeon that I should have to fight in. Well, I was probably going to have to fight eventually. She did give me a sword to protect myself. So even she couldn't predict everything that might happen in here. Still, there had to be a solution to this that didn't involve fighting. That's when I started to truly notice the anger on her face. With eagle eyes, I could see the siren was furious. However, this wasn't the anger of having her meal stolen. She was specifically angry at me. That's when I noticed tears falling down her cheeks. She was crying. I started to understand what was happening. I had abandoned everyone when I died. That included my tamed monsters. The siren was abandoned just as much as Elia. I had barely even thought about her after finding out this dungeon had been reformed. She was the first monster to give her loyalty to me, and was the only reason I had Monster Tamer, which in turn had led to me learning how to conquer dungeons. I owed her much. Except that I had always just pushed her into a corner to deal with later. I had earned her ire. She had every right to be furious with a master who didn't watch and care for her. The siren didn't even have a name. I had the naming skill, I just had never used it to date. That's right. I found myself speaking out loud. I haven't even given you a name. In that case, I should fix that. Since you have such a beautiful voice, then I suppose I should call you Selena. There was a blinding flash of light erupting between her and me. I suddenly felt my mana surging forth and rushing into her. She slammed into me. You have tamed the monster, Selena the siren. Selena has begun to evolve. Selena has evolved into a siren. Master. Chapter 1173. WH. What is this? Alea cried out as the dust settled. Be bird. I opened my eyes and stared up at Selena looking down at me. Unlike Celeste, her body had drastically changed after her sudden evolution. Although her hands were normal, her arms were covered in feathers and spread out in long, luxurious wings. Her once bluish hair was replaced with a multicolored plume that matched her wings, giving her the feeling of a parrot. The thighs of her legs were normal, but starting at the knees, they turned into scaly legs that ended in vicious-looking claws. As for the rest of her body, it was extremely feminine and also completely naked. In her evolution, her clothing had seemingly disintegrated. In short, there was a beautiful, naked bird girl sitting on my lap and rubbing against me. Alea, who I had thought ran off again, had suddenly appeared. And by the looks of things, whatever she had intended to show me was not Selena. Hey, hey, Master. Master. She was rubbing up against me with a dumb, ecstatic smile on her face. You dumb bird. What the heck are you doing to Master? Elia cried, grabbing one of Selena's talons to drag her off of me. New. My master. The dungeon was able to change everyone to fit a role except you. You are not part of this dungeon at all. You are just a dungeon crasher. I.e. Master! Master! The previous siren had a beautiful singing voice, but she was unable to say a single word. Now, it seemed like after her evolution, her vocabulary had increased by exactly one word. She ended up kicking Elia, sending her flying into the water. Freed from Elia's grasp, she leaped on me and started cooing and nestling my neck. I thought you were mad at me. Tiesk. That's a bird brain for you. Easily pleased. All you did was give her a name, and now she's eating out of your hand. Ilea snapped as she stepped out of the water. I looked at her, and my mouth dropped. Elia was not wearing clothing that worked well in water. She was already a voluptuous, beautiful woman with an incredible body. It was now on display completely after falling into the water. Her clothing clung to her, and everything was showing through. She wasn't wearing a bra either. Alea noticed me staring and then looked down. Just as I hadn't been prepared for the sudden erotic appearance and was stunned. The usually bold and insatiable queen wasn't prepared to be looked at and also grew shy. She covered her body shyly. Pervert. Did my pervert job suddenly equip I was feeling like it? Who? Selena made a noise as she was suddenly poked below, causing her to look down. Master! Master! Get her off you before she starts laying eggs. Alea suddenly did a flying kick, finally sending Selena flapping away. Sorry! I tried to apologize, but Selena charged Elia and the two started fighting. I was pretty sure at this point that the siren had absolutely nothing to do with the dungeon or what Elia had to show me. She just happened to be there, and even after the dungeon was crushed and reforged, she just refused to leave. When she saw me, she immediately threw a tantrum, but thankfully she was as easy to tame this time as she was the previous time. While some things changed, others stayed the same. Chapter 1174. The things I want to show you. Well, I can make the same point here. Alea sighed as she used magic to fix her wet clothing. Selena was sitting next to me, still rubbing against me affectionately. But I at least was able to get her into clothing at least. I realized that I should have been giving her more attention. I stroked her head as I sat there on the grassy shore of the pond. The estate that Fifi was working at a distance behind us. What is it that you needed to show me? I asked. Elia pointed at Selena. Her evolution, what did it tell you? Well, there was talk before about naming monsters. A named monster is more powerful than an unnamed monster. I once predicted that when it came to dungeons. The first boss in the dungeon was named, reflecting a character from the lore. If someone defeated that boss, they would receive additional first time awards. However, once the boss was defeated, it'd be replaced by an unnamed boss, which would ultimately be a pale reflection of the original boss. However, as I progressed, I found that this didn't seem to be quite right. I've seen unnamed bosses that have never been defeated before, and named bosses return that should have been dead. That's when I started to hypothesize that whether a boss was named or not had to do with how long the boss existed. When a boss dies, its power disperses into the dungeon, and then the dungeon reforges that boss. Over time, it slowly absorbs mana, growing in strength, and also intelligence. As a boss gains intelligence, it begins to fill in pieces of the person it was supposed to represent. Although, I've had a feeling that this isn't quite right either. Do you know what the difference between a real person and a doppelganger is? Elia suddenly asked. Rather than confirming any of my own thoughts. One of them has the original mana soul, while the other only has a fake karmic soul. In essence, a doppelganger is only a strong will that has infected a body, and then became compelled to act. And what is a soul a soul? I frowned, getting a little annoyed at the continued questions without answers. It's a conduit for mana. A person is made up of a body, a soul, and mana. The body is our physical presence. The soul is our metaphysical presence. Mana is the energy that drives and merges the physical and metaphysical. I'd like to say that all of this was based on my own observations, but the truth was that I read a lot of this. Whenever we reached a new city, I'd check out books on dungeons, jobs, skills, and mana, particularly. When I was looking for other forms of solid mana like fairy dust and spirit fire, I found such a description. What if I were to tell you that a soul is lore? Lore? MM? She nodded. In a way, a soul isn't much different than a dungeon. Those blessings bound to you are fragments of souls which have merged with your soul and become an extension of your existence. Chapter 1175. Elia's revelation wasn't too shocking to me. It made sense. All that I needed to be resurrected from death was a soul. If the mind was purely a physical thing, then every time someone was resurrected, they would come back with a head empty of knowledge. Furthermore, even though my body was destroyed, my blessings were not, and only one of my halves was able to keep such blessings. It was only when I entered a dungeon that had control over the soul that they were able to interfere with my blessings. Elia nodded. It seems you have already had some inklings to this fact. Well, it is true. Our souls are the lore that we carry with us. As we experience life, that soul gets marked by all of the things we've done. Whether that soul is karmic or mana-based, that doesn't matter. What matters is the soul. So, it isn't that those creatures in dungeons have fake karmic souls, it's that the souls are primordial being made, I asked. You misunderstand. Those souls will never become souls at all, unless they are part of that soul's lore. Dungeons are a collection of incomplete lore. They become malignant, absorbing the mana of the world and swallowing anything nearby, all in a hope to complete their own lore, to become whole. However, you were right the first time. They are fake existences, which can never become whole. Elia? I looked over at her, biting my lip. She smiled slightly. You are worried that I am saying I am a fake. You are not wrong for having such a worry. I was a fake Elia. Only an imitation, a shadow of what she once was. You are not the only. Astria had her complete soul. Although she was corrupted with mana from the inside and out, she was still herself. Even Shin combined with her doppelganger, combining the piece of the soul found in Twilight Dungeon. And more recently, the piece of the soul you recovered from the Ost Republic. You know about that? I asked Riley. I had only just united their souls outside of this dungeon not too long ago. Then again, Alea had been waiting at the entrance. So she must have had some way of knowing. She gave a soft chuckle. Either way, Shin is a nearly complete soul. It may be damaged. Her lore confused, but she is Shin. I am the only one who can't return. The Ilaya who called herself the Maid Hero burned her soul away to save the Hero King. Only a wisp of her lore remained to create me, and even that wisp was captured by Aberes and used to create the Widow's Dungeon. At least, that's what I thought. I jerked at her words. What you thought? There is a power in a name, she said wistfully. When you gave Selena her name, you didn't just bestow upon her an identity, you acknowledged and solidified her lore. She was once a shadow, an agglomeration of unfulfilled lore and will, and you made her real. You did the same thing to me. You came into that dungeon and gave me life. Elia, speak clearly. What is going on? The Maid Hero? That is a lore too. It's a name passed down from generation to generation. That's what the heroes are. They are lore that has become too powerful, combined with too many lives. In short, they are a soul much like yours. One that accumulated the blessings of dungeons and became too interconnected with the fabric of this world. As a result, the lore of heroes passes on when a person dies, creating a line of heroes with that name. Whether it is the Harem hero or the Maid Hero. It's a mantle. A lore. A soul that stands the test of time and becomes reborn time and time again. Why, you are not the Maid Hero, are you? She shook her head. It turns out I was reborn.